In 1995, Star Trek, Voyager sent a Starfleet crew farther from home than ever before, stranded in the Delta Quadrant with no backup, no Federation safety net, and a captain forced to turn strangers and former enemies into family. But behind Voyager's journey were career reinventions, difficult departures, personal struggles, surprising comebacks, and actors whose lives changed long after the ship finally made it home. Today, we're looking back at the cast of Star Trek, Voyager Then and Now, and the real stories behind one of Star Trek's most emotional voyages. Captain Kathryn Janeway, the determined commander who carried Star Trek, Voyager through the unknown dangers of the Delta Quadrant, was portrayed by Kate Mulgrew. She was born on April 29, 1955, in Dubuque, Iowa, and was 40 when the series premiered in 1995. Janeway works because she combines scientific intelligence with stubborn moral courage. Stranded thousands of light years from home, she has to become captain, diplomat, scientist, judge, and protector all at once, while holding together a crew made from Starfleet officers and former Maquis rebels. Mulgrew played her with steel and warmth, making Janeway both commanding and deeply human. As the first female lead captain of a Star Trek series, she became a milestone for science fiction television and a symbol of leadership for many viewers. After Voyager, Mulgrew continued working steadily, earning acclaim as Red in Orange is the New Black and returning to Janeway through animation in Star Trek, Prodigy. In 2026, she is 71, and Janeway remains one of the franchise's defining captains, fierce, principled, and unforgettable at the of Federation space. Commander Chakotay, the former Maquis leader who became Janeway's trusted first officer on Star Trek, Voyager, was portrayed by Robert Beltran. He was born on November 19, 1953, in Bakersfield, California, and was 41 when the series began in 1995. Chakotay works because he gives Voyager's command structure a quiet tension. He once fought against Starfleet, yet he becomes essential to keeping the stranded crew united, offering patience, loyalty, and emotional steadiness beside Janeway's relentless drive. Beltran played him with calm restraint, making Chakotay feel like a man who had seen conflict and chosen discipline over bitterness. His spiritual identity and native-inspired storylines were meant to add cultural depth, though some of that writing later drew criticism for relying on flawed consultation. Still, Beltran gave the character dignity and warmth, especially in his mentorship of former Maquis crew members. After Voyager, he continued acting in film, theater, and television, and later returned to the role through Star Trek, Prodigy. In 2026, Beltran is 72, and Chakotay remains remembered as Voyager's steady counterbalance, a man trying to turn rebellion into trust. Lieutenant B'Elanna Torres, the fierce half-Klingon chief engineer who kept Voyager alive against impossible odds, was portrayed by Roxann Dawson. She was born on September 11, 1958, in Los Angeles, California, and was 36 when Star Trek, Voyager premiered in 1995. B'Elanna works because she is brilliant, angry, wounded, and deeply human beneath the Klingon fire she often tries to fight or deny. As a former Maquis engineer suddenly serving under Starfleet rules, she brings tension into the ship's early days. But her skill quickly becomes essential to survival in the Delta Quadrant. Dawson played her with intensity and vulnerability, showing a woman battling not only enemy ships and failing systems, but also shame, identity, love, and fear of becoming too much like the parts of herself she rejects. Her romance with Tom Paris gave the series one of its strongest emotional arcs, turning rebellion into partnership and eventually family. After Voyager, Dawson became a highly successful television director, working on series such as The Americans, House of Cards, and Foundation. In 2026, she is 67, and B'Elanna remains one of Star Trek's most powerful portraits of self-acceptance. Lieutenant Tom Paris, the gifted pilot with a troubled past and a love for old Earth adventure, was portrayed by Robert Duncan McNeil. He was born on November 9, 1964, in Raleigh, North Carolina, and was 30 when Star Trek, Voyager began in 1995. Tom works because he starts the series as a man carrying disappointment, expelled from Starfleet, imprisoned, and unsure whether anyone truly believes in him. Voyager gives him a second chance, and McNeil plays that redemption with humor, charm, and gradual maturity. Paris is reckless at times, but he grows into a loyal officer, devoted husband, and eventually a father, proving that the journey home is also a journey toward becoming better. His fascination with 20th century cars, movies, and holodeck fantasies gives the show a playful, nostalgic streak, while his relationship with B'Elanna brings emotional grounding. After Voyager, McNeil moved strongly behind the camera, directing and producing shows such as Chuck, The Orville, Resident Alien, and many others. In 2026, he is 61, and Tom Paris remains one of Star Trek's clearest redemption stories, the pilot who finally earned the trust he once threw away. The Doctor, Voyager's emergency medical hologram, who grows from a temporary program into one of the ship's most alive personalities, was portrayed by Robert Picardo. He was born on October 27, 1953, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and was 41 when Star Trek Voyager premiered in 1995. The Doctor works because his story begins as a technical backup plan and becomes a search for personhood. He is sarcastic, impatient, brilliant, and often hilariously offended. But under that arrogance is a being discovering dignity, friendship, art, and autonomy. Picardo played him with perfect comic precision and surprising tenderness, turning a holographic physician into one of the franchise's most emotionally complex characters. His love of opera, his struggle for rights, and his evolving bedside manner gave the show some of its sharpest questions about artificial intelligence and identity. Before Voyager, Picardo had a strong career in film and television, including China Beach and Inner Space. Afterward, he continued acting while becoming active in science outreach and Star Trek fan communities. In 2026, he is 72, and the Doctor remains proof that humanity can emerge from the most unexpected programming. Lieutenant Tuvok, the disciplined Vulcan security officer whose logic gave Voyager a steady pulse, was portrayed by Tim Russ. He was born on June 22, 1956 in Washington, D.C. and was 38 when Star Trek Voyager began in 1995. Tuvok works because he is not a simple emotionless stereotype. He is a father, teacher, tactical officer, and longtime friend of Janeway, carrying decades of Starfleet experience beneath his controlled surface. Russ played him with restraint and subtle humor, allowing small shifts in expression to reveal loyalty, irritation, concern, and deep inner discipline. His relationships with Neelix and Janeway gave the series some of its best contrasts: logic against chaos, patience against desperation, friendship without sentimentality. Tuvok's episodes also explored Vulcan culture, memory, aging, and the strain of emotional control under extreme conditions. Beyond Voyager, Russ directed episodes, worked as a musician, acted across film and television, and remained connected to Star Trek through later appearances. In 2026, he is 69, and Tuvok still feels essential to Voyager's survival, the quiet mind holding steady while the Delta Quadrant tried to pull everyone apart. Ensign Harry Kim, the young operations officer whose idealism survived years far from home, was portrayed by Garrett Wang. He was born on December 15, 1968, in Riverside, California, and was 26 when Star Trek Voyager premiered in 1995. Harry works because he begins as the wide-eyed newcomer, fresh from Starfleet Academy, and suddenly trapped on the wrong side of the galaxy. Wong gave him sincerity, nervous humor, and emotional openness, making Harry feel like the crew member still learning what duty really costs. He never receives the promotion fans joked about for years, but that odd detail became part of his legend. Harry is loyal, technically gifted, often unlucky in romance and alternate timelines, yet he remains one of Voyager's most stable moral presences. His friendship with Tom Paris gave the series a youthful brotherly rhythm, full of jokes, mistakes, and genuine trust. After the series, Wang Seed stayed close to the Star Trek community through conventions, podcasting, and advocacy for Asian representation in science fiction television. In 2026, he is 57, and Harry Kim remains the eternal ensign, not because he lacked growth, but because his heart never hardened. Lieutenant Ayala, one of Voyager's most familiar recurring crew members and a quiet symbol of unity aboard the ship, was portrayed by Tarek Ergen. He was born on June 7, 1961, in Hingham, Massachusetts, and was 33 when Star Trek Voyager began in 1995. Ayala works because his importance comes from presence rather than speeches. As a former Maquis who becomes part of Janeway's crew, he represents the fragile merging of two groups that once stood on opposite sides of the law. Urgent appeared in more than 100 episodes, often at tactical stations, in corridors, briefings, or dangerous situations where his steady presence helped make Voyager feel like a real working ship. Fans noticed him because he was always there, reliable, professional, and silently woven into the background life of the crew. That kind of role may not dominate storylines, but it gives a long-running series continuity and texture. In has remained warmly connected to the Star Trek community through conventions and fan events, where background performers are often celebrated with real affection. In 2026, he is 64, and Ayala remains a reminder that Voyager's journey home belonged to the whole crew, not only the officers in the opening credits. The Voyager computer, the calm voice guiding ship operations through the Delta Quadrant, was performed by Majel Barrett. She was born on February 23, 1932, in Cleveland, Ohio, and was 63 when Star Trek Voyager premiered in 1995. The computer voice works because it gives the ship a familiar Star Trek soul, even when Voyager is impossibly far from Federation space. Barrett's tone is precise, steady, and strangely comforting. The sound of systems responding, doors opening, warnings arriving, and Starfleet technology still functioning in alien territory. Her contribution to the franchise reaches far beyond Voyager. She appeared in the original Star Trek pilot, played Nurse Christine Chapel, brought comic elegance to Lwaxana Troi, and voiced computers across multiple series and films. As Gene Roddenberry's wife and one of the franchise's longest-running presences, she became known as the First Lady of Star Trek. Barrett passed away from leukemia in 2008 at the age of 76. But her voice never really left the franchise. Every calm computer response still carries a piece of her legacy, a reminder that sometimes the most familiar character on a starship is the one without a body. Kes, the gentle Ocampa whose short lifespan gave her curiosity a quiet urgency, was portrayed by Jennifer Lean. She was born on August 24, 1974, in Palos Heights, Illinois, and was 20 when Star Trek Voyager premiered in 1995. Kes works because she brings softness and wonder into the early seasons. With only a few years of natural life ahead of her, every discovery matters, and Leon played that innocence with calm intelligence rather than childishness. Kes becomes the Doctor's first real friend and assistant, helping him develop compassion while she herself grows into telepathic power and independence. Her relationship with Neelix, her bond with the crew, and her mysterious evolution made her departure in Season 4 one of Voyager's major turning points. After leaving the series, Lean stepped away from acting in the early 2000s and later lived a much more private life, with some public difficulties that contrasted sadly with the gentle image fans remembered. In 2026, she is 51, and Kes remains a delicate part of Voyager's beginning, brief, bright, and tied to the idea that a short life can still leave a lasting light. William Mackenzie, one of Voyager's recurring background officers, whose steady presence helped fill out life aboard the ship, was portrayed by Richard Sarstedt. He was born on March 29, 1941, in the United States, and was 54 when Star Trek Voyager premiered in 1995. Mackenzie works because a stranded starship cannot feel real with only main characters in command. The hallways, stations, briefings, and duty shifts needed familiar faces who suggested an entire crew living through the same long isolation. Sarstedt's role was quiet, often without dialogue, but that consistency helped create continuity across the journey. For devoted fans, these background officers became part of the ship's texture. People who were there during crises, celebrations, repairs, and endless miles through unknown space. Acting in that kind of role requires patience and discipline, because the performance is about belonging naturally inside the frame. Sarstedt has remained a low-profile figure compared with the main cast, but his contribution still matters to viewers who notice the details that make television worlds believable. In 2026, he is 85, and William Mackenzie stands for the unseen crew members who helped make Voyager feel inhabited, not just imagined. Naomi Wildman, the first child born aboard Voyager and one of the crew's brightest symbols of hope, was portrayed by Scarlett Pomers. She was born on November 28, 1988, in Riverside, California, and was 9 when she first appeared as Naomi in 1998. Naomi works because she gives the Delta Quadrant journey a future. In a story about adults desperate to get home, she represents the strange reality that life continues even in exile. Pomers played her with intelligence and natural curiosity, making Naomi feel unusually capable for a child raised on a starship. Her bond with Seven of Nine became one of the show's most touching relationships, softening Seven while giving Naomi a mentor unlike anyone else. The character also brought warmth to the crew, reminding viewers that Voyager was not only a mission, but a community. After Star Trek, Pomers became known for Reba, but later stepped away from acting, focusing on music and personal wellness after facing health struggles connected to an eating disorder. In 2026, she is 37, and Naomi remains one of Voyager's gentlest ideas, a child growing up among stars, danger, and people determined to protect tomorrow. Seska, the deceptive Cardassian spy whose betrayal cut deep into Voyager's fragile early trust, was portrayed by Martha Hackett. She was born on February 21, 1961, in Boston, Massachusetts, and was 34 when Star Trek Voyager premiered in 1995. Seska works because she turns the ship's unity into something unstable. At first, she appears to be a Bajoran Maquis crew member, but the revelation that she is Cardassian and willing to manipulate Chakotay, the Kazan, and Voyager itself makes her one of the show's sharpest early antagonists. Hackett played her with intelligence and controlled danger, giving Seska more than simple villain energy. She's as ambitious, resentful, strategic, and willing to use intimacy as a weapon. Her pregnancy storyline and obsession with power made her conflict with Voyager personal in a way few early villains managed. Hackett later continued working in television, voice acting, and genre projects, remaining especially remembered by Star Trek fans for a character who burned brightly in limited time. In 2026, she is 65, and Seska remains one of Voyager's best reminders that the greatest threat aboard a stranded ship may come from someone already inside the crew. Icheb, the young Brunali ex-Borg, whose intelligence and vulnerability made him one of Voyager's most memorable late additions, was portrayed by Manu Intiraymi. He was born on April 22, 1978, in Santa Cruz, California, and was 21 when he first appeared in 2000. Icheb works because his story echoes Seven of Nine's, but from a younger and even more fragile perspective. Rescued from the collective, he must learn individuality, trust, and identity, while carrying the trauma of having been used as a weapon against the Borg. Intiraymi played him with quiet sensitivity, making Icheb feel brilliant but emotionally unfinished. His mentorship under Seven gave both characters new layers, turning her from recovering drone into teacher and protector. Icheb's later fate in Star Trek Picard was brutally tragic, making his Voyager innocence feel even more poignant in retrospect. Outside Star Trek, Intiraymi has worked in independent film, acting projects, and fan events, maintaining a connection with science fiction audiences. In 2026, he is 48, and Icheb remains remembered as one of Voyager's gentle survivors, a young man trying to become more than what was done to him. Ensign Vorik, the young Vulcan engineer whose logic occasionally cracked under pressure, was portrayed by Alexander Enberg. He was born on April 5, 1972, in the United States, and was 24 when he first appeared on Star Trek Voyager in 1997. Vorik works because he adds another Vulcan presence to a ship already shaped by Tuvok's discipline, but from a younger and less settled angle. As part of B'Elanna Terra's engineering team, he is technically capable, precise, and restrained, until episodes like Blood Fever reveal the biological and emotional forces even Vulcans cannot simply ignore. Enberg played him with a dry, controlled quality that made Vorik's moments of conflict stand out more sharply. His character helped show that Vulcan identity was not monolithic. Logic may be the ideal, but struggle still exists beneath the surface. Enberg's connection to Star Trek also runs through family as the son of Jerry Taylor, one of Voyager's key creative producers. He later worked in acting and behind-the-scenes production, keeping close to storytelling in different forms. In 2026, he is 54, and Vorik remains a small but intriguing part of Voyager's engineering world. Ensign Samantha Wildman, the xenobiologist whose motherhood gave Voyager one of its most tender human threads, was portrayed by Nancy Hauer. She was born on May 11, 1966, in Wyckoff, New Jersey, and was 28 when Star Trek Voyager premiered in 1995. Samantha works because her story makes the ship's isolation painfully personal. She discovers she is pregnant after Voyager is stranded, meaning her daughter Naomi will be born into uncertainty, far from the home Samantha expected to return to. Hauer played her with warmth and quiet strength, showing a scientist and mother learning to raise a child inside a starship community. Her presence helped soften the scale of Voyager's journey. Getting home was not just about Starfleet duty, but about families, children, and futures being reshaped by distance. Though Samantha appeared only occasionally, Naomi's later role kept her influence alive. Outside Star Trek, Hauer built a varied career as an actress, writer, producer, and director, often working behind the camera as much as in front of it. In 2026, she is 59, and Samantha Wildman remains an understated part of Voyager's heart, the mother who made the ship's long voyage feel like a home being built in motion. Lieutenant Joe Carey, the dependable Starfleet engineer, whose early presence helped define Voyager's divided crew, was portrayed by Josh Clark. He was born on August 16, 1955 in Bethesda, Maryland, and was 39 when Star Trek Voyager premiered in 1995. Carey works because he represents the professional Starfleet side of engineering before B'Elanna Torres fully earns command of the department. His tension with her in the early episodes reflects one of the show's central challenges: merging trained Starfleet officers with former Maquis rebels under desperate conditions. Clark played Carey with quiet dignity, making him feel competent, loyal, and understandably frustrated without turning him into an antagonist. His later return in Friendship 1 gave the character a surprisingly emotional ending, reminding viewers that even recurring crew members had lives, hopes, and families waiting far away. Outside Voyager, Clark worked steadily in television, film, and theater, appearing in projects across several decades and remaining part of the broader Star Trek community. In 2026, he is 70, and Joe Carey remains a reminder that Voyager's journey was carried by many officers whose sacrifices were felt most strongly when they were suddenly gone. Reginald Barclay, the anxious but brilliant Starfleet engineer who became Voyager's lifeline from the Alpha Quadrant, was portrayed by Dwight Schultz. He was born on November 24, 1947, in Baltimore, Maryland, and was 47 when Star Trek Voyager premiered in 1995. Barclay works because he brings vulnerability into Starfleet's polished world. Originally introduced on The Next Generation, he is socially awkward, nervous, and often trapped in his own imagination, but his intelligence and empathy make him essential. In Voyager, that emotional sensitivity becomes a strength as he obsesses over contacting Janeway's lost crew through the Pathfinder project. Schultz played him with humor and tenderness, turning Barclay from comic outsider into one of the people most determined to bring Voyager home. Before Star Trek, Schultz was already beloved as Howling Mad Murdoch on the A-Team, and he later built a major voice acting career in animation and video games. In 2026, he is 78, and Barclay remains one of the franchise's most relatable figures, proof that even the nervous, awkward, underestimated person can become the one who finds the way back. Neelix, the cheerful Talaxian cook, guide, and morale officer who turned Voyager into something closer to a home, was portrayed by Ethan Phillips. He was born on February 8, 1955, in Garden City, New York, and was 40 when the series premiered in 1995. Neelix works because he is easy to underestimate. At first, he seems like comic relief: loud clothes, strange food, too much enthusiasm. But beneath that brightness is a survivor of war, loss, and displacement. Phillips gave him a nervous warmth that made Neelix both funny and quietly sad, a man determined to be useful, because belonging mattered to him more than he admitted. His friendships with Kes, Tuvok, Naomi Wildman, and the rest of the crew helped soften Voyager's isolation. Some episodes revealed real darkness in his past, especially the trauma of losing his family, giving the character more emotional weight than his kitchen disasters suggested. Beyond Star Trek, Phillips built a long stage, film, and television career, with roles in Benson, Inside Llewyn Davis, and many guest appearances. In 2026, he is 71, and Neelix remains Voyager's unlikely heart, noisy, generous, wounded, and always trying to make strangers feel like family. 7 of 9. The former Borg drone who struggled to reclaim her humanity changed Star Trek. Voyager Forever was portrayed by Jeri Ryan. She was born on February 22, 1968, in Munich, West Germany, and was 29 when she joined the series in 1997. 7 works because she enters the show as both threat and tragedy, a woman stolen from childhood, raised by the collective, and suddenly forced to become an individual again. Ryan played her with icy precision and buried vulnerability, turning clipped speech and controlled movement into signs of trauma, curiosity, and slow emotional awakening. Her relationships with Janeway, the Doctor, and Naomi Wildman became central to the later seasons, exploring identity, freedom, memory, and the painful work of becoming human. The role made Ryan a science fiction icon, but she later proved her range in Boston Public, Body of Proof, and other television work. Her return as Seven in Star Trek, Picard gave the character a darker, more mature second life. In 2026, Ryan is 58, and Seven remains one of Star Trek's most compelling survivors, proof that liberation is only the beginning of healing. And that's our look back at Star Trek, Voyager Then and Now, a journey about distance, survival, loyalty, and the hope of finding home again. Some cast members became Star Trek legends, some built new careers behind the camera, and others stepped away from the spotlight in surprising ways. But every Delta Quadrant danger, every hard choice, and every step closer to Earth still carries their legacy. Which cast member's story surprised you most? Share your thoughts in the comments. And if you enjoyed this voyage through classic sci-fi history, don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us again on Hollywood 1960s. Before Star Trek, Deep Space Nine, Star Trek usually looked outward, toward new planets, new life, and clean ideals. But in 1993, one space station changed everything. DS9 brought faith, war, occupation, politics, family, and moral compromise into the heart of the franchise. Behind those darker stories were actors who faced career reinvention, tragic losses, surprising returns, and legacies far beyond the promenade. Today, we're looking back at the cast of Deep Space Nine, Then and Now, and the real lives behind Star Trek's boldest frontier. Captain Benjamin Ben Sisko, the commanding officer whose strength, grief, and faith gave Star Trek Deep Space Nine its powerful identity, was portrayed by Avery Brooks. He was born on October 2, 1948, in Evansville, Indiana, and was 45 when the series began in 1993. Sisko works because he is unlike any Star Trek captain before him. He is not only a Starfleet officer, but a wizard father, a wartime leader, and the reluctant emissary to the Bajoran people. Brooks played him with intensity and stillness, giving Sisko a presence that could feel tender with Jake, fierce in command, and almost mythic when confronting destiny. His leadership made Deep Space Nine darker, more political, and more morally complicated than earlier Trek. Outside the franchise, Brooks built a respected career in theater, music, and education, and was already known for Spencer, For Hire and A Man Called Hawk. In 2026, he is 77, and Sisko remains one of science fiction's most layered captains. A man who carried war, fatherhood, prophecy, and sacrifice in the same steady voice. Jake Sisko, the thoughtful son whose growth gave Star Trek Deep Space Nine its most human family story, was portrayed by Cirroc Lofton. He was born on August 7, 1978, in Los Angeles, California, and was only 15 when the series premiered in 1993. Jake works because he is not defined by Starfleet rank or ambition. He grows up on a station surrounded by war, politics, aliens, and prophecy, yet his dream is to become a writer, not an officer. Lofton played him with natural warmth, letting Jake mature from a curious teenager into a young man shaped by loss, friendship, and moral observation. His bond with Benjamin Sisko became one of the strongest father-son relationships in science fiction, especially because it showed love through ordinary moments, not just crisis. After the series, Lofton continued acting and later became active in podcasts and fan conversations, helping keep Deep Space Nine's legacy alive. In 2026, he is 47, and Jake remains a rare Star Trek figure, a civilian voice in a military world, proving that courage can also come from watching, feeling, and writing the truth. Dr. Julian Bashir, the brilliant young physician whose idealism slowly hardened into wisdom, was portrayed by Alexander Siddig. He was born on November 20, 1965 in Sudan and was 27 when Deep Space Nine began in 1993. Bashir works because he begins almost too confident, gifted, charming, eager to prove himself on the frontier, but the station changes him. War, espionage, genetic secrets, and moral compromise force him to grow beyond the romantic idea of being a hero doctor. Siddig gave Bashir an unusual arc, moving from youthful arrogance into compassion, intelligence, and emotional maturity. His friendship with Miles O'Brien became one of the show's warmest relationships, while his hidden genetic enhancement storyline added questions about identity and ethics. After Star Trek, Siddig built a varied career across international film and television, appearing in Syriana, Game of Thrones, Gotham, and many period dramas. In 2026, he is 60, and Bashir still feels fascinating because he was never just the genius in sickbay. He was a man learning what responsibility really costs. Chief Miles O'Brien, the dependable engineer whose working-class honesty helped ground Deep Space Nine, was portrayed by Colm Meaney. He was born on May 30, 1953, in Dublin, Ireland, and was 39 when he joined the series in 1993 after years on The Next Generation. O'Brien works because he feels like the ordinary man inside extraordinary events. He is not a captain, prophet, spy, or warrior. He fixes what breaks, worries about his family, argues with friends, and keeps going when the job becomes unbearable. Meaney played him with dry humor and quiet emotional truth, making O'Brien one of Star Trek's most relatable figures. His friendship with Bashir brought warmth and comedy, while his darker episodes explored trauma, captivity, war, and sacrifice with surprising force. Outside Star Trek, Meaney built a respected career in film and television, including The Commitments, The Snapper, Layer Cake, and Hell on Wheels. In 2026, he is 72, and O'Brien remains beloved because he made the future feel lived in. Not perfect, not glamorous, but honest, tired, loyal, and deeply human. Major Kira Nerys, the fierce Bajoran officer whose past as a resistance fighter shaped every part of her life, was portrayed by Nana Visitor. She was born on July 26, 1957, in New York City, and was 35 when Deep Space Nine premiered in 1993. Kira works because she brings anger, faith, trauma, and courage into the heart of Star Trek. She is not a polished diplomat at first. She is a survivor of occupation, suspicious of authority, and unwilling to soften the truth for comfort. Visitor played her with fire and vulnerability, allowing Kira to grow without losing the scars that made her real. Her journey through politics, religion, forgiveness, and love gave the show some of its richest emotional material, especially in her relationships with Odo and Sisko. After the series, Visitor continued acting on television and stage, and she later became deeply connected to Star Trek discussions about women, legacy, and representation. In 2026, she is 68, and Kira remains one of the franchise's strongest characters, not because she was fearless, but because she learned how to live after fear had shaped her. Quark, the Ferengi bartender whose schemes turned profit into philosophy, was portrayed by Armin Shimmerman. He was born on November 5, 1949 in Lakewood, New Jersey, and was 43 when Deep Space Nine began in 1993. Quark works because he is funny, selfish, clever, and far more complicated than he first appears. He runs his bar like a battlefield of deals, bribes, gossip, and survival. Yet beneath the greed is loyalty to family, a strange affection for Odo, and an ability to expose hypocrisy in Starfleet's polished ideals. Shimmerman gave Quark speed, wit, an unexpected tenderness under heavy prosthetics, transforming the Ferengi from comic caricatures into a culture with rules, contradictions, and soul. Outside Star Trek, Shimmerman built a rich career in acting, voice work, teaching, and writing, including roles in Buffy the Vampire Slayer and many animated projects. In 2026, he is 76, and Quark remains one of DS9's great achievements. A businessman, survivor, comic irritant, and unlikely moral commentator who made the station feel alive. Lieutenant Commander Worf, the honorable Klingon officer whose story deepened dramatically on Deep Space Nine, was portrayed by Michael Dorn. He was born on December 9, 1952, in Luling, Texas, and was 42 when he joined DS9 in 1995 after becoming a fan favorite on The Next Generation. Worf works here because the station gives him a harsher, more complicated world than the Enterprise ever did. He must balance Starfleet duty, Klingon politics, wartime command, and eventually love with Jadzia Dax. Dorn played him with intensity and restraint, allowing Worf's rigid code of honor to collide with grief, marriage, fatherhood, and political betrayal. His relationship with Martok gave him a new kind of family, while the Dominion War tested every belief he carried. Beyond Star Trek, Dorn built a long career in acting and voice work, appearing across animation, games, and genre television. In 2026, he is 73, and Worf's DS9 years remain essential because they turned him from a fascinating warrior into a fully wounded, loyal, and evolving man. Nog, the Ferengi teenager who became Starfleet's first Ferengi officer, was portrayed by Aaron Eisenberg. He was born on January 6, 1969, in Los Angeles, California, and was 24 when Deep Space Nine premiered in 1993. Nog works because his journey is one of the show's most surprising transformations. He begins as Jake Sisko's mischievous friend, a boy shaped by Ferengi expectations and Quark's bar, but slowly reveals ambition, discipline, and a hunger to become something different. Eisenberg played him with humor, vulnerability, and growing strength, making Nog's decision to join Starfleet feel genuinely moving. His Dominion War trauma, especially after losing his leg, gave the series one of its most powerful portraits of recovery and emotional pain. Outside Star Trek, Eisenberg remained beloved within the fan community and later co-hosted a podcast with Cirroc Lofton, revisiting DS9 with warmth and insight. He passed away in 2019 at only 50 from complications related to kidney failure. Nog's legacy still feels deeply personal to fans, a reminder that even the character first treated as comic relief can become one of the bravest souls on the station. Garak, the charming Cardassian tailor, whose every smile seemed to hide another secret, was portrayed by Andrew Robinson. He was born on February 14, 1942, in New York City, and was 51 when he first appeared in 1993. Garak works because he turns ambiguity into art. Is he a spy, exile, liar, patriot, coward, survivor, or all of those at once? Robinson's played him with wit, danger, and melancholy, making even a casual conversation feel like a chess match. His bond with Dr. Bashir became one of DS9's most intriguing relationships, full of curiosity, manipulation, and strange affection. Through Garak, the series explored exile, torture, loyalty, shame, and the damage done by authoritarian regimes. Robinson had already made a strong impression in film as the killer in Dirty Harry, and later built a rich career in acting, directing, and teaching. He also wrote the Garak-focused novel A Stitch in Time, now treasured by fans. In 2026, he is 84, and Garak remains one of Star Trek's greatest supporting characters. Proof that sometimes the most honest man in the room is the one who admits he is lying. Rom, Quark's gentle brother whose awkwardness hid a surprisingly brave heart, was portrayed by Max Grodenchik. He was born on October 28, 1952, in Brooklyn, New York, and was 40 when Deep Space Nine began in 1993. Rom works because he quietly overturns expectations. At first, he seems like a nervous, bumbling Ferengi trapped in Quark's shadow. But over time, he becomes an engineer, a union organizer, a devoted father, a loving husband, and eventually Grand Nagus. Grodenchik played him with comic sweetness, never mocking Rom's softness, but turning it into his greatest strength. His relationship with Nog gave the Ferengi story's emotional weight, while his marriage to Leeta gave him a joyful late-series transformation. Before and after DS9, Grodenchik worked in television, film, and theater, often appearing in roles that used his timing and warmth. In 2026, he is 73, and Rom remains one of the show's kindest surprises, a character who proved that intelligence, courage, and leadership do not always arrive looking confident. Gul Dukat, the charismatic Cardassian officer whose charm made his cruelty even more disturbing, was portrayed by Mark Alaimo. He was born on May 5, 1942, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and was 50 when Deep Space Nine began in 1993. Dukat works because he refuses to see himself as a villain. He craves admiration, insists he was benevolent during the occupation of Bajor, and wraps terrible acts in self-pity and grand speeches. Alaimo played him with dangerous elegance, making Dukat seductive, arrogant, wounded, and terrifyingly convincing. His relationship with Kira, his obsession with power, and his descent into madness gave DS9 one of Star Trek's most complex antagonists. Before Dukat, Alaimo had already appeared in several Star Trek roles, helping shape the Cardassian presence even before DS9 fully explored it. His career includes decades of television work across dramas, westerns, and science fiction. In 2026, he is 83, and Gul Dukat remains unforgettable because he shows how evil often survives by telling itself a heroic story. The Cardassian Guard, one of the stern military figures who helped define the intimidating presence of Cardassian authority, was portrayed by Dennis Madalone. He was born on September 29, 1954, in New York City, and was 38 when Deep Space Nine premiered in 1993. The role works because DS9's political world needed more than leaders like Dukat or Garak. It needed the machinery of occupation to feel visible. Guards, soldiers, and enforcers gave Cardassian power a physical edge, reminding viewers that occupation was not only policy but daily pressure backed by uniforms and force. Madalone's performance added to that atmosphere, but his greater importance to Star Trek came through stunt work. Across multiple Trek series, he helped choreograph fights, falls, explosions, and moments of physical danger that made the universe feel active and risky. Stunt coordinators rarely receive the same attention as actors, yet their craft shapes the audience's belief in every battle and escape. In 2026, Madalone is 71, and his Star Trek legacy is not limited to one guard. It lives in the movement, impact, and danger behind countless scenes. The computer voice, the calm and authoritative sound of station systems across Deep Space Nine, was performed by Majel Barrett. She was born on February 23, 1932, in Cleveland, Ohio, and was 61 when DS9 premiered in 1993. The voice works because it instantly connects the station to the larger Star Trek universe. Even when Deep Space Nine felt darker, stranger, and more politically tangled than the Enterprise, Barrett's familiar tone reminded fans they were still inside the same future. Her contribution goes far beyond this series. She appeared in the original Star Trek pilot, played Nurse Christine Chapel in the original series, brought comic elegance to Lwaxana Troi, and voiced computers across multiple shows and films. As Gene Roddenberry's wife and one of the franchise's longest-running presences, she became known as the First Lady of Star Trek. Barrett passed away from leukemia in 2008 at the age of 76, but her voice remains one of the franchise's most intimate signatures. It is not just a computer fans here. It is continuity, memory, and the sound of Star Trek itself. Wei Yun, the smiling Vorta diplomat whose politeness made the Dominion even more unsettling, was portrayed by Jeffrey Combs. He was born on September 9, 1954, in Oxnard, California, and was 40 when he first appeared on DS9 in 1994. Wei Yun works because he is terrifying without raising his voice. He praises the founders with religious devotion, speaks with soft courtesy, and delivers threats as if discussing dinner plans. Combs played him with slippery charm, turning Wei Yun into one of Star Trek's most memorable recurring villains. The cloned nature of the character allowed Combs to return again and again, making each Wei Yun familiar but slightly different. His exchanges with Dukat, Damar, and the female shapeshifter gave the Dominion War a strange theatrical elegance. Combs became a genre icon far beyond this role, known for Reanimator, The Frighteners, and multiple Star Trek characters including Brunt and Shran. In 2026, he is 71, and Wei Yun remains a perfect example of his gift, making the Strange feel intelligent, funny, and deeply dangerous. Mapella, the Bajoran woman whose appearances added warmth and texture to life aboard Deep Space Nine, was portrayed by Kathy DeBuono. She was born on March 20, 1970, in the United States, and was 26 when she first appeared in 1996. Mapella works because DS9 was not only about captains, war rooms, and political crises. It was also about the people who made the station feel inhabited. As one of Quark's Dabo girls, she belonged to the social heartbeat of the Promenade, a place where business, gossip, temptation, and survival mixed every day. DeBuono brought confidence and presence to a role that could easily have faded into the background, helping give Quark's bar the feel of a real workplace with familiar faces. Outside Star Trek, DeBuono built a varied career as an actress, host, therapist, and advocate, later becoming known for work in LGBTQ media and wellness. In 2026, she is 56, and Mapella remains one of those smaller DS9 presences that fans remember because the station was built from details, not only legends, but everyday lives moving through the Promenade. Martok, the battle-scared Klingon general whose honor felt earned through suffering, was portrayed by J.G. Hertzler. He was born on March 18, 1950 in Savannah, Georgia, and was 42 when DS9 began in 1993. Martok works because he is not a polished noble warrior at first glance. He is rough, loud, damaged, and deeply alive, a man shaped by captivity, war, and loyalty rather than ceremony. Hertzler played him with volcanic energy and surprising tenderness, turning Martok into one of Star Trek's greatest Klingons. His bond with Worf gave both characters a richer sense of family and belonging, while his rise to Chancellor showed that true leadership could come from endurance, not privilege. Beyond DS9, Hertzler became a fan favorite through other Star Trek appearances, voice work, theater, teaching, and even political activism in New York. In 2026, he is 76, and Martok still feels like the Klingon many fans would follow into battle. Fierce, imperfect, loyal, and happiest when honor is backed by action. Lieutenant Ezri Dax, the young counselor suddenly carrying the memories of the Dax symbiont, was portrayed by Nicole DeBoer. She was born on December 20, 1970, in Toronto, Canada, and was 27 when she joined DS9 in 1998. Ezri works because she enters the series under impossible emotional pressure. She is not Jadzia, yet she carries Jadzia's memories, friendships, and unfinished relationships into a crew still grieving. DeBoer played her with nervous intelligence and vulnerability, making Ezri's confusion part of the story rather than a weakness. Her final season arc explored identity in a raw way. What happens when a person inherits wisdom before she is ready to understand herself? Ezri's relationships with Worf, Bashir, and Sisko helped the show process loss while moving toward its ending. Outside Star Trek, DeBoer became known for The Dead Zone, Cube, and numerous television roles in Canada and the United States. In 2026, she is 55, and Ezri remains a brave late addition, a character trying to find her own voice while living with the echoes of many others. Damar, the Cardassian officer whose evolution became one of DS9's most unexpected redemption arcs, was portrayed by Casey Biggs. He was born on April 4, 1955, in Columbus, Ohio, and was 40 when he first appeared in 1996. Damar works because he begins as a loyal man inside a brutal system, someone who follows Dukat, serves Cardassia, and accepts the machinery around him. But war changes him. Guilt, occupation, and the destruction of his people force Damar to see the truth of what Cardassia has done and what the Dominion is doing to it. Biggs played that transformation with increasing weariness and power, turning Damar from a secondary officer into a resistance leader whose final stand carried real emotional weight. Outside Star Trek, Biggs has worked in television, film, theater, music, and teaching, often bringing the same grounded intensity to his roles. In 2026, he is 71, and Damar remains unforgettable because his story shows that redemption is not clean or easy. Sometimes it begins only after a man realizes he has helped build the prison around him. Kiko O'Brien, the botanist and mother whose life on Deep Space Nine gave the series a more domestic kind of realism, was portrayed by Rosalind Chow. She was born on September 23, 1957 in Anaheim, California, and was 35 when DS9 began in 1993. Keiko works because she reminds viewers that frontier life is not only heroic. It is also inconvenient, lonely, and hard on families. She loves Miles, raises Molly, continues her scientific work, and struggles with the limits of living on a station built for conflict rather than comfort. Chow played her with warmth and firmness, never reducing Keiko to simply the chief's wife. Her school on the station, her marriage tensions, and her devotion to family made the O'Briens feel unusually real for science fiction. Outside Star Trek, Chow built a long career in film and television, with memorable roles in The Joy Luck Club, Mulan, What Dreams May Come, and many modern series. In 2026, she is 68, and Keiko remains important because she brought ordinary life into extraordinary space. Marriage, work, children, and the hard choice to keep building a home. Lita, the warm-hearted Bajoran Dabo girl who grew into one of DS9's most beloved supporting characters, was portrayed by Chase Masterson. She was born on February 26, 1963, in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and was 32 when she first appeared in 1995. Lita works because she surprises people. At first, she seems like part of Quark's bar atmosphere, but over time she reveals intelligence, independence, loyalty, and a strong sense of dignity. Masterson played her with sweetness and sparkle, while also letting Lita become more than the role others expected her to fill. Her relationships with Bashir, Rom, and the station community gave her a gentle but meaningful arc, especially as she supported Rom's growth and challenged Ferengi assumptions. Outside Star Trek, Masterson continued acting, singing, voice work, and convention appearances, while also becoming known for anti-bullying advocacy through her Pop Culture Hero Coalition. In 2026, she is 63, and Lita remains a fan favorite because she proved that kindness and glamour could exist alongside courage, self-respect, and real growth. Cassidy Yates, the independent freighter captain who brought love, strength, and grounded humanity into Benjamin Sisko's life, was portrayed by Penny Johnson-Gerald. She was born on March 14, 1961, in Baltimore, Maryland, and was 34 when she joined DS9 in 1995. Cassidy works because she is never just the captain's love interest. She has her own ship, her own convictions, and enough courage to stand beside Sisko without being absorbed by his destiny. Gerald played her with warmth and self-possession, making Cassidy feel like a woman who understood both romance and risk. Her Maquis-related imprisonment complicated the relationship, but it also proved DS9's willingness to let love exist with moral consequences. Her marriage to Sisko gave the final season's emotional grounding amid war and prophecy. Outside Star Trek, Gerald built a strong television career in 24, Castle, and The Orville, often playing sharp, authoritative women with emotional depth. In 2026, she is 65, and Cassidy remains essential because she gave Sisko something beyond command, a future worth wanting, even when fate pulled him away. The female shapeshifter, the cold and commanding founder whose will shaped the Dominion War, was portrayed by Salome Jens. She was born on May 8, 1935, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and was 58 when she first appeared in 1994. The character works because she is terrifyingly calm. She does not need rage or spectacle. Her authority comes from absolute certainty that solids are dangerous and must be controlled. Jens played her with icy elegance, giving the founder a maternal pull toward Odo and a ruthless political mind toward everyone else. Through her, DS9 explored fear, authoritarianism, and the seductive comfort of belonging to a collective that demands obedience. Jens had already appeared in The Next Generation before becoming the face of the Founders, and her wider career included theater, film, and television stretching back decades. In 2026, she is 90, and the female shapeshifter remains one of Star Trek's most unsettling villains. Not loud, not chaotic, but quietly convinced that domination is simply survival with better organization. Kai Wynn, The ambitious Bajoran religious leader whose piety hid a dangerous hunger for power was portrayed by Louise Fletcher. She was born on July 22, 1934, in Birmingham, Alabama, and was 58 when DS9 premiered in 1993. Wynn works because she is frighteningly believable. She rarely presents herself as evil. Instead, she speaks softly, invokes faith, and uses grievance as a weapon. Fletcher played her with exquisite control, turning a gentle smile and the phrase, "my child," into something fans learned to distrust instantly. Wynn's jealousy of Sisko, rivalry with Kira, and eventual fall toward darkness made her one of Star Trek's most complex political and religious antagonists. Fletcher had already secured film history with her Oscar-winning role as Nurse Ratched in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and she brought that same talent for quiet menace into DS9. She passed away in 2022 at the age of 88. Kai Wynn remains unforgettable because she shows how dangerous ambition becomes when it wears the language of holiness. Admiral William Ross, the Starfleet commander whose calm authority helped steer the Federation through the Dominion War, was portrayed by Barry Jenner. He was born on January 14, 1941, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and was 56 when he first appeared in 1997. Ross works because he brings military realism into DS9's final chapters. He is not a distant bureaucrat. He is a wartime leader making impossible decisions, trusting Sisko while carrying the larger burden of Federation strategy. Jenner played him with restraint and weight, making Ross feel professional, pragmatic, and sometimes morally uncomfortable, especially when the series pushed Starfleet into darker territory. His presence helped show how the Dominion War changed everyone, even institutions built on idealism. Outside Star Trek, Jenner worked steadily in television for decades, including roles on Dallas, Family Matters, and many guest appearances that made him a familiar face. He passed away in 2016 at the age of 75. Admiral Ross remains part of DS9's wartime identity, a reminder that leadership in crisis often means choosing between imperfect options and living with the consequences. Molly O'Brien, the beloved daughter of Miles and Kiko, whose childhood brought warmth to Deep Space Nine, was portrayed by Hannah Hattai. She was born on July 15, 1988, in Tarzana, California, and was only 4 when DS9 premiered in 1993. Molly works because she reminds the audience what everyone is really trying to protect. Around her are wars, spies, prophets, Kardashians, Klingons, and Dominion threats, but Molly's presence brings the story back to family. Hattai gave the role natural childhood sweetness, appearing in small moments that made the O'Brien household feel real. Her most memorable storyline, Time's Orphan, used science fiction tragedy to explore parental love, loss, and the terror of losing a child to forces no one can control. After Star Trek, Hattai largely stepped away from acting, though she remained warmly remembered by fans and returned occasionally for franchise-related events. In 2026, she is 37, and Molly remains one of DS9's quiet emotional anchors, not a soldier or officer, but a child whose innocence made the station worth defending. Constable Odo, the shape-shifting security chief whose search for belonging became one of Deep Space Nine's most moving stories, was portrayed by René Auberjonois. He was born on June 1, 1940, in New York City, and was 53 when the series premiered in 1993. Odo works because he begins as an outsider in every possible way. He is a changeling raised among solids, a lawman who trusts order more than people, and a lonely soul who hides vulnerability behind discipline and dry wit. Auberjonois gave him emotional depth beneath the makeup, using voice, posture, and restraint to reveal a man who wanted connection but feared needing it. His relationship with Kira Nerys slowly opened the character's heart, while his link to the Founders made his identity painfully complicated during the Dominion War. Beyond Star Trek, Auberjonois had a rich career across stage, film, animation, and television, including Benson, MASH, and voice work in The Little Mermaid. He passed away to 2019 at the age of 79 from metastatic lung cancer. Odo remains unforgettable, stern, wounded, loyal, and always searching for home. Lieutenant Commander Jizia Dax, the brilliant Trill science officer carrying lifetimes of memory within her, was portrayed by Terry Farrell. She was born on November 19, 1963, in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and was 29 when Deep Space Nine began in 1993. Jadzia works because she feels young and ancient at the same time. As host to the Dax symbiont, she carries the memories of previous lives, yet she lives with humor, curiosity, and a striking sense of ease. Farrell played her with warmth and confidence, making Jadzia intelligent without stiffness and wise without heaviness. Her friendships, especially with Sisko and Bashir, and her marriage to Worf, gave the series romance, humor, and emotional stakes. Farrell's departure after Season 6 led to Jadzia's sudden death, a choice that many fans still discuss with sadness. After DS9, she starred in Becker and later stepped back from Hollywood for a quieter life before returning to fan events. In 2026, Farrell is 62, and Jadzia remains beloved, a woman of many lifetimes whose time on the station still felt far too short. And that's our look back at Star Trek: Deep Space Nine, Then and Now, a series that dared to make the future complicated, painful, and deeply human. Some cast members became franchise legends, some found new lives beyond the station, and others left us far too soon. But every story of faith, war, family, loyalty, and sacrifice still echoes through the corridors of DS9. Which cast member's journey surprised you most? Share your thoughts in the comments, and if you enjoyed this trip through classic sci-fi history, don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us again on Hollywood 1960s. Before polished crime dramas took over TV, Hunter hit like a punch. Loud guns, hard streets, and detectives who didn't always play clean. Rick Hunter and Dee Dee McCall carried the badge, but the faces around them gave the show its danger, depth, and memory. Decades later, some became legends, some faded quietly, and some left us far too soon. This is Hunter, Then and Now. Rick Hunter, the tough, broad-shouldered police sergeant who gave Hunter its hard-edged identity, was portrayed by Fred Dreyer. He was born on July 6, 1946, in Hawthorne, California, and was 38 when the series premiered in 1984. Hunter works because he feels built from the rougher side of 1980s crime television. Direct, stubborn, street-smart, and willing to push against the system when justice seems out of reach. Dreyer brought a physical authority to the role that came naturally from his earlier life as an NFL defensive end, but he also gave Hunter a dry sense of humor and a strong moral center. His partnership with Dee Dee McCall gave the series its emotional balance: force and instinct on one side, intelligence and empathy on the other. Before acting, Dreyer had played 13 seasons in the NFL, and after Hunter, he continued working in film, television, radio, and production. In 2026, he turns 80, and Rick Hunter remains his signature screen legacy, a cop show hero from an era when justice arrived with grit, attitude, and a gravelly voice. Captain Charles Devane, the firm but measured superior who helped give Hunter a stronger precinct structure, was portrayed by Charles Hallahan. He was born on July 29, 1943, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and was 43 when he joined the series in 1986. Devane works because he gives Rick Hunter and Dee Dee McCall someone to answer to, not just a boss, but an authority figure trying to balance procedure, pressure, and the unpredictable instincts of detectives who often work close to the edge. Hallahan played him with calm weight and natural credibility, never needing to overstate his authority to make it felt. That restraint made Devane a grounding presence in a show built on violence, pursuit, and moral urgency. Beyond Hunter, Hallahan had a wide career across film, stage, and television, appearing in The Thing, Dante's Peak, Hill Street Blues, MASH, and many other productions. He passed away in 1997 at the age of 54. Watching him now, Devane feels like the kind of character actor presence crime dramas always need: steady, believable, and quietly missed. Sporty James, the streetwise informant who brought quick wit and unexpected warmth into Hunter, was portrayed by Garrett Morris. He was born on February 1, 1937, in New Orleans, Louisiana, and was 49 when he first appeared on the series in 1986. Sporty works because he gives the show a different kind of intelligence. Not police training, not official authority, but the kind of survival knowledge that comes from knowing the streets, reading people, and understanding where trouble hides before it reaches the precinct. Morris played him with humor, rhythm, and a natural looseness that made Sporty stand out inside a hard-edged crime drama. His scenes helped soften the show's intensity without weakening its grit. Long before Hunter, Morris had already made television history as one of the original cast members of Saturday Night Live, and he later continued a long career across sitcoms, film, stage, and guest roles. In 2026, he's 89, still respected as a trailblazing comic performer. Sporty James remains a small but memorable part of Hunter, clever, colorful, and alive with street-level truth. Lieutenant Ambrose Finn, one of the steady authority figures within the police world of Hunter, was portrayed by John Sheeran. He was born on September 27, 1944, and was 42 when he first appeared in the role in 1986. Finn works because he brings balance to the precinct environment. In a series driven by Rick Hunter's aggressive instincts and Dee Dee McCall's sharp determination, a character like Finn helps create structure, the chain of command, the pressure of procedure, and the sense that every case exists inside a larger department. Sheeran played him with calm professionalism, never turning the role into a loud authority figure. Instead, he gave Finn a grounded presence that made the police setting feel more believable. Beyond the screen, Sheeran built an important life in theater and education, joining East Carolina University's School of Theater and Dance faculty in 1990 and helping shape productions and young performers for many years. He passed away in 2017 at the age of 72. Lieutenant Finn remains a quiet example of the character actors who gave Hunter its working realism, composed, credible, and deeply professional. Captain Wyler, a composed and authoritative figure in the world of Hunter, was portrayed by Bruce Davison. He was born on June 28, 1946, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and was 39 when he appeared in the series in 1985. Wyler works because he represents the pressure point between street-level policing and departmental responsibility. Rick Hunter and Dee Dee McCall often operate with urgency and instinct, but Wyler's presence reminds the audience that even in a tough crime drama, every action has consequences, politics, and procedure behind it. Davison played the role with quiet intelligence, giving authority a thoughtful edge rather than simple hardness. That quality has defined much of his career. Before and after Hunter, Davison built a respected body of work across film and television, including Willard, Longtime Companion, and the X-Men films, where he played Senator Robert Kelly. In 2026, he turns 80 and continues to be recognized as one of those actors who brings emotional depth even to restrained roles. Captain Wyler remains a controlled, steady presence, the kind of figure who made Hunter feel larger than one detective's instincts. Joanne Malensky, the tough and capable detective who brought a new dynamic to Hunter, was portrayed by Darlene Flugel. She was born on November 25, 1953, in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, and was 37 when she joined the series. Joanne works because she enters the show with discipline, sharp instincts, and a different emotional energy from the partners who came before her. She is professional, guarded, and strong enough to stand inside a violent world without losing her sense of purpose. Flugel played her with a cool intensity that fit the later tone of the series, giving Joanne both toughness and vulnerability. Her performance helped show the evolving role of women in television crime dramas, not just as side characters, but as investigators with their own judgment, courage, and scars. Beyond Hunter, Flugel appeared in films such as To Live and Die in L.A., Running Scared, and Once Upon a Time in America, building a screen presence marked by beauty, restraint, and edge. She passed away in 2017 at the age of 64 from complications of Alzheimer's disease. Joanne remains part of her legacy, strong, serious, and quietly haunting. Carlos, a dangerous antagonist whose presence added menace to Hunter, was portrayed by Richard Beauchamp. He was born on February 7, 1950, in Los Angeles, California, and was 35 when he appeared in the series. Carlos works because crime dramas depend on villains who feel specific enough to create real tension. He is not just another criminal face moving through an episode. He brings calculation, coldness, and a sense of threat that forces the detectives to meet darkness head-on. Beauchamp played him with controlled intensity, making Carlos feel like someone who understood power and danger without needing to explain himself too much. That kind of performance matters in a procedural world, where a guest antagonist has limited time to leave an impression. His role helped underline one of Hunter's central ideas. Justice is not abstract. It is fought for case by case, often against people who know exactly how to exploit fear. Beauchamp's life ended far too soon when he passed away in 1994 at the age of 44 from heart failure. Carlos remains a brief but memorable mark in Hunter, a reminder of how one sharp guest performance can deepen the danger of an episode. Captain Dolan, a commanding superior whose authority gave Hunter added weight, was portrayed by John Amos. He was born on December 27, 1939, in Newark, New Jersey, and was 45 when he took on the role. Dolan works because he brings moral firmness into a show driven by violence, pressure, and difficult choices. As a captain, he is not simply there to issue orders. He represents responsibility, judgment, and the burden of leadership when detectives are operating close to the edge. Amos played him with the kind of grounded strength that had defined so much of his career. His voice, posture, and directness made Dolan feel like a man who had earned his authority rather than inherited it. Long before Hunter, Amos had become beloved as James Evans Sr. on Good Times, and he later left a lasting mark in Roots, Coming to America, and many other films and television projects. He passed away in 2024 at the age of 84. Captain Dolan remains a proud part of a remarkable career, firm, principled, and carried by an actor who made strength feel human. Ruben Garcia, the loyal and street-smart officer who added texture to the department in Hunter, was portrayed by Rudy Ramos. He was born on September 19, 1950, in Lawton, Oklahoma, and was 37 when he first appeared on the series. Garcia works because he reflects the importance of the officers around the main detectives. The people who gather information, steady a scene, and make the department feel like a living institution rather than a backdrop. Ramos played him with quiet confidence, giving Garcia a grounded sense of experience and reliability. He did not need to dominate the story to matter. His presence helped build the team atmosphere that crime dramas depend on. Beyond Hunter, Ramos built a long and varied career across television, film, and stage, appearing in westerns, dramas, and character roles that showed his range and durability. In 2026, he turned 76 and remains connected to decades of American screen storytelling. Ruben Garcia may not be the loudest figure in the series, but he represents something essential: the steady professionals who stand beside the heroes and help the work get done. Dee Dee McCall, the fearless detective whose partnership with Rick Hunter became the emotional backbone of the series, was portrayed by Stepfanie Kramer. She was born on August 6, 1956 in Los Angeles, California, and was 28 when Hunter premiered in 1984. McCall works because she is tough without losing compassion, sharp without becoming cold, and strong enough to challenge Hunter rather than simply follow him. Kramer gave the role intelligence, emotional control, and a presence that helped make Dee Dee one of the defining female detectives of 1980s television. Her chemistry with Fred Dryer gave the show its signature balance. His blunt force matched against her discipline, insight, and moral clarity. McCall was important because she stood inside a male-dominated crime world as an equal, not decoration. Kramer later continued acting, writing, directing, and working in music, showing a creative life beyond the badge. In 2026, she turned 70, and Dee Dee McCall remains her most iconic role, a detective remembered not only for toughness, but for the steady humanity she carried into every case. Sergeant Chris Novak, the composed and capable detective who joined Hunter in its later years, was portrayed by Lauren Lane. She was born on February 2, 1961 in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and was 30 when she entered the series. Novak works because she brings a different kind of strength to Rick Hunter's world. She is not written as a copy of Dee Dee McCall, but as her own presence, professional, intelligent, steady under pressure, and able to hold her ground in dangerous situations. Lane played her with restraint and focus, giving Chris Novak a calm authority that fit the changing tone of the show. Her role also reflected the continuing shift in crime television, where female officers were increasingly shown as skilled investigators with judgment, resilience, and emotional complexity. After Hunter, Lane became widely recognized for comedy as Cece Babcock on The Nanny, proving her range across genres. She later devoted much of her career to theater and teaching, helping shape new performers through education. In 2026, she is 65, and Chris Novak remains a steady later chapter figure, thoughtful, strong, and professionally grounded. The detective, a minor but gritty law enforcement figure in Hunter, was portrayed by Don Edmonds. He was born on September 1, 1937, in Kansas City, Missouri, and was 49 when he appeared in the series. Though the role was brief, it works because Hunter depends on atmosphere, squad rooms, crime scenes, working officers, and the feeling that every investigation involves more than just the lead detectives. Edmonds brought a seasoned screen presence to the part, giving even a smaller appearance a sense of experience and edge. His career reached beyond acting. He also worked as a direct producer, moving through different corners of the entertainment industry, with a practical understanding of how scenes are built. Edmonds was associated with a wide range of film and television projects, and his presence in Hunter fits the show's world of hard faces, serious stakes, and street-level urgency. He passed away in 2009 at the age of 71 from liver cancer. His detective role may be small, but it belongs to a larger career defined by versatility, grit, and a willingness to work wherever the story needed him. Otto Minsky, the unstable demolitionist whose explosive vendetta brought real danger into Hunter, was portrayed by Anthony James. He was born on July 22, 1942, in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and was 43 when the episode Blow Up aired in 1986. Minsky works because he is built for tension. He is unpredictable, dangerous, and driven by revenge, creating the kind of threat that forces Rick Hunter into a race against time rather than a standard investigation. James played him with his familiar intensity, lean, unsettling, and impossible to ignore. Throughout his career, James specialized in characters who carried menace, appearing in films such as In the Heat of the Night, High Plains Drifter, and Unforgiven. He had the rare ability to make a villain feel disturbing with very little dialogue, using stillness and expression as much as words. In Hunter, that quality gave Minsky a sharp psychological edge. James passed away in 2020 at the age of 77 from cancer. Otto Minsky remains a dark, memorable guest role, a reminder of how Anthony James could turn danger into something quiet, focused, and deeply unsettling. Officer Myers, a dependable police officer whose presence helped support the world of Hunter, was portrayed by Grant L. Bush. He was born on December 24, 1955, in Los Angeles, California, and was 31 when he first appeared in the series. Myers works because not every important figure in a crime drama has to lead the investigation. Supporting officers create the sense of a real department, people who arrive at scenes, follow leads, assist detectives, and help hold the line when cases become dangerous. Bush played Myers with professionalism and physical confidence, giving the character a believable law enforcement presence. His wider career would go on to include memorable roles in action, drama, and science fiction, with appearances in Die Hard, Lethal Weapon, Demolition Man, and other major productions. He became one of those recognizable screen faces audiences associate with intensity, authority, and fast-moving stories. In 2026, Bush turns 71, and Officer Myers remains part of his early television footprint, a solid supporting presence in a series where every badge helped make the danger feel real. Brad Wilkes, an FBI agent whose presence brought federal pressure into the world of Hunter, was portrayed by Stanley Kamel. He was born on January 1, 1943 in South River, New Jersey, and was 44 when he appeared as Wilkes. The character works because he expands the scale of the investigations beyond local policing. When federal agents enter a story, the mood changes, Jurisdiction becomes complicated, cooperation becomes tense, and the case begins to feel larger than one precinct. Kamel played Wilkes with polish and controlled authority, giving the role a professional sharpness that fit the procedural world of the series. Across his career, Kamel became a familiar television presence, appearing in dramas, soaps, comedies, and crime shows, later becoming especially known as Dr. Charles Kroger on Monk. He had a gift for playing intelligent, composed men whose calm exterior could hold emotional weight. Kamel passed away in 2008 at the age of 65 from a heart attack. Brad Wilkes remains one of many examples of how he could enter a series, establish credibility quickly, and leave the story feeling more complete. Michael Stevens, a high-ranking drug enforcement official whose work intersected with the investigations in Hunter, was portrayed by Jack Bannon. He was born on June 14, 1940, in Los Angeles, California, and was 46 when he appeared as Stevens in 1986. The character works because narcotics cases in crime dramas often require coordination, strategy, and a wider institutional view. Stevens brings that sense of official weight, representing the agencies and departments working behind the street-level action. Bannon played him with a composed authority that made the role feel credible without overstating it. He understood the rhythm of television drama, how to make exposition, command, and professional tension feel natural. Beyond Hunter, Bannon built a long career across television and film, but many viewers remember him best as Art Donovan on Lou Grant, where he became part of one of television's respected newsroom dramas. He passed away in 2017 at the age of 77 from natural causes. Michael Stevens remains a compact but useful part of Hunter's world, a reminder that major cases are shaped not only by street pursuit, but by leadership behind the scenes. Deputy Chief Curtis Moorhead, a high-ranking official whose corruption brought a darker institutional threat into Hunter, was portrayed by Robert Vaughn. He was born on November 22, 1932, in New York City, and was 57 when he took on the role in 1989. Moorhead works because he shifts the danger from the street into the system itself. In a show built around cops chasing criminals, a corrupt superior adds a different kind of tension, the fear that power can protect wrongdoing, bury evidence, and turn justice into politics. Vaughn played him with elegant control, using his polished voice and refined presence to make Moorhead's authority feel both impressive and dangerous. That sophistication had defined much of Vaughn's career. He became internationally famous as Napoleon Solo in The Man from UNCLE, earned acclaim in film and television, and continued working for decades with remarkable consistency. He passed away in 2016 at the age of 83 from acute leukemia. Curtis Moorhead remains a strong later series role, proof that Robert Vaughn could make power feel charming, intelligent, and deeply suspect all at once. Otero, a character connected to one of Hunter's early investigations, was portrayed by Tony Plana. He was born on April 19, 1952, in Havana, Cuba, and was 32 when he appeared in the Season 1 episode The Beach Boy. Otero works because early episodes of a crime drama often rely on guest characters who help establish the show's morals and social territory. His presence contributes to a case involving violence, drugs, and the shadowy networks that Hunter and McCall must confront in Los Angeles. Plana brought focus and authenticity to the role, helping the episode feel tied to a broader urban world rather than a simple case-of-the-week structure. Beyond Hunter, Plana built a long and respected career as an actor, director, and educator. Many viewers know him as Ignacio Suarez on Ugly Betty, while others recognize his work across film, television, and theater, often bringing dignity and emotional intelligence to complex roles. In 2026, he is 74, and Otero remains an early guest part in a career defined by range, discipline, and cultural depth. Matthew Winfield, a wealthy and deceptive young man whose polished surface hides criminal involvement, was portrayed by George Clooney. He was born on May 6, 1961, in Lexington, Kentucky, and was 26 when he appeared in Hunter. Winfield works because he reflects one of the classic crime drama ideas of the 1980s. Danger does not always look rough or desperate. Sometimes it appears handsome, privileged, and protected by status. Clooney played him before superstardom, bringing charm to a character whose public image masks darker behavior. His scenes with Dee Dee McCall, who becomes involved in an undercover investigation connected to a modeling agency, add tension because attraction, deception, and danger all sit close together. At the time, Clooney was still building his television career through guest roles and supporting parts. Years later, he would become one of Hollywood's most recognizable stars through ER, Ocean's 11, Syriana, Michael Clayton, and major directing and producing work. In 2026, he is 65, and Matthew Winfield now feels like a fascinating early glimpse. The future movie star, hidden inside a gritty 80s cop show. Hunter was never soft television. It was grit, attitude, and justice with bruises. The cast may have moved on, and many are no longer with us, but their faces still belong to that hard-boiled world fans remember. Which actor stayed with you the most? Comment below, like, subscribe, and join us again on Hollywood 1960s. In 1969, On the Buses pulled into British living rooms with a smile, a grumble, and a depot full of working-class chaos. Stan, Jack, Blakey, Olive, Mum, and Arthur turned everyday bus routes into classic sitcom history, full of cheeky banter, family tension, and jokes that belonged unmistakably to their era. But behind the laughter were long careers, private struggles, sad farewells, and performers who became part of British television memory. Today, we're looking back at the cast of On the Buses, then and now. Stan Butler, the cheeky London bus driver whose grin and quick excuses made On the Buses one of Britain's defining working-class sitcoms, was portrayed by Reg Varney. He was born on July 11, 1916, in Canning Town, London, England, and was 53 when the series began in 1969. Stan works because he feels like a man always trying to make the best of a hard day's work while still looking for a shortcut, a laugh, or a bit of romance with the Clippies. Varney played him with easy charm, sharp timing, and a lived-in understanding of ordinary British humor. His battles with Inspector Blakey, his friendship with Jack, and his chaotic home life with Mum and Olive gave the show its familiar rhythm. Before and after On the Buses, Varney worked in variety, film, television, and stage, and he also became linked to British banking history as the first person to use a cash machine in 1967. He passed away in 2008 at the age of 92. Stan Butler remains a classic sitcom rogue, flawed, funny, and forever chasing laughter at the depot. Olive Rudge, Stan Butler's lovably awkward sister, whose marriage to Arthur became one of On the Bus's most familiar comic battlegrounds, was portrayed by Anna Karen. She was born on September 19, 1936, in Durban, South Africa, and was 33 when the series began in 1969. Olive works because she brings both chaos and vulnerability into the Butler household. She is often clumsy, naive, and forever trying to be loved in a home where teasing comes easily. Yet Karen played her with enough warmth to keep the character from feeling only like a joke. Her scenes with Arthur gave the show a rough but memorable domestic rhythm, while her loyalty to Mum and Stan helped keep the family side of the sitcom alive. After On the Buses, Karen remained beloved in British television and later became familiar to new audiences as Aunt Sal in EastEnders. Tragically, she passed away in 2022 at the age of 85 in a house fire. Olive remains one of British sitcoms' most recognizable comic figures, messy, emotional, and remembered with real affection. Inspector Cyril Blakey Blake, the gruff depot inspector whose endless war with Stan and Jack gave On the Buses its sharpest workplace comedy, was portrayed by Stephen Lewis. He was born on December 17, 1926, in Poplar, London, England, and was 42 when the series premiered in 1969. Blakey works because he is both villain and victim, strict, fussy, suspicious, and constantly defeated by the very workers he tries to control. Lewis played him with a twisted scowl, nasal voice, and perfect frustration, turning "I hate you, Butler" into one of British sitcom's most famous catchphrases. His authority never quite succeeds, which makes him funny, but his persistence makes him oddly lovable too. Beyond acting, Lewis also wrote for television. and remained closely linked to the character, later reprising Blakey in related projects. He also appeared in shows such as Last of the Summer Wine, introducing himself to another generation of viewers. Lewis passed away in 2015 at the age of 88 after a long period of ill health. Blakey remains unforgettable, the inspector who lost every battle but won a permanent place in sitcom history. Mum, the practical and no-nonsense matriarch trying to hold the Butler household together, was portrayed by Doris Hare. She was born on May 2, 1905, in Bargoed, Wales, and was 64 when On the Buses began in 1969, taking over the role after the pilot. Mum works because she grounds the show's rowdy energy in working-class family life. While Stan schemes, Olive struggles, and Arthur complains, Mum remains the voice of household survival, blunt, caring, and usually unimpressed. Hare played her with natural authority and a dry comic edge, making Mum feel like the sort of woman who had seen every excuse before and still got dinner on the table. Her presence gave the sitcom its domestic balance, connecting the depot jokes to life at home. Before On the Buses, Hare had a long career in music hall, stage, film, and television, bringing decades of performance experience to the role. She passed away in 2000 at the age of 95. Mum remains part of the show's enduring charm, sharp-tongued, loving in her own way, and impossible to fool for very long. Doreen, the lively Clippy, whose flirtatious energy added sparkle to the depot in On the Buses, was portrayed by Pat Ashton. She was born on February 28, 1931, in Birmingham, England, and was 40 when she appeared on the series in 1971. Doreen works because the bus depot needed more than Stan, Jack, and Blakey's arguments. It needed the Clippy's, banter, and social rhythm that made the workplace feel alive. Ashton brought a bright, cheeky presence to the role, fitting naturally into the show's world of quick remarks, romantic misunderstandings, and working-day comedy. Even in a smaller part, she helped reinforce the atmosphere that made On the Buses popular, a place where work, flirting, irritation, and laughter all happened in the same breath. Beyond the series, Ashton appeared in British television and comedy productions, including The Benny Hill Show and other light entertainment, where her timing and personality served her well. She passed away in 2013 at the age of 82 after cancer. Doreen remains one of those supporting figures who helped make the depot feel busy, cheeky, and unmistakably of its era. Joyce, a cheerful young Clippy, whose presence helped fill the bus depot with everyday life, was portrayed by Ursula Mohan. She was born in 1946 in London, England, and was 23 when On the Buses began in 1969. Joyce works because the show's comedy depends on the bustle of a real workplace. Drivers, conductors, inspectors, Clippies, managers, and the constant movement of people trying to get through the day. Mohan gave Joyce a friendly, youthful energy, adding lightness to scenes where Stan and Jack's schemes needed an audience, a target, or a spark of flirtatious banter. Her role may be smaller than the main cast, but it contributes to the sense that the depot is a living social world, not just a set for jokes. After the series, Mohan built a long and varied career across British television, radio, and stage, appearing in dramas, sitcoms, and theater productions. In 2026, she is around 80, and Joyce remains a warm, supporting memory. Part of the Clippy culture and workplace humor that gave On the Buses its unmistakable identity. Bert, one of the friendly busmen, whose easygoing nature added to the depot's working-class camaraderie, was portrayed by John Lyons. He was born on September 14, 1943, in Whitechapel, London, England, and was 27 when On the Buses began in 1969, later appearing in the series run. Bert works because the show's world is strongest when the depot feels like a proper workplace full of familiar faces. He is not the loudest comic force, but he helps create the rhythm of colleagues joking, complaining, and standing together against management. Lyons brought a relaxed and natural presence to the role, fitting into the ensemble without forcing attention. That kind of supporting work helps sitcoms feel lived in, especially in shows built around everyday labor. After On the Buses, Lyons became best known for his long-running role as Detective Sergeant George Tulin in A Touch of Frost, where he showed a very different side of his acting career. In 2026, he is 82, and Burt remains an early part of a long British television journey, a cheerful depot face before decades of later recognition. The manager, the stern depot authority trying to keep order among unruly drivers and conductors, was portrayed by Michael Sheard. He was born on June 18, 1938, in Aberdeen, Scotland, and was 35 when he appeared in On the Buses in 1973. The manager works because every workplace comedy needs someone trying to make the rules matter, even when the workers are determined to bend them. Sheard brought clipped authority and comic irritation to the role, giving Stan, Jack, and the others another figure to dodge, frustrate, or outwit. His presence helped sharpen the show's familiar conflict between labor and management, a key part of its working-class humor. Beyond On the Buses, Sheard became a much-loved British character actor with an unusually wide fan base, appearing in Grange Hill as Mr. Bronson, several Doctor Who stories, and even The Empire Strikes Back as Admiral Ozzel. He passed away in 2005 at the age of 67 after cancer. The manager remains one of many authority roles Sheard made memorable, strict, exasperated, and perfectly built for comic resistance. Arthur Rudge, Olive's grumbling husband, whose sarcasm and irritation became a key part of the Butler household comedy, was portrayed by Michael Robbins. He was born on November 14, 1930, in Croydon, Surrey, England, and was 38 when On the Buses began in 1969. Arthur works because he brings a sour domestic counterpoint to Stan's cheeky energy. He is tired, complaining, often unromantic, and usually exasperated by Olive, but Robbins played him with such dry timing that Arthur became more than a miserable husband joke. His deadpan delivery and constant grumbles added a harsher edge to the family scenes, reflecting the cramped frustrations of working-class life as much as the broad comedy of the era. Robbins had a strong career in British television and stage, appearing in sitcoms, dramas, and variety-style entertainment, but Arthur became his most recognized role. Sadly, Robbins passed away in 1992 at the age of 62 from prostate cancer. Arthur remains one of the show's most memorable comic complainers, sharp, weary, and forever trapped in a marriage that gave viewers plenty to laugh about. Mum, the original version of the Butler family matriarch in the pilot episode of On the Buses, was portrayed by Cicely Courtnidge. She was born on April 1, 1893, in Sydney, Australia, and was 76 when she appeared in 1969. Her version of Mum works as the first sketch of a character who would become central to the show's home life. Even in a brief appearance, Courtnidge helped establish the idea of a practical, sharp-eyed mother trying to manage Stan, Olive, and the household's constant frustrations. Her performance brought old-school theatrical polish to the pilot, reflecting a career that had already spanned music hall, stage, film, and early television. Courtnidge was a major entertainer long before On the Buses, admired for comedy, musical performance, and decades of British theatrical success. After the pilot, Doris Hare took over the role for the main series, but Courtnidge's contribution remains part of the show's origin story. She passed away in 1980 at the age of 87 from natural causes. Her mum remains brief but important, the first voice of the family before the sitcom found its lasting shape. Sandra, the lively Clippy whose charm added a late-series sparkle to On the Buses, was portrayed by Sandra Bryant. She was born on September 30, 1945, in Edgware, London, England, and was 28 when she appeared in the series in 1973. Sandra works because the show's bus depot always depended on atmosphere. The teasing, flirting, uniforms, break room talk, and everyday banter that surrounded Stan and Jack's schemes. Bryant brought a bright, confident presence to the role, making Sandra feel like part of the social life of the garage rather than just background decoration. Her scenes helped maintain the show's familiar mix of workplace comedy and cheeky romantic mischief in its later period. Beyond On the Buses, Bryant had appeared in British films and television, including glamour and comedy roles that reflected the entertainment style of the 1960s and 1970s. She later stepped back from regular acting and lived more privately. In 2026, she is 80, and Sandra remains a small but fondly remembered figure from the show's final stretch. Cheerful, stylish, and tied to the depot's busy comic rhythm. Nobby, the jovial bus driver whose friendly presence helped round out the depot ensemble, was portrayed by Norman Mitchell. He was born on August 27, 1918 in Sheffield, Yorkshire, England, and was 51 when On the Buses began in 1969. Nobby works because a sitcom workplace needs familiar faces who make the setting feel real. He is not one of the central troublemakers like Stan or Jack, but he adds to the everyday banter, camaraderie, and working man humor that defined the series. Mitchell brought a hearty warmth and natural comic ease to the role, making Nobby feel like the kind of colleague everyone at the depot would know. His broader career included British film, television, and comedy appearances, often playing policemen, officials, drivers, and sturdy supporting figures with a recognizable screen presence. He was one of those dependable character actors who helped fill British comedy with texture and personality. Mitchell passed away in 2001 at the age of 82 from natural causes. Nobby remains a small but important piece of the show's world, cheerful, familiar, and part of the working day spirit that kept On the Buses rolling. Jack Harper, the mischievous bus conductor whose partnership with Stan Butler powered so much of On the Buses, was portrayed by Bob Grant. He was born on April 21, 1932, in Hammersmith, London, England, and was 37 when the series premiered in 1969. Jack works because he brings a sharper, cheekier energy to the depot. He is always ready with a scheme, a flirtation, or a way to dodge Inspector Blakey's rules, but his friendship with Stan gives the comedy its double-act warmth. Grant played him with relaxed confidence and a slightly roguish spark, helping turn the bus garage into a world of banter, workplace rivalry, and everyday escape. After On the Buses, Grant found it difficult to move far beyond the role that had made him famous, though he continued acting and remained closely associated with the sitcom's enduring popularity. His later life was marked by personal struggles and periods away from the spotlight. Sadly, Grant died in 2003 at the age of 71. Jack Harper remains one of British sitcom's memorable troublemakers, cheeky, restless, and inseparable from the sound of Stan laughing beside him. And that's our look back at On the Buses, Then and Now, a sitcom built on depot banter, family squabbles, cheeky friendships, and the everyday humor of a working world long gone. Some of these performers became forever linked to one unforgettable role, while others carried long careers across stage, film, and British television. Many have sadly left us, but Stan's grin, Jack's mischief, Blakey's grumble, and Olive's unmistakable charm still roll on in reruns and memory. Which cast member do you remember most? Share your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us again on Hollywood 1960s. In 1970, the Partridge Family turned a widowed mother, 5 kids, and one colorful bus into a pop culture phenomenon. The songs were bright, the clothes were loud, and the family fantasy felt simple. But behind the music were teen idol pressure, child stars who left Hollywood, private struggles, tragic losses, and careers that moved far beyond the stage lights. Today we're looking back at the cast of the Partridge Family, then and now, and the real stories behind the family band America never forgot. Shirley Partridge, the warm and talented mother who turned a widowed family into a touring pop group in the Partridge Family, was portrayed by Shirley Jones. She was born on March 31, 1934, in Charleroi, Pennsylvania, and was 36 when the series premiered in 1970. Shirley works because she gives the show its emotional safety. Around her are children, concerts, teenage dreams, and the colorful chaos of sudden fame, but she keeps everything grounded with patience, kindness, and quiet authority. Jones played her with natural musical grace and maternal warmth, making Shirley feel like both a performer and a real mother trying to guide her family through show business without losing their values. Before the series, Jones was already an Oscar-winning actress for Elmer Gantry and a major musical star in Oklahoma, Carousel, and The Music Man. In 2026, she is 91, Still remembered as one of the great links between classic Hollywood musicals and 1970s television, Shirley Partridge remains a comforting screen mother, gentle, musical, and forever tied to the bright sound of a family singing together. Keith Partridge, the charismatic lead singer, whose voice and helped turn the Partridge family into a teen phenomenon, was portrayed by David Cassidy. He was born on April 12, 1950, in New York City, and was 20 when the show began in 1970. Keith works because he carries the fantasy of 1970s youth fame, the handsome older son, the pop idol on stage, and the teenager still navigating family life between concerts. Cassidy played him with charm and ease, but the role quickly became bigger than the character. His real-life popularity exploded, with hit records, sold-out concerts, and a level of fan attention that was thrilling, but also overwhelming. Songs like I Think I Love You made him a defining teen idol of the decade. After the series, Cassidy continued performing, acting, and touring, though his later life included financial struggles, health problems, and battles with alcohol. He passed away in 2017 at the age of 67 from liver failure. Keith Partridge remains frozen in pop culture memory, young, smiling, and carrying the sound of an entire era. Danny Partridge, the sharp-tongued and mischievous middle child who gave the Partridge family much of its comic bite, was portrayed by Danny Bonaduce. He was born on August 13, 1959, in Broomall, Pennsylvania, and was 11 when the series premiered in 1970. Danny works because he is not just the cute kid in the band. He is the schemer, negotiator, and pint-sized businessman who often seems more worldly than the adults around him. Bonaduce played him with fast timing and natural confidence, making Danny one of the show's most memorable young characters. After the series, his life became turbulent, marked by personal struggles, addiction, and public ups and downs, but he later reinvented himself through radio, reality television, and broadcasting. He retired from his long-running Seattle radio role in 2023. In 2026, Bonaduce is 66 and turns 67 in August, and Danny Partridge remains remembered as the boy whose wisecracks helped give the family band its rebellious spark. Tracy Partridge, the youngest daughter and tambourine player whose quiet sweetness completed the family band, was portrayed by Suzanne Crowe. She was born on March 6, 1963, in Fullerton, California, and was only 7 when the Partridge family began in 1970. Tracy works because she gives the show its childlike innocence. She does not dominate scenes with big storylines or long speeches, but her presence helps sell the idea of a real family performing together, from the bright stage numbers to the chaos of life on the road. Crowe played her with natural charm, becoming a familiar face to millions of viewers, even with limited dialogue. After the show ended, she largely stepped away from acting and chose a quieter life outside Hollywood, later working in different fields and raising a family away from the spotlight. Her sudden death in 2015, at only 52 from a rare heart condition, deeply saddened fans who remembered her as the little girl behind the tambourine. Tracy remains one of the show's gentlest memories, small, sweet, and forever part of that colorful bus full of music. Reuben Kincaid, the long-suffering band manager forever trying to control the Partridge family's chaos, was portrayed by Dave Madden. He was born on December 17, 1931, in Sarnia, Ontario, Canada, and was 38 when the series premiered in 1970. Reuben works because he is both manager and comic target, especially whenever Danny Partridge turns a simple conversation into a negotiation or trap. Madden played him with perfect exasperation, giving Reuben a nervous warmth that made him lovable even when he was complaining. He was the adult who understood show business, contracts, and schedules, but somehow still found himself outmaneuvered by children. Before and after the Partridge family, Madden worked steadily in comedy and television, including Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In, Alice, and many guest roles that used his dry timing well. He passed away in 2014 at the age of 82 from complications related to myelodysplastic syndrome. Reuben remains one of classic TV's great frustrated managers, grumbling, loyal, and secretly part of the family he was paid to supervise. Christopher "Chris" Partridge, the young drummer who joined the family band in the second season, was portrayed by Bryan Forster. He was born on April 14, 1960, in Los Angeles, California, and was 11 when he stepped into the role in 1971, replacing Jeremy Gelbwaks. Chris works because he helps complete the musical image of the Partridge Kids, even when the character is not given as much dialogue as Keith Laurie or Danny. As the drummer, he belongs to the visual rhythm of the show, the performances, the bus, the bright clothes, and the idea that this family could turn everyday problems into pop songs. Forster played him with a quiet, easy presence that helped the cast transition after the first season change. After the Partridge Family, he did not chase a major acting career, choosing instead a more private path and later becoming involved in professional auto racing. In 2026, he is 66, and his version of Chris remains familiar to many fans as the face they remember from most of the series' run. Steady, youthful, and always keeping time behind the music. Christopher "Chris" Partridge, the original drummer of the Partridge Family, was portrayed by Jeremy Gelbwaks during the first season. He was born on May 22, 1961, in Los Angeles, California, and was only 9 when the show premiered in 1970. This early version of Chris works as part of the original family image. Before the series fully settled into the cast most viewers remember, his role was modest, often centered around the band's performances and family scenes, but he helped establish the idea of the Partridge Children as a complete musical unit. Gelbwaks left after the first season, reportedly because his family relocated, and Bryan Forster took over the role. Unlike some child actors who stayed in entertainment, Gelbwaks moved away from Hollywood and later built a life focused on education, academics, and technology. That choice makes his story different from the typical child star path. In 2026, he turned 65, and his Chris Partridge remains a brief but important part of the show's beginning. The first drummer on the bus, before the music carried on without him. Ricky Stevens, the very young singer introduced in the final season of The Partridge Family, was portrayed by Rick Sagal. He was born on March 10, 1969, in Long Island, New York, and was only 4 when he joined the series in 1973. Ricky works because he represents a late attempt to refresh the show's energy with a new child performer and a different kind of musical cuteness. His solo numbers and bright presence gave the final season a new flavor, even if the series ended not long after his arrival. Segal's role was small compared with the core Partridge Children, but it remains memorable because he was so young and so visibly confident in front of the camera. Unlike many brief child performers, Sagal continued to build a creative life, working in acting, music, writing, podcasting, and live performance. He remained connected to fans who remembered that final season shift. In 2026, he is 57, and Ricky Stevens remains a curious little chapter in the show's history. A late arrival who still carries the innocence of a sitcom trying to keep the music playing. Albertson, a supporting character in The Partridge Family, was portrayed by Gordon Jump. He was born on April 1, 1932, in Dayton, Ohio, and was 38 when the series began in 1970. Albertson works as one of those smaller sitcom roles that helps create the wider world around the Partridge family's music and everyday adventures. Jump brought a warm, slightly comic presence to his appearances, the kind of reliability that later made him a familiar face across American television. His real fame came after The Partridge Family, when he became beloved as Arthur Big Guy Carlson on WPeep in Cincinnati, playing a bumbling but good-hearted station manager with unforgettable timing. He also appeared in many guest roles and commercials, including the Fshis Maytag repairman ads, becoming part of several generations of TV memory. Jump passed away in 2003 at the age of 71 from pulmonary fibrosis. Albertson may be a brief part of the Partridge world, but Gordon Jump's larger career turned him into one of classic television's most comforting comic presences. Punky Lazar, the mischievous young friend whose energy brought another childlike spark into the Partridge Family, was portrayed by Gary Dubin. He was born on May 5, 1959, in Los Angeles, California, and was about 12 when he appeared on the series in 1971. Punky works because he fits naturally into Danny Partridge's world of schemes, jokes, and youthful trouble. Characters like Punky help the show feel less isolated around the central family, suggesting that the Partridge kids still have friends, school lives, and outside adventures beyond the stage. Dubin played him with the quick energy of a seasoned child actor. Before and after the show, he worked in television and voice acting, most famously providing the voice of Toulouse in Disney's The Aristocats. He also appeared in shows such as Gunsmoke, Happy Days, and other classic series. Sadly, Dubin passed away in 2016 at the age of 57 from bone cancer. Punky Lazar remains a small but lively piece of the show's world, a reminder of the many young performers who helped give 1970s television its spark. Bonnie Kleinschmidt, a memorable guest character whose charm fit neatly into the bright comic tone of the Partridge Family, was portrayed by Elaine Giftos. She was born on January 24, 1945, in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, and was 27 when she appeared on the series in 1972. Bonnie works because guest characters in this show often bring a fresh social complication, romantic possibility, or comic twist into the family's musical routine. Giftos had the elegance and timing to make a guest role feel polished without overpowering the central cast. Her presence added to the show's light-hearted rhythm, where every episode could mix family lessons, show business situations, and a little emotional confusion before the final song. Outside the Partridge Family, Giftos built a strong television career with appearances in The Mary Tyler Moore Show, Three's Company, Magnum, P.I., and many other series. She later moved into work as a feng shui consultant, creating a life beyond acting. In 2026, she is 81, and Bonnie remains one of those guest roles carried by a performer whose wider career quietly touched many corners of classic television. Grandma Amanda Renfrew, the warm grandmother who added another layer of family history to the Partridge Family, was portrayed by Rosemary DeCamp. She was born on November 14, 1910, in Prescott, Arizona, and was 59 when the series premiered in 1970. Grandma Amanda works because the show is built on family feeling as much as pop music, and her presence reminds viewers that the Partridges have roots beyond the tour bus and the stage. DeCamp played her with kindness and maternal authority, the kind of screen warmth that had made her a trusted character actress for decades. Before this role, she had appeared in films such as Yankee Doodle Dandy and built a long television career in family dramas and comedies. She was especially skilled at playing mothers, grandmothers, and women whose strength came through gentleness rather than force. DeCamp continued acting into later life before retiring from the screen. She passed away in 2001 at the age of 90 from pneumonia. Grandma Amanda remains a soft presence in the Partridge world, loving, steady, and connected to an older Hollywood tradition. Miss Farrow, a gentle supporting character in the Partridge Family, was portrayed by Mitzi Hoag. She was born on September 25, 1932, in Cleveland, Ohio, and was 38 when the show premiered in 1970. Miss Farrow works because the series often needed caring adults outside the family circle, teachers, neighbors, professionals, or friends who could guide the children through small conflicts without weighing down the comedy. Hoag brought a calm, sympathetic screen presence that made such roles feel natural. She had the kind of acting style that fit both family sitcoms and more serious television, giving even brief appearances a sense of sincerity. Beyond the Partridge Family, Hoag appeared in many shows across several decades, including Bonanza, Here's Lucy, The Facts of Life, and Archie Bunker's Place. She moved easily between comedy and drama, becoming one of those dependable television faces viewers recognized even if they did not always know her name. Hoag passed away in 2019 at the age of 86. Miss Farrow remains a modest but warm reminder of her quiet contribution to classic TV. Mr. Jenkins, a minor but memorable figure in the Partridge Family, was portrayed by Joseph V. Perry. He was born on February 13, 1931, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and was 39 when the series began in 1970. Mr. Jenkins works because sitcoms depend on supporting characters who can enter quickly, create a situation, and make the central family react. Perry had the grounded, expressive quality of a seasoned character actor, able to bring authority or comic tension to a scene without needing a long setup. His role in the Partridge world may be brief, but it contributes to the show's sense of constant movement. School problems, music business encounters, neighborhood complications, and small adult pressures surrounding the family band. Perry's broader career was extensive, with appearances in The Twilight Zone, The X-Files, Everybody Loves Raymond, and many other television and film projects. He often played officials, clerks, fathers, and working men, giving ordinary characters real texture. Perry passed away in 2000 at the age of 69. Mr. Jenkins remains one small stop in a long career built on making brief roles count. The engineer, a small role in the Partridge Family, was portrayed by Martin Spear. He was born on January 15, 1941, in the United States, and was around 30 when he appeared on the series in 1971. The role works because even a musical sitcom needs practical people around the edges: workers, technicians, drivers, staff, and everyday adults who make the family show business world feel functional. Spear brought a straightforward presence to the part, fitting into the light, fast rhythm of the series without pulling attention away from the Partridges themselves. His later career took a very different turn in audience memory when he appeared as Bobby in Wes Craven's The Hills Have Eyes, a cult horror film that gave him lasting recognition among genre fans. That contrast, from a bright family sitcom to one of 1970s horror's grittiest titles, shows the unexpected range of many working actors of the era. In 2026, Spear is 85, and his engineer role remains a brief but interesting early stop in a career remembered by both classic TV and cult cinema audiences. The waitress, a small but lively part in the Partridge Family, was portrayed by Yvonne Wilder. She was born on September 20, 1937, in New York City, and was 33 when the series premiered in 1970. The role works because background and guest characters help give the Partridge Family's touring life its social texture. Every restaurant, club, hotel, or roadside stop needs people who feel real enough to make the family's travels believable. Wilder brought warmth and personality to even small appearances, the kind of presence that made viewers feel there was a full world beyond the main cast. Her career reached across film, television, writing, and comedy. She appeared in West Side Story, Seems Like Old Times, and numerous TV projects, often bringing humor and humanity to supporting roles. Wilder was also a writer and performer with a strong comic instinct, giving her work an extra sense of life. She passed away in 2021 at the age of 84. The Waitress remains a brief Partridge moment, but Yvonne Wilder's larger career reflects the strength of performers who could brighten a scene in only a few lines. Grandpa Fred Renfrew, the lovable grandfather who brought old-fashioned warmth into the Partridge Family, was portrayed by Ray Bolger. He was born on January 10, 1904, in Dorchester, Massachusetts, and was 66 when the show premiered in 1970. Grandpa Fred works because his presence connects the Partridges to an earlier generation of entertainment and family memory. Bolger played him with charm, humor, and the light physical grace that had defined his career for decades. Long before the Partridge bus rolled across television, Bolger had already become immortal as the Scarecrow in The Wizard of Oz, a performance built on dance, tenderness, and unforgettable comic movement. His career also spanned vaudeville, Broadway, film, and television, making him one of the great links between old show business and modern TV. In The Partridge Family, his appearance carries that history softly, adding warmth rather than spectacle. Bolger passed away in 1987 at the age of 83 from bladder cancer. Grandpa Fred remains a small but special guest presence, a beloved legend stepping into a 1970s family sitcom with grace. Lorenzo Bernard, a guest character who brought humor and polish into the Partridge Family, was portrayed by Alan Oppenheimer. He was born on April 23, 1930, in New York City, and was 41 when he appeared on the series in 1971. Lorenzo works because Oppenheimer had the kind of voice and presence that could make a guest role feel instantly distinctive. In a show built around music, family, and comic complications, characters like Lorenzo help introduce fresh situations that test the Partridges' rhythm before the episode settles back into warmth. Oppenheimer's larger career became remarkable, spanning live-action television, film, and especially voice acting. He became beloved to generations as the voice of Skeletor in He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, and also contributed to The Never-Ending Story, Transformers, The $6 Million Man, and many animated projects. His voice became one of the most recognizable in fantasy and children's entertainment. In 2026, Oppenheimer turns 96, and Lorenzo Bernard remains one early television stop in a career defined by versatility, wit, and unforgettable sound. Richard Lawrence, the charming and sophisticated man whose attention brings a romantic storyline into Shirley Partridge's life, was portrayed by Bert Convy. He was born on July 23, 1933 in St. Louis, Missouri, and was 38 when he appeared in 1971. Richard works because he lets the show look at Shirley not only as a mother and band leader, but as a woman with her own emotional life. His presence adds maturity and warmth, reminding viewers that the Partridge Family story is not only about the children growing up, but also about Shirley navigating love, responsibility, and independence after loss. Convy played him with easy charm, the kind of polished confidence that made him a natural fit for light romantic comedy. Beyond the Partridge Family, Convy had a wide career as an actor, singer, Broadway performer, and beloved game show host, known for Tattletales, Super Password, and many television appearances. Sadly, he passed away in 1991 at only 57 from brain cancer. Richard Lawrence remains a graceful guest figure, a reminder that even sitcom mothers deserved romance, attention, and a story of their own. Bob, a likable supporting character in the Partridge Family, was portrayed by Michael Rupert. He was born on October 23, 1951, in Denver, Colorado, and was around 20 when he appeared on the series. Bob works because the Partridge universe often needed young guest characters who could fit naturally beside Keith, Lori, Danny, and the rest of the family without disturbing the show's light musical tone. Rupert brought an easy, youthful presence to the part, making Bob feel like one of the many friends, classmates, or young people passing through the family's colorful world. His later career, however, became even more significant in theater. Rupert built a respected Broadway career as an actor, singer, composer, and director, earning a Tony Award for Sweet Charity and acclaim for work in Falsettos, Legally Blonde, and other stage productions. That musical theater success gives his Partridge appearance an interesting early resonance, since the show itself lived halfway between sitcom and pop performance. In 2026, he turns 75, and Bob remains a small screen role connected to a much larger life in American musical theater. The Investor, a businesslike figure who briefly reflects the show business side of the Partridge Family, was portrayed by Jack Collins. He was born on September 21, 1918, in New York, and was 52 when the series premiered in 1970. The role works because the Partridges are not only a family, they are also a working act, moving through contracts, managers, venues, money, and adults who see music as business. Collins brought the polished authority of a classic television character actor, making even a minor role feel specific. Characters like the Investor help remind viewers that behind the colorful bus and catchy songs is a practical industry trying to profit from talent. Collins spent decades appearing across television and film, often playing businessmen, executives, doctors, and officials, roles that required credibility, clean delivery, and a certain professional firmness. He became familiar through appearances in shows such as Bewitched, The Brady Bunch, Dallas, and many other productions. Collins passed away in 2005 at the age of 86. The Investor remains a modest role, but it reflects the dependable craft of actors who gave classic TV its structure and polish. Laurie Partridge, the intelligent and independent eldest daughter whose calm presence balanced the family's pop star chaos, was portrayed by Susan Dey. She was born on December 10, 1952, in Pekin, Illinois, and was 17 when The Partridge Family premiered in 1970. Laurie works because she brings teenage seriousness into a show filled with music, comedy, and bright family fantasy. She is thoughtful, observant, sometimes sharp, and often the sibling who seems most aware of growing up inside a very unusual life. Dey played her with natural restraint, giving Laurie a grounded quality that helped make the Partridge household feel less cartoonish. After the series, Dey successfully escaped the limits of teen adult television by starring as Grace Van Owen on LA Law, winning a Golden Globe and earning multiple award nominations. She later stepped away from Hollywood and has lived a private life for many years. In 2026, she turns 74, and Laurie remains one of the show's most quietly enduring figures, smart, poised, and remembered with a softer kind of nostalgia. And that's our look back at The Partridge Family, then and now, a show built on bright songs, family warmth, and the dream of turning everyday life into music. Some cast members became icons of 1970s pop culture, some stepped away from Hollywood, and others left us far too soon. But every chorus, every bus ride, and every memory of that colorful family band still carries their legacy. Which cast member's journey surprised you most? Share your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us again on Hollywood 1960s. In 1989, Family Matters opened the door to the Winslow home and gave audiences something warm, funny, and deeply familiar: a working family, a loving grandmother, growing kids, and one unforgettable neighbor who changed television forever. But beyond the laughs were child stars who grew up fast, careers that took surprising turns, public struggles, heartbreaking losses, and cast members whose legacy still lives in every rerun. Today, we're looking back at the cast of Family Matters, then and now. Estelle Mother Winslow, the wise and loving grandmother, whose presence gave Family Matters a deeper sense of family history, was portrayed by Rosetta Lenoir. She was born on August 8, 1911, in New York City, and was 78 when the series began in 1989. Estelle works because she brings old-school authority into the Winslow home without ever feeling cold. With one look, one pause, or one perfectly timed line, she could remind Carl, Harriet, and the children that family meant respect, memory, and responsibility. Lenoir played her with warmth, dignity, and a stage-trained confidence that made Estelle feel like someone who had lived through more than the sitcom ever needed to explain. Long before Family Matters, Lenoir had built a major career in theater and television, and in 1999 she received the National Medal of Arts for her contribution to American culture. She passed away in 2002 at the age of 90. Estelle remains one of the show's quiet treasures, the grandmother whose love made the Winslow house feel like home. Carl Winslow, the hard-working Chicago police officer and exhausted father trying to keep order in a house full of chaos, was portrayed by Reginald VelJohnson. He was born on August 16, 1952, in New York City and was 37 when Family Matters premiered in 1989. Carl works because he feels real, strict but loving, frustrated but protective, funny because he is constantly overwhelmed, and moving because he never stops trying to do right by his family. VelJohnson played him with a rare balance of comic timing and emotional sincerity, making Carl more than the shouting sitcom dad. His marriage to Harriet gave the show its adult foundation, while his scenes with Steve Urkel turned irritation into one of television's most memorable comic relationships. Before Family Matters, VelJohnson had already made an impact as Sergeant Al Powell in Die Hard, and he continued working in television, film, and guest roles long after the Winslow years. He turns 74 in 2026, and Carl remains one of the defining TV fathers of the 90s, firm, funny, and always guarding the heart of the home. Harriet Winslow, the sharp, loving, and no-nonsense mother who kept the Winslow household emotionally grounded, was portrayed by Jo Marie Payton. She was born on August 3, 1950, in Albany, Georgia, and was 39 when Family Matters began in 1989 after the character first appeared on Perfect Strangers. Harriet works because she is never just the sitcom mom. She is smart, practical, funny, and strong enough to challenge Carl, protect her children, and keep the family moving through every crisis. Payton played her with warmth and authority, making Harriet feel like the kind of woman who could love deeply while still telling the truth without hesitation. Her chemistry with Reginald VelJohnson gave the series its adult foundation, especially when Urkel's popularity pushed the show toward broader comedy. After leaving the series before its final run ended, Payton continued acting, voice work, music, and public appearances. In 2026, she is 75, and after recently sharing news of a serious health setback and recovery, her resilience feels even more meaningful. Harriet remains the calm strength at the center of the Winslow home. Eddie Winslow, the cool and sometimes reckless older son, whose mistakes gave Family Matters many of its coming-of-age lessons, was portrayed by Darius McCrary. He was born on May 1, 1976 in Walnut, California, and was 13 when the series began in 1989. Eddie works because he feels like a real teenager trying to become a man before he fully understands what that means. He wants freedom, respect, romance, and independence, but often learns through embarrassment, discipline, and the patient love of Carl and Harriet. McCrary played him with charm and vulnerability, making Eddie more than the cool brother stereotype. His best moments came when swagger dropped, and the audience could see a son who still needed guidance. After Family Matters, McCrary continued acting in television, film, voice work, and music, including roles in The Young and the Restless and the Transformers franchise. His later public life has included legal and personal struggles, adding complexity to his post-sitcom story. In 2026, he turns 50, and Eddie remains familiar because every family has known someone like him, confident on the outside, still growing underneath. Rachel Crawford, Harriet's stylish and independent sister, whose presence expanded the Winslow home into a true extended family, was portrayed by Thelma Hopkins. She was born on October 28, 1948, in Louisville, Kentucky, and was 40 when Family Matters premiered in 1989. Rachel works because she brings a different adult energy into the household. She is warm, funny, practical, and protective of her young son, Richie, but she also carries the perspective of a woman rebuilding her life after loss. Hopkins played her with ease and confidence, making Rachel feel like the aunt who could tease, comfort, and take charge all in the same scene. Her restaurant storyline gave her independence, while her bond with the Winslows strengthened the show's early family-centered tone. Before acting became central, Hopkins was known as a singer with Tony Orlando and Dawn, and later built a strong sitcom career in Bosom Buddies, Gimme a Break, Half and Half, and more. In 2026, she turns 78, and Rachel remains one of the show's warmest early presences, stylish, steady, and full of grown-up heart. Myra Monkhouse, the bright and devoted young woman who loved Steve Urkel without embarrassment, was portrayed by Michelle Thomas. She was born on September 23, 1968, in Brookline, Massachusetts, and was 25 when she joined Family Matters in 1993. Myra works because she changes how the audience sees Steve. Where Laura often pushes him away, Myra sees his intelligence, sweetness, and worth without needing him to become someone else. Thomas played her with sparkle, humor, and sincere affection, making Myra more than a romantic obstacle. She was funny because she was intense, but touching because her love came from a real place. Before Family Matters, Thomas was already known as Justine Phillips on The Cosby Show, and she later appeared on The Young and the Restless. Her life ended tragically young. Thomas passed away in 1998 at only 30 from a rare cancer, a desmoplastic small round cell tumor. Knowing that now gives her scenes a tender weight. Myra remains one of the show's sweetest echoes, a character whose love made the outsider feel chosen. Richie Crawford, Rachel's young son whose innocence brought early warmth into the Winslow household, was portrayed by Bryton James. He was born on August 17, 1986, in Lakewood, California, and was only 4 when he became a regular presence on Family Matters. Richie works because he gives the home another layer of family life. While the older kids face school, dating, and growing pains, Richie brings the softer rhythm of childhood, small questions, cute reactions, and the feeling that the adults are protecting more than just a household routine. James grew up on the series, giving Richie natural charm without forcing the performance. His presence is especially tied to the early seasons, when Family Matters still felt most like a multi-generational family sitcom before the sci-fi-style Urkel plots grew larger. After the show, James built a strong and lasting acting career, becoming widely known as Devin Hamilton on The Young and the Restless, where he earned major daytime television recognition. In 2026, he turns 40, and Richie remains a small but cherished part of the Winslow family memory, the child whose presence made the house feel even more alive. Judy Winslow, the youngest Winslow daughter whose unexplained disappearance became one of sitcom history's strangest fan memories, was portrayed by Jamie Foxworth. She was born on December 17, 1979, in Belleville, Illinois, and was 10 when Family Matters premiered in 1989. Judy works in the early seasons because she helps make the Winslow family feel complete. 3 children, different personalities, and a busy household full of sibling energy. Foxworth brought youthful brightness to the role, but as Steve Urkel became the show's breakout force, Judy's screen time shrank until the character vanished without a proper goodbye. That absence became part of the show's legacy, often discussed because it disrupted the emotional logic of a family sitcom. After leaving the series, Foxworth faced difficult years, including struggles related to money, image, and adult entertainment work, before later speaking openly about recovery, motherhood, and rebuilding her life. In 2026, she turns 47, and Judy remains a reminder that even small characters matter because when a family member disappears, viewers notice the empty space. Captain Savage, a guest role that brought instant comic authority into Family Matters, was portrayed by Sherman Hemsley. He was born on February 1, 1938, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and was 56 when he appeared in the series. Savage works because Hemsley could change the energy of a scene the moment he entered. His voice, posture, and rapid-fire timing carried decades of sitcom experience, making even a guest part feel memorable. In a show already filled with big personalities, he understood how to play authority with rhythm, stern enough to matter, funny enough to land. Hemsley's larger legacy, of course, was already secured through George Jefferson on All in the Family and The Jeffersons, one of the most iconic sitcom characters in television history. He later starred in Amen and continued working in television and voice roles, always bringing that unmistakable mix of pride, irritation, and comic precision. Hemsley passed away in 2012 at the age of 74 from complications related to lung cancer. Captain Savage remains a brief but lively reminder that great guest stars can walk in, own the frame, and leave the audience smiling. Lieutenant Lou Murtaugh, the steady law enforcement figure who helped expand Carl Winslow's professional world, was portrayed by Barry Jenner. He was born on January 14, 1941, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and was 49 when he appeared on Family Matters. Murtaugh works because sitcom authority figures are funniest when they feel believable. Jenner did not play him as a cartoon. He gave the role calm competence, which made the comedy around him sharper. As part of Carl's police environment, Murtaugh helped remind viewers that Carl was not only a father reacting to chaos at home, but also a working officer moving through a larger adult world. Jenner's restrained style gave the character weight without pulling focus from the main cast. Beyond Family Matters, Jenner worked steadily in television for decades, appearing in Dallas Star Trek, Deep Space Nine, Knots Landing, Matlock, and many other series. He was one of those dependable actors whose face made a scene feel professionally grounded. Jenner passed away in 2016 at the age of 75. Lieutenant Murtaugh remains a modest but solid part of the show's wider world, official, composed, and quietly effective. Darnell Coleman, a supporting character who helped add neighborhood texture to Family Matters, was portrayed by Ron Taylor. He was born on October 16, 1952, in Galveston, Texas, and was 38 when the series began. Darnell works because the Winslow family never exists in isolation. The show is strongest when Chicago feels like a community surrounding the house. Taylor brought a grounded, mature presence that made his scenes feel natural, as if Darnell had a life beyond the episode. That kind of supporting work matters because sitcom worlds become believable through neighbors, friends, co-workers, and familiar faces who pass through with confidence. Taylor had a strong career beyond television guest roles, especially on stage, where his powerful voice and presence made him memorable. He also appeared in film and television projects including Trading Places, Twin Peaks, and voice work, building a varied career across media. Tragically, Taylor passed away in 2002 at only 49 from a heart attack. Darnell remains one of those smaller roles made meaningful by a performer who brought real substance into every appearance. Vice Principal Mallet, a school authority figure whose awkward seriousness fit perfectly into Family Matters' comic world, was portrayed by Fred Willard. He was born on September 18, 1933, in Shaker Heights, Ohio, and was 55 when the series premiered. Mallet works because Willard had a rare gift for playing people who think they are in control, while comedy quietly proves otherwise. He could make a pause, a polite smile, or a slightly confused reaction land harder than a punchline. In a family sitcom with teenagers, schools, and growing pains, a vice principal becomes a perfect source of pressure, official enough to matter, human enough to be funny. Willard's appearance carries the charm of a performer who never needed to overpower a scene to steal it. His larger career became legendary through improvisational comedy. Best in Show, Waiting for Guffman, Everybody Loves Raymond, Modern Family, and countless guest roles. He passed away in 2020 at the age of 86. Vice Principal Mallet remains a small part of the show, but Willard's presence turns it into a reminder of how effortless great comedy can look. Mr. Looney, an older supporting character whose gentle oddness added classic sitcom flavor to Family Matters, was portrayed by Tom Poston. He was born on October 17, 1921, in Columbus, Ohio, and was 73 when he played the role. Looney works because his name almost tells the audience what kind of energy he brings: slightly eccentric, warm, and just offbeat enough to fit into a world where ordinary life regularly spins into absurd comedy. Poston played him with the ease of a veteran who knew how to make small roles last. He never had to shout for laughs. A look, a hesitation, or a mild reaction could do the work. That craft came from decades in television comedy, including The Steve Allen Show, Newhart, Mork and Mindy, and many guest appearances that made him a familiar and beloved face. Poston won an Emmy early in his career and remained active for decades, representing an older style of comic timing that fit beautifully into family sitcoms. He passed away in 2007 at the age of 85. Mr. Looney remains a brief but cozy reminder of classic TV comedy's deep bench of talent. Gwendolyn, a small childhood role in Family Matters, was portrayed by Naya Rivera. She was born on January 12, 1987, in Valencia, California, and was only 5 when she appeared on the series. The role itself is brief, but it has become deeply poignant because of the performer Rivera later became. In family sitcoms, small child roles help create the feeling of a living neighborhood. Kids passing through, school moments, family gatherings, and the sense that life exists beyond the main characters. Rivera's appearance is now remembered as an early glimpse of a talent that would later grow into something far more powerful. She became widely known as Santana Lopez on Glee, where her voice, confidence, and emotional honesty made her a beloved figure, especially for many viewers who saw themselves in her character's journey. Tragically, Rivera died in 2020 at only 33 in an accidental drowning while saving her young son during a boating trip. Gwendolyn remains a tiny role, but watching it now feels tender, a reminder that even the smallest screen moments belong to real lives, fragile and unforgettable. Laura Winslow, the smart and strong-minded Winslow daughter, whose reactions helped balance Steve Urkel's chaos was portrayed by Kelly Shania Williams. She was born on March 22, 1976, in Washington, D.C., and was 13 when Family Matters premiered in 1989. Laura works because she grows up in front of the audience without losing her sense of self. She is bright, responsible, sometimes impatient, and constantly trying to be seen as more than the girl Urkel is obsessed with. Williams played her with natural confidence, giving Laura humor, teenage frustration, and emotional honesty. Her relationship with Steve became one of the show's longest-running storylines, shifting slowly from annoyance to friendship and eventually romance. But Laura also mattered beyond that dynamic. She represented school pressure, family expectations, dating, self-respect, and the awkward journey from girlhood into adulthood. After Family Matters, Williams appeared in smaller screen roles and later focused on family, community work, and youth arts programs. In 2026, she turns 50, and Laura remains a quietly important sitcom figure, the girl who grew up surrounded by noise, yet still held her own. Steve Urkel, the high-voiced, suspender-wearing neighbor who transformed Family Matters from a warm family sitcom into a full pop culture phenomenon, was portrayed by Jaleel White. He was born on November 27, 1976, in Culver City, California, and was only 13 when he first appeared as Urkel. Steve works because he is more than a walking catchphrase. Yes, he breaks furniture, ruins plans, and asks, "Did I do that?" with perfect comic timing. But underneath the chaos is loneliness, intelligence, and a desperate need to belong. White played him with fearless physical comedy and surprising emotional control, turning what was meant to be a one-time role into the face of the series. He also played Stefan Urquell and other Urkel-related personas, showing remarkable range inside one exaggerated character. After the show, White worked in acting, writing, producing, voice work, and even voiced Sonic the Hedgehog in animated series. In 2026, he turns 50, and Urkel remains one of the most recognizable sitcom characters of the 1990s. Awkward, brilliant, exhausting, and impossible not to remember. And that's our look back at Family Matters, Then and Now, a sitcom built on family love, neighborhood chaos, growing pains, and the kind of laughter that made the Winslow home feel familiar to millions. Some cast members continued shining in television, music, and film. Some stepped away from the spotlight, and others left us far too soon. But every Carl lesson, every Harriet truth, every Urkel disaster, and every quiet family moment still carries their legacy. Which cast member's story touched you most? Share your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us again on Hollywood 1960s. In 1971, All in the Family changed television by bringing America's arguments straight into the living room. Through Archie Bunker, Edith, Gloria, Michael, and the neighbors around them, the show turned comedy into something sharper, a mirror for politics, prejudice, marriage, class, race, and generational conflict. But behind those unforgettable debates were award-winning careers, groundbreaking milestones, painful losses, and legacies that reshaped sitcom history. Today, we're looking back at the cast of All in the Family, Then and Now. Edith Bunker, the gentle and endlessly compassionate wife, whose kindness softened the sharp edges of All in the Family, was portrayed by Jean Stapleton. She was born on January 19, 1923, in New York City, and was 48 when the series premiered in 1971. Edith works because she is far wiser than Archie often gives her credit for. Her high voice, nervous sweetness, and patient manner could make her seem fragile at first, but beneath that softness was extraordinary emotional strength. Stapleton played Edith with warmth, timing, and deep humanity, turning her into the moral heart of a sitcom built on arguments, prejudice, and social change. Her quiet moments of defiance showed that goodness did not mean weakness. The role earned Stapleton 3 Emmy Awards and 2 Golden Globes, placing her among television's most acclaimed performers. After leaving the series, she continued working in theater, film, and television before eventually retiring from acting. Stapleton passed away in 2013 at the age of 90 from natural causes. Edith remains one of TV's most beloved characters, tender, funny, and strong enough to make a difficult world feel a little more human. Archie Bunker, the loud, stubborn, and deeply flawed patriarch whose living room became a battleground for America's social debates, was portrayed by Carroll O'Connor. He was born on August 2, 1924 in New York City and was 47 when All in the Family began in 1971. Archie works because he is not written as a simple cartoon of prejudice. He is harsh, opinionated, fearful of change, and often wrong, yet O'Connor lets glimpses of insecurity, love, and confusion slip through the anger. That complexity made Archie uncomfortable, funny, and historically important all at once. His clashes with Michael, Gloria, Edith, and the Jeffersons helped turn sitcom comedy into a vehicle for serious conversation. O'Connor won 4 Emmy Awards for the role and later continued Archie's story in Archie Bunker's place. Afterward, he found another acclaimed television chapter as Chief Bill Gillespie in the Heat of the Night. He passed away in 2001 at the age of 76 from complications related to diabetes. Archie Bunker remains one of television's most influential characters, difficult, unforgettable, and impossible to separate from the era that created him. Michael Meathead Stivic, the outspoken liberal son-in-law whose debates with Archie Bunker became the engine of All in the Family, was portrayed by Rob Reiner. He was born on March 6, 1947, in New York City, and was 24 when the series premiered in 1971. Michael works because he is not just Archie's opposite. He is young America pushing back from inside the same house. Idealistic, stubborn, educated, and often self-righteous, he challenges Archie on politics, race, war, feminism, and class, giving the show its generational electricity. Reiner played him with comic frustration and real conviction, making Michael both sympathetic and imperfect. His marriage to Gloria added warmth and tension, especially as the young couple tried to build a life under Archie's roof. Reiner won 2 Emmy Awards for the role, then moved into an extraordinary directing career with This Is Spinal Tap, Stand By Me, The Princess Bride, When Harry Met Sally, and A Few Good Men. In 2026, he is 79, and Michael remains one of television's defining voices of youthful idealism, loud, passionate, and forever arguing from the other side of Archie's chair. Louise Wheezy Jefferson, the patient and sharp-witted wife whose warmth balanced George Jefferson's explosive pride, was portrayed by Isabel Sanford. She was born on August 29, 1917, in New York City and was 53 when she first appeared on All in the Family in 1971. Louise works because she brings dignity and kindness into every room, even when Archie's prejudice or George's arrogance threatens to take over. She is open-minded, practical, funny, and strong enough to challenge both men without losing her grace. Sanford played her with beautifully measured timing, making Louise feel like the emotional center of the Jefferson family. The role became even more important when the Jeffersons spun off into its own series, portraying a successful black family in a way television had rarely seen before. In 1981, Sanford made history as the first black woman to win the Emmy for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Comedy Series. She continued acting in guest roles and commercials after the show ended. Sanford passed away in 2004 at the age of 86 from natural causes. Louise Jefferson remains a landmark sitcom wife, loving, wise, and quietly revolutionary. Barney Hefner, Archie Bunker's loyal and sometimes gullible friend whose easygoing nature gave the show a softer comic rhythm, was portrayed by Alan Melvin. He was born on February 18, 1923, in Kansas City, Missouri, and was 48 when All in the Family premiered in 1971. Barney works because he gives Archie someone to talk with outside the family battles. At Kelsey's bar and in neighborhood scenes, Barney often reflects Archie's old-fashioned world, but with less bite and more innocence. Melvin played him with warm comic timing, making Barney funny without turning him into a fool. His presence helped show the social circle around Archie. Men who complained, joked, misunderstood the changing world, and still depended on friendship. Before and after All in the Family, Melvin was already a classic television regular, known for The Phil Silvers Show, Gomer Pyle USMC, The Brady Bunch, and voice work as Magilla Gorilla. His career stretched across live-action sitcoms and animation, always marked by a memorable voice and dependable humor. Melvin passed away in 2008 at the age of 84 from cancer. Barney remains a lovable barstool companion, familiar, funny, and unmistakably old school. Stephanie Mills, the bright young niece who brought unexpected tenderness into Archie Bunker's later years, was portrayed by Danielle Brisebois. She was born on June 28, 1969 in Brooklyn, New York, and was 9 when she joined All in the Family in 1978. Stephanie works because she changes Archie in ways arguments never could. Abandoned by her father and taken in by Archie and Edith, she arrives as a child in need of love, structure, and safety. At first, Archie resists the responsibility, but slowly, Stephanie draws out a protective side of him that had often been hidden beneath anger and prejudice. Brisebois played her with intelligence, emotional openness, and a natural musical spark, giving the later seasons a new family dynamic after major cast changes. She continued the role in Archie Bunker's place, then eventually moved away from acting and built a successful music career. As a songwriter, she co-wrote major hits including Natasha Bedingfield's Unwritten and Pocketful of Sunshine, earning Grammy recognition. In 2026, she is 57, and Stephanie remains remembered as the child who revealed that Archie's heart, however guarded, could still soften. Harry Snowden, the dependable bartender and later business partner who helped shape the world of Kelsey's Bar and Archie Bunker's Place, was portrayed by Jason Wingreen. He was born on October 9, 1920, in Brooklyn, New York, and was 55 when he first appeared in the All in the Family universe in 1976. Harry works because he gives Archie's bar life a steadier counterweight. Where Archie is impulsive, opinionated, and often difficult, Harry feels calmer, more practical, and more willing to listen. Wingreen played him with understated warmth, making Harry the kind of man who could survive near Archie without becoming another version of him. His role grew more important as the series shifted into Archie Bunker's Place, where the bar became the center of Archie's later story. Beyond this role, Wingreen was a prolific character actor, appearing in The Twilight Zone, Star Trek, Matlock, and countless television series. He also provided the original voice of Boba Fett in The Empire Strikes Back, giving him a surprising place in pop culture history. Wingreen passed away in 2015 at the age of 95. Harry remains a quiet but essential part of Archie's later world. George Jefferson, the ambitious, sharp-tongued businessman whose confidence could fill a room before he even spoke, was portrayed by Sherman Hemsley. He was born on February 1, 1938, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and was 35 when he first appeared on All in the Family in 1973. George works because he is both Archie's mirror and his challenger. He can be stubborn, loud, and proudly opinionated, but his energy comes from a different history. A black entrepreneur fighting to claim space, success, and respect in a world that had long denied it. Hemsley played him with explosive timing, physical bounce, and a voice that could turn every insult into music. The character became so popular that he moved into television history with The Jeffersons, one of the most important sitcom spin-offs ever made. George's Movin' On Up story became a cultural symbol, while Hemsley continued later success in a man and voice work. He passed away in 2012 at the age of 74 from complications related to lung cancer. George Jefferson remains unforgettable, arrogant, hilarious, vulnerable, and groundbreaking with every step. Irene Lorenzo, the outspoken neighbor whose independence made her one of Archie Bunker's strongest challengers, was portrayed by Betty Garrett. She was born on May 23, 1919, in St. Joseph, Missouri, and was 54 when she joined All in the Family in 1973. Irene works because she refuses to shrink herself for Archie's comfort. A capable, feminist-minded woman with sharp humor and practical confidence, she could challenge his sexist assumptions without turning the scene into a lecture. Garrett played her with lively intelligence and warmth, allowing Irene to be both politically meaningful and genuinely funny. Her friendship with Edith gave the show another layer of female support, while her marriage to Frank Lorenzo offered a different comic contrast from Archie and Edith's dynamic. Long before television fame, Garrett had been a gifted singer and dancer in Hollywood musicals, including On the Town and Take Me Out to the Ball Game. She later became beloved again as Edna Babish on Laverne and Shirley. Garrett passed away in 2011 at the age of 91 from an aortic aneurysm. Irene remains a bright part of the show's social conscience, funny, fearless, and ahead of her time. Kelsey, the friendly bar owner whose tavern became one of Archie Bunker's favorite places to argue, complain, and escape family pressure, was portrayed by Bob Hastings. He was born on April 18, 1925, in Brooklyn, New York, and was 46 when All in the Family premiered in 1971. Kelsey works because the bar gives the show a world beyond the Bunker living room. Archie can perform his opinions for friends, regulars, and anyone unlucky enough to sit nearby. Hastings played Kelsey with an easygoing manner, making him feel like a man used to hearing every kind of nonsense across the counter. He did not need to dominate scenes. His calm presence allowed Archie and the bar regulars to bounce off one another naturally. Hastings had a long and varied career, appearing on McHale's Navy, General Hospital, and many other television shows. He also became known in animation and voice work, including roles connected to DC Productions and classic cartoons. He passed away in 2014 at the age of 89 from prostate cancer. Kelsey remains one of those familiar sitcom figures who made Archie's Queens neighborhood feel wider, louder, and more alive. Frank Lorenzo, the blunt and practical husband of Irene Lorenzo, whose old-school views often collided with her independence, was portrayed by Vincent Gardenia. He was born on January 7, 1920, in Naples, Italy, and was 51 when All in the Family began in 1971. Frank works because he brings another version of working-class masculinity into Archie's orbit. He can be gruff, opinionated, and resistant to change, but he is less explosive than Archie, giving the show a different kind of domestic contrast. Gardenia played him with earthy humor and real character weight, making Frank feel like a neighbor who had lived a full life before stepping through the door. His scenes with Irene gave the series another marriage to examine, full of irritation, affection, and shifting expectations between men and women. Gardenia went on to become one of America's most respected character actors, earning Academy Award nominations for Bang the Drum Slowly and Moonstruck, while also appearing in Death Wish and many stage productions. He passed away in 1992 at the age of 72 from a heart attack. Frank Lorenzo remains a sharp, human piece of the show's neighborhood world. Henry Jefferson, the thoughtful and dignified Jefferson family member who appeared before George fully entered the story, was portrayed by Mel Stewart. He was born October 3, 1929, in Cleveland, Ohio, and was 41 when All in the Family premiered in 1971. Henry works because he helped establish the Jeffersons as more than just neighbors for Archie to react against. He brought intelligence, restraint, and quiet authority to scenes that touched on race, class, and changing social boundaries. Stewart played him with grounded dignity, making Henry a calm counterpoint to the louder energies around him. His presence helped prepare the way for the Jefferson family's larger role in television history, even though Sherman Hemsley's George would later become the more explosive and iconic figure. Beyond All in the Family, Stewart had a long career as an actor, director, and musician, appearing in The Mod Squad, The White Shadow, Scarecrow and Mrs. King, and many other projects. He also directed for television, expanding his creative work behind the camera. Stewart passed away in 2002 at the age of 72 from Alzheimer's disease. Henry remains a quieter but important part of the show's groundbreaking neighborhood. Mr. Munson, one of the recurring barroom faces who added texture to Archie Bunker's working-class world, was portrayed by Billy Hallop. He was born on February 11, 1920, in New York City, and was 51 when All in the Family began in 1971. Munson works because the show's power came not only from the Bunker living room, but from the regular people surrounding Archie: customers, friends, neighbors, and men at the bar who helped reflect the ordinary talk of the era. Halop gave Munson a familiar, lived-in quality, the kind of presence that made Kelsey's bar feel like a real place with its own regulars and habits. His career had begun decades earlier, when he was a famous child and teen actor as one of the dead-end kids, appearing in films that captured Depression-era toughness and streetwise youth. Later, like many former child stars, he moved through smaller television and character roles, carrying a long Hollywood history into each appearance. Halop passed away in 1976 at only 56 from a heart attack. Mr. Munson remains a modest role, but Halop's larger story gives it an unexpected depth. Hank Pivnik, one of the recurring bar regulars whose rough charm helped fill out the social world of All in the Family, was portrayed by Danny Dayton. He was born on November 20, 1923, in Jersey City, New Jersey, and was 52 when he appeared in the later years of the series. Hank works because Archie's world needs men who sound like they have known him for years, friends, customers, and neighborhood voices who bring barroom banter to life. Dayton played Hank with a seasoned comic edge, giving him the feel of a man who could trade complaints, jokes, and opinions without slowing down the rhythm of a scene. Supporting figures like Hank made the show's Queens setting feel inhabited beyond the central family arguments. Dayton had a long career in television and film, appearing in The Odd Couple, The Twilight Zone, Kojak, The Love Boat, and many other productions. He later became familiar through Archie Bunker's Place as well. Dayton passed away in 1999 at the age of 75 from emphysema. Hank remains one of those recognizable character faces who helped make Archie's bar feel like a real neighborhood institution. Teresa Betancourt, the warm and independent waitress who brought fresh energy into Archie Bunker's later world, was portrayed by Liz Torres. She was born on September 27, 1947, in Brooklyn, New York, and was 29 when she joined All in the Family in 1976. Teresa works because she adds another voice of change around Archie. Intelligent, funny, and self-possessed, she is not intimidated by his opinions and often meets him with humor rather than fear. Torres played her with lively timing and emotional warmth, making Teresa feel both sharp and approachable. Her presence helped the show continue exploring cultural identity, gender, and generational change as the series evolved. Beyond All in the Family, Torres built a long and respected career as an actress, comedian, and singer, earning acclaim on The John Larroquette Show and becoming beloved to later audiences as Miss Patty on Gilmore Girls. In 2026, she is 78, and Teresa remains a memorable later addition, a character who could walk into Archie's world, hear the noise, and still hold her own with grace and wit. Gloria Bunker-Stivic, Archie and Edith's loving but independent daughter, whose voice helped define the younger generation inside the Bunker home, was portrayed by Sally Struthers. She was born on July 28, 1947 in Portland, Oregon, and was 23 when All in the Family premiered in 1971. Gloria works because she stands between worlds. She loves her father, adores her mother, and shares many of Michael's progressive beliefs, but she also carries the emotional burden of keeping peace in a house built on arguments. Struthers played her with humor, tenderness, and sudden flashes of anger, making Gloria more than the daughter caught between two men. Her character explored marriage, feminism, family loyalty, and the complicated process of becoming an adult under a very loud parental roof. Struthers won 2 Emmy Awards for the role, later starred in the spin-off Gloria, and continued working in television, stage, voice acting, and charity advocacy. In 2026, she is 78, and Gloria remains one of the series' emotional bridges. Affectionate, frustrated, funny, and never as simple as Archie thought. Lionel Jefferson, the intelligent and quick-witted son who often challenged Archie Bunker, with humor sharper than anger, was portrayed by Mike Evans. He was born on November 3, 1949, in Salisbury, North Carolina, and was 21 when All in the Family began in 1971. Lionel works because he sees Archie clearly and refuses to be intimidated by him. Instead of reacting with rage, he often uses sarcasm, calm intelligence, and a knowing smile, exposing Archie's prejudice while keeping the comedy alive. Evans played Lionel with relaxed confidence, making him one of the show's earliest and most important bridges between families, generations, and racial tension. His presence helped prepare the way for The Jeffersons, where the character continued as part of one of television's groundbreaking black families. Beyond acting, Evans made a major behind-the-scenes contribution by co-creating Good Times, another important sitcom centered on black family life. His later career became quieter, but his influence remained strong. Evans passed away in 2006 at the age of 57 from throat cancer. Lionel remains a key part of television history, smart, cool, and brave enough to laugh in the face of ignorance. And that's our look back at All in the Family, Then and Now, a sitcom that made America laugh while forcing it to listen. Some cast members became television legends, some reshaped comedy behind the camera, and others left us with final chapters that still feel deeply poignant. But every argument in Archie's chair, every gentle Edith moment, and every uncomfortable truth still carries their legacy. Which cast member's story stayed with you most? Share your thoughts in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us again on Hollywood 1960s. For 2 short seasons, the Munsters turned classic horror into the coziest family comedy on TV, and those laughs still feel like home. But behind the makeup and the warm living room chaos, there's a story many fans never fully heard. Some cast members found unexpected second lives after the spotlight. Others faded quietly away, and a few faced heartbreaking endings far from Mockingbird Lane. Today we're rewinding the cast then and now, where they went, how time changed them, and the legacies they left behind. Stay with us, because the real story is even stranger and more human than the monsters ever were. Herman Munster, the towering, gentle-hearted backbone of the Munster household, was brought to life by Fred Gwynne, born on July 10, 1926, who was 38 when he first stepped into Herman's heavy boots in 1964. From the very first episodes, Gwynne made Herman feel less like a joke and more like a real father, trying to do right by his family. He looked like a creature from a midnight movie, yet he carried himself with a sincerity that could disarm anyone, if they gave him a chance. What made Herman unforgettable wasn't the makeup or the size. It was the way he kept reaching for normalcy with an open heart. He wanted to be a good husband to Lily, raise Eddie with patience, and earn a place in the neighborhood even when the neighborhood recoiled on sight. That contrast is why the comedy still lands. Herman doesn't realize he's scary, because inside, he's the most decent man on the block. And in that simple idea, the show quietly flips the world upside down, suggesting the real monsters might be the ones who judge first and understand last. After the Munsters, Gwynne continued acting across stage and screen, later becoming widely recognized in films like My Cousin Vinny and Pet Sematary. He died on July 2, 1993 at 66. But Herman Munster remains one of television's most iconic fathers, proof that sometimes the kindest soul is the one wearing the most frightening face. Grandpa Munster, the mischievous vampire patriarch who treats chaos like a hobby and family loyalty like a religion, was played by Al Lewis, born April 30th, 1923, who was 41 when the Munsters debuted in 1964. Grandpa isn't just the comic troublemaker in the basement lab. He's the show's pulse. Every scheme, every potion, every wild solution to a simple problem feels like a spark thrown into the story. Dangerous, funny, and oddly comforting. Lewis gave Grandpa a theatrical energy that never turned cruel. Yes, he's dramatic and unpredictable. But underneath the fangs is something almost tender. Grandpa's mischief usually comes from devotion. He wants Eddie to feel confident. He wants the Munsters to thrive in a world that refuses to see them as ordinary people. That's why he's so watchable. He can switch from affectionate grandfather to full-blown mad scientist in a heartbeat. And somehow you still trust that his heart is in the right place, even when his plan absolutely isn't. Long after the series ended, Lewis remained closely connected to fans and the legacy of classic monster comedy. He died on February 3, 2006 at 82. Yet Grandpa Munster still feels like the relative you remember most vividly, the one who caused the biggest mess and made the house feel the most alive. Marilyn Munster, the so-called normal niece who becomes the family's funniest twist, was played by Pat Priest, born August 15, 1936, who stepped into the role in 1964 and made Marilyn the show's quiet, emotional bridge. In any other sitcom, Marilyn would be the standard. Here, she's treated like the strange-looking one, while the monsters around her are considered perfectly fine. That reversal is the joke. But it's also the point. Normal is a story people tell themselves, and the Munsters expose how fragile that story really is. Priest played Marilyn with warmth and sincerity, never rolling her eyes at the family, never treating them like a circus. She lets us feel that Marilyn genuinely loves Herman, Lily, Grandpa, and Eddie, even when their well-meaning chaos accidentally torpedoes her social life. And because she plays it straight, the comedy lands softer, like a hug instead of a punchline. After the series, Priest worked in television and later chose a quieter life away from constant spotlight, while remaining a fan favorite. Today, she's still celebrated as the face of Marilyn for most of the show's run, proof that kindness can be the most memorable special effect. Marilyn Munster, in the earliest episodes before the casting change, was portrayed by Beverly Owen, born May 13, 1934, who helped set the tone that made the show's heart work. Owen's Marilyn isn't just the human one, she's the anchor that keeps the Munster home from feeling like a string of monster jokes. She reacts with gentle disbelief, yes, but more importantly, she reacts with loyalty. She treats the family like family, and that choice is everything. In those first episodes, you can feel the show finding its balance. Spooky imagery on the surface, sincerity underneath. Owen's performance supports that balance. If Marilyn treated the Munsters like a freak show, the series would collapse into cruelty. Instead, her sweetness helps sell the central idea that the monsters are emotionally healthier than the outside world. After leaving the show, Owen stepped away from acting and lived a more private life, one of those quiet exits that only makes fans more curious because it feels so un-Hollywood. She died on February 21st, 2019 at 81. But her short run still matters. She helped build the foundation that let the Munsters become comfort TV for generations. Clyde Thornton, one of the outside world pressures who helps the Munsters' misunderstandings explode into comedy, was played by Chet Stratton, born April 7, 1911. In a monster sitcom, characters like Clyde do a specific job. They represent everyday society, the co-worker, the suspicious neighbor, the person who reacts to the Munsters the way the audience expects a normal person would. That's where the punchlines live. The Munsters stay calm and polite, while the world around them tightens up in fear. Stratton brought that straight-faced credibility that makes the absurd feel sharper. He wasn't there to be a monster. He was there to prove the real comedy is in the reaction, how quickly people judge what they don't understand, and how blind they are to their own rudeness. Stratton's life ended earlier than many of his peers. He died on November 5, 1970, at 59. And that's part of why rewinding these shows can feel bittersweet. Some of the faces that helped build television's golden era slipped away quietly, even while the work kept playing for decades afterward. Jack, a supporting character who helps fill out the ordinary world surrounding 1313 Mockingbird Lane, was portrayed by Edward Mallory, born October 13, 1930. The Munsters works because it doesn't trap the family inside their house. It constantly throws them into everyday situations where they try to blend in, and absolutely do not. Supporting roles like Jack give the episode social friction, a conversation that goes wrong, a misunderstanding that snowballs, a moment where the Munsters think they're being charming while everyone else panics. Mallory had the kind of screen presence that suits those roles perfectly. Clear delivery, strong reactions, and the ability to play normal without becoming dull. In a show built on contrasts, the straight man is often the punchline's best friend, because the Munsters never realize they're the weirdest thing in the room. Mallory went on to a long career in television and film. Why? Becoming one of those recognizable character actors you feel you've seen everywhere. He died on October 4th, 2007, at 76. And his legacy is a reminder that classic TV worlds aren't built only by stars. They're built by dependable faces who make the world feel real enough for the fantasy to shine. Dr. Lindbach, a guest character used to test reality against Munster normality, was played by Harvey Korman, born February 15, 1927. The Munsters loved placing authority figures, doctors, officials, experts, into the family's path because nothing is funnier than professional certainty colliding with supernatural politeness. The doctor insists on logic. The Munsters insist everything is perfectly ordinary. And the audience gets the delicious tension of watching reality lose the argument. Korman was built for that kind of comedy. Even in brief appearances, he could reshape the energy of a scene through timing alone. One look, one pause, one carefully controlled reaction. It's a skill that seems effortless until you realize how rare it is. Beyond the Munsters, Korman became one of the most celebrated television comedians of his era, known for versatility and scene-stealing precision across a career that stretched for decades. He died on May 29, 2008 at 81. And when you rewatch classic sitcoms, you start noticing how often the same elite comedic talent drifted from show to show, quietly strengthening an entire generation of television. Lily Munster, the elegant vampire mother who keeps the household steady while embracing every bit of the weirdness, was portrayed by Yvonne DiCarlo, born September 1st, 1922, who was 42 when the series premiered. Lily is the calm center of the family, the one who manages Herman's big-hearted innocence, Grandpa's schemes, and Eddie's childhood worries with patience, style, and a protective edge that can turn sharp in an instant. DiCarlo brought glamour to the role, but she also brought warmth. Lily never feels like a cold Gothic stereotype. She feels like a mother who believes her family is normal. And in the world of the show, that belief is powerful. The humor often comes from Lily treating chaos like routine, because to her it is. And that steadiness is what makes the family believable beneath the makeup. DiCarlo already had a major career before the Munsters, and the series introduced her to a new generation who remembered her for decades afterward. She died on January 8, 2007, at 84. But Lily remains iconic, not just for her look, but for the emotional stability she gave to one of television's strangest, sweetest homes. Dr. Edward H. Dudley, one of the show's most memorable recurring professional foils, was portrayed by Paul Lynde, born January 13, 1926. Lynde had a rare gift. He could enter a scene and instantly change the temperature with rhythm, sarcasm, and perfectly controlled exaggeration. In The Munsters, a doctor isn't just there to diagnose a patient. He's there to collide with a reality he cannot explain. That clash is where Lynde shines. His reactions sharpen the joke without breaking the world. He plays the pressure of professionalism, the need to be correct, while everything around him insists on being impossible. And because Lynde is so precise, the comedy feels like a perfectly timed snap, rather than a shout. Outside the show, Linda became one of classic television's most recognizable comic voices, a performer whose timing influenced generations. His career also reflected the private pressures of fame in an era that demanded performers hide parts of themselves to stay employable. He died on August 10, 1982 at 55, yet his work remains a master class in how to make comedy feel effortless, like it was always there, waiting for the right voice to unlock it. Warren Bloom, a supporting character who adds texture to the Munsters' outside world, was played by John Fiedler, born February 3, 1925. Fiedler had one of those instantly recognizable presences, the kind where even limited screen time leaves an imprint. In a sitcom like The Munsters, that matters. The show's biggest laughs often come from small human reactions: suspicion, awkward politeness, or nervous confusion, the fear of saying the wrong thing to the wrong family. Fiedler could do all of that with a glance. He didn't need volume, he needed timing. And because The Munsters is fundamentally about prejudice, people panicking at what they don't understand, actors like Fiedler help build the normal world that the series gently critiques. Fiedler's long career stretched far beyond this series, including beloved voice work that made him familiar to audiences who never knew his name. He died on June 25, 2005 at 80. And his legacy is one of those quiet truths of classic television. The world feels real because character actors give it real nerves, real rules, and real reactions, so the Munsters can break them with a smile. Mr. Gateman, Herman's boss, and a link to the working world beyond Mockingbird Lane, Alan was portrayed by John Carradine, born February 5, 1906. Casting Carradine added a layer of classic Hollywood authority, the kind of voice and presence that makes even ordinary lines sound theatrical. In a monster sitcom, that gravitas becomes part of the joke. Horror tradition walking into a comedy set, fully committed. Gateman works because he represents structure. He's the boss, the grown-up, the real-world voice, yet he's forced to deal with Herman Munster as if Herman is just another employee. That contrast keeps the show grounded. The Munsters can be outrageous at home, but at work, they still have bosses, routines, expectations. And when those expectations collide with the Munsters' supernatural normality, the comedy becomes sharper. Carradine's career was enormous, spanning stage and film across decades, connecting early-era horror imagery to later television comedy. He died on November 27, 1988, at 82. And in a strange way, his presence in the Munsters feels symbolic, like the old Gothic world giving its blessing to a new idea, that monsters can be funny, lovable, and human. Fanny Pike, a guest character who reflects the era's social norms before the show flips them inside out, was portrayed by Jane Withers, born April 12, 1926. The Munsters often used guest roles like a mirror. Here's what society expects, here's how society judges, and here's how quickly those judgments crumble when faced with a family that's kinder than anyone on the block. Withers brought strong personality fast, an essential skill in classic episodic TV, where a guest character has minutes to matter. Guess her presence also carried history. She was one of those performers whose career stretched across changing decades of entertainment, a familiar face that seemed to travel with audiences as they aged. She died on August 7, 2021, at 95. And her long life feels like part of her legacy, proof that the people who built classic television weren't just passing through a moment. They were building the foundation of what comfort viewing still means today: humor with heart, and characters who reveal the truth about us while pretending it's just a joke. Marty, a supporting character who helps keep the Munsters world believable, was portrayed by Val Avery, born February 14, 1924. In a show built around an unusual family, ordinary, supporting characters are essential. They represent the street, the workplace, the neighborhood logic that the Munsters keep bumping into. Without them, the series would float away into pure fantasy. With them, the fantasy has something solid to push against. Avery brought grounded toughness, the kind of credibility that makes confusion funnier. When the Munsters remain calm and polite, the outside character becomes the one losing control. That reversal is the show's heartbeat. The monsters behave with manners, while the normal world spirals into panic. Avery worked steadily across film and television for decades, becoming one of those dependable faces you recognize even when you can't place the name. He died on December 12, 2009, at 85. And his presence reminds us how classic TV is built, not only by iconic leads, but by an entire ecosystem of working actors who make the world feel lived in, so the Munsters can make it laugh. Mr. Bradley, an authority-type supporting figure who brings rules and pressure into the Munsters' orbit, was portrayed by Willis Bauschy, born May 24, 1907. Classic sitcoms love authority figures because they create instant stakes: a boss, an official, a community leader who demands normal behavior. And of course, the harder the authority pushes, the less normal the situation becomes. Bauschy had the perfect presence for it: mature, controlled, official. He could make a line sound like policy. That restraint makes the comedy sharper because the Munsters remain sincere, while the authority figure tightens the screws. The joke isn't that the Munsters are wild. Well, the joke is that the world can't handle how politely they refuse to be embarrassed. Bauschy's career spanned decades, often playing professionals and officials whose seriousness gave stories weight. He died on September 27, 1977, at 70. And in the rewind view, he represents something we sometimes forget. Sitcom worlds feel real because someone has to play the rules, so the family we love can break them gently and make it feel like kindness wins. Barney Walters, another supporting presence connected to the wider normal world around the Munsters, was portrayed by John Hoyt, born October 5, 1905. Actors like Hoyt were invaluable in classic television because they could bring instant seriousness to a scene, authority, suspicion, intensity, without needing a lot of screen time. In the Munsters, and that seriousness becomes fuel for comedy. The more real the outside world feels, the funnier the Munsters' calm innocence becomes. Supporting characters like Barney expand the universe beyond the house. They give the family new social situations, errands, jobs, public spaces, where the Munsters try to participate in ordinary life. And that's where the show quietly makes its point. Society often panics at difference. Even when difference is harmless, Hoyt's career included numerous film and television roles, often leaning on that strong, commanding presence. He died on September 15, 1991, at 85. And he remains part of the larger fabric of classic screen acting, the kind of performer who helped build the television landscape where a monster family could become somehow one of the most comforting families on the air. Woke. Eddie Munster, the wide-eyed werewolf boy who lets us experience the Munster house through a child's heart, was portrayed by Butch Patrick, born August 2, 1953, who was just 11 when he became Eddie in 1964. Eddie is the show's doorway. His problems are normal kid problems: school, bullies, fitting in. Only the solutions come from a basement laboratory and a family that thinks fangs are just genetics. Patrick played Eddie with an easy innocence that kept the comedy warm. He never winks at the camera. He believes his world. And that belief is exactly why we do too. What makes Eddie endure isn't the makeup, it's the message underneath it. In the Munster home, being different isn't a flaw to correct. It's simply who you are, and you're still loved completely. That idea, delivered as sitcom humor, and landed quietly but deeply for generations of viewers who felt odd in their own neighborhoods. After The Munsters, Patrick continued acting and later remained closely tied to the show's legacy through appearances, interviews, and fan events. Today, he's still the living link to that gentle 1960s lesson. Sometimes the safest place in the world is the one where nobody asks you to be less you. And just like that, we close the creaking front door of 1313 Mockingbird Lane, not with fear, but with that familiar feeling of comfort. Because The Munsters was never really about monsters. It was about family, and how love can look strange on the outside, yet be the most human thing in the room. Some of these actors found new chapters beyond the makeup. Some chose quieter lives. And some are now gone, leaving only their performances, waiting for us to press play again. If you enjoyed this rewind, tell us which classic show or cast you want next. Then like, subscribe, and stay here with Rewind 1960s, where old television still has a heartbeat. In 1986, Top Gun didn't just send jets across the sky, it launched a generation of movie icons. With its roaring engines, rival pilots, Navy swagger, and unforgettable soundtrack, the film became pure 1980s cinema. But behind the confidence and speed were careers that soared, lives that changed forever, serious health battles, quiet reinventions, and painful goodbyes. Today, we're looking back at the cast of Top Gun, then and now, and the real stories behind the pilots, mentors, and loved ones who made the film legendary. Pete Maverick Mitchell, the fearless Navy pilot, whose need for speed turned Top Gun into a defining movie of the 1980s, was portrayed by Tom Cruise. He was born on July 3, 1962, in Syracuse, New York, and was 24 when the film was released in 1986. Maverick works because he is more than a reckless hotshot. Beneath the sunglasses, motorcycle rides, and cockpit bravado is a young man carrying grief, insecurity, and the need to prove he belongs in a world built on precision and discipline. Cruise played him with restless energy and emotional intensity, making Maverick both arrogant and vulnerable. The role helped launch him into global superstardom, leading to major films like Rain Man, Born on the 4th of July, A Few Good Men, Jerry Maguire, and The Mission: Impossible franchise. Decades later, he returned to the role in Top Gun: Maverick, proving the character still had emotional power. In 2026, Cruise is 63, and Maverick remains one of cinema's great star-making roles, fast, wounded, charismatic, and impossible to separate from the sky. Tom "Iceman" Kazansky, the cool and disciplined rival whose precision forces Maverick to confront his own recklessness, was portrayed by Val Kilmer. He was born on December 31, 1959, in Los Angeles, California, and was 26 when Top Gun became a cultural phenomenon in 1986. Iceman works because he is not truly a villain. He is the standard Maverick refuses to respect at first. Controlled, tactical, and emotionally guarded, he represents the kind of pilot who wins through patience instead of impulse. Kilmer played him with icy confidence and just enough humanity to make the final respect between him and Maverick feel earned. After Top Gun, Kilmer became one of Hollywood's most distinctive actors through The Doors, Tombstone, Heat, Batman Forever, and The Saint. His later years were marked by a serious battle with throat cancer, which deeply affected his voice, yet his return in Top Gun: Maverick became one of the sequel's most moving moments. Val Kilmer passed away in 2025 at the age of 65 from pneumonia. Iceman remains unforgettable, the rival who became a brother in the sky, and whose final salute now feels even more poignant. Nick "Goose" Bradshaw, the loyal radar intercept officer, whose warmth gives Top Gun its emotional heart, was portrayed by Anthony Edwards. He was born on July 19, 1962, in Santa Barbara, California, and was 23 when the film was released in 1986. Goose works because he makes the danger personal. He is funny, affectionate, musical, and deeply devoted to his wife Carol, his son, and Maverick, which makes his death one of the most devastating moments in 1980s cinema. Edwards played him with easy charm, never forcing the comedy or the friendship, allowing Goose to feel like the one person who truly understands Maverick's fear beneath the bravado. After Top Gun, Edwards became best known as Dr. Mark Green on ER, earning major acclaim and becoming one of television's most beloved dramatic actors. He continued working in film, television, and advocacy, building a career defined by sincerity and emotional intelligence. In 2026, he is 64, and Goose remains the soul of Top Gun, the friend whose absence still echoes louder than any jet engine. Mike Viper Metcalf, the seasoned instructor whose quiet authority gives Top Gun its moral gravity, was portrayed by Tom Skerritt. He was born on August 25, 1933, in Detroit, Michigan, and was 52 when the film was released in 1986. Viper works because he is the older warrior who understands both skill and loss. He sees Maverick's talent, but also the danger of a young pilot flying from pain instead of discipline. Skerritt played him with calm confidence, making Viper feel like a man who has already lived the stories the younger pilots are still chasing. His connection to Maverick's father adds emotional depth, helping the film move beyond rivalry into legacy. Before Top Gun, Skerritt had already appeared in MASH, Alien, and many strong character roles. Afterward, he won acclaim on picket fences and continued working across film and television. In 2026, he is 92, and Viper remains the film's steady hand. The mentor who teaches that courage means nothing without control. Rick Jester Heatherly, the hard-edged instructor who tests the pilots with unforgiving discipline, was portrayed by Michael Ironside. He was born on February 12, 1950, in Toronto, Canada, and was 36 when Top Gun reached theaters in 1986. Jester works because he gives the training sequences real pressure. He is not there to flatter talent. He is there to expose weakness, punish arrogance, and remind every pilot that the sky has no patience for ego. Ironside played him with a gravelly voice and commanding intensity, making Jester feel like someone who could read a pilot's mistake before the pilot admitted it. Beyond Top Gun, Ironside became a beloved figure in genre cinema through Scanners, Total Recall, Starship Troopers, Highlander 2, and extensive voice work, often playing men of authority, menace, or iron will. In 2026, he is 76, and Jester remains a sharp part of the film's training world, tough, watchful, and impossible to impress. Bill Cougar Cortell, the shaken pilot whose early crisis reveals the emotional danger behind Top Gun's glamour, was portrayed by John Stockwell. He was born on March 25, 1961, in Galveston, Texas, and was 25 when the film was released in 1986. Cougar works because his brief storyline reminds viewers that courage can break under pressure. After a terrifying encounter in the air, he realizes he can no longer risk his life and family for the cockpit, making his exit one of the film's most human moments. Stockwell played him with vulnerability and restraint, showing fear not as weakness, but as clarity arriving all at once. After acting in films such as Christine and Los in It, Stockwell moved behind the camera and became a successful director, known for Blue Crush, Into the Blue, and other visually driven projects. In 2026, he is 65, and Cougar remains important because he shows the cost of flight before Maverick ever reaches Top Gun, the moment when the myth of fearless pilots becomes painfully real. Leonard Wolfman, Wolf, one of the young aviators whose presence adds camaraderie and competitive energy to Top Gun, was portrayed by Barry Tubb. He was born on February 13, 1963 in Snyder, Texas, and was 23 when the film became a defining hit of 1986. Wolfman works because the Top Gun world needs more than Maverick and Iceman. It needs the feeling of a whole class of pilots pushing, teasing, and measuring themselves against one another. Tubb gave Wolfman youthful confidence without overplaying him, making him feel like part of the squadron's natural rhythm. His role helped build the film's sense of brotherhood inside a high-pressure environment where friendship and rivalry blur. After Top Gun, Tubb continued acting and later moved into directing, writing, and independent creative work, with appearances in projects such as Lonesome Dove and other film and television roles. In 2026, he is 63, and Wolfman remains one of those supporting faces fans still recognize instantly, a reminder that Top Gun became iconic because its whole ensemble felt alive. Ron Slider Kerner, Iceman's confident radar intercept officer and one of the film's most physically imposing pilots, was portrayed by Rick Rossovich. He was born on August 28, 1957, in Palo Alto, California, and was 28 when Top Gun was released in 1986. Slider works because he strengthens Iceman's side of the rivalry. He brings swagger, athleticism, and a slightly cocky edge to the Top Gun class, helping make Maverick feel surrounded by pilots who are every bit as competitive as he is. Rossovich played him with bold physical presence, giving Slider a memorable place in the film's locker room and flight school atmosphere. Beyond Top Gun, Rossovich appeared in The Terminator, Roxanne, and the television series Pacific Blue, building a recognizable career through action, comedy, and drama. He later stepped away from constant Hollywood visibility and lived more quietly. In 2026, he is 68, and Slider remains part of the film's unmistakable 1980s energy, confident, sharp-edged, and forever tied to the rivalry that made Maverick better. Sam Merlin Wells, the steady radar intercept officer who later flies with Maverick in combat, was portrayed by Tim Robbins. He was born on October 16, 1958, in West Covina, California, and was 27 when Top Gun hit theaters in 1986. Merlin works because he shows that teamwork in the cockpit matters as much as individual instinct. He is not the loudest pilot in the room, but his calm focus helps ground the final mission when the stakes turn deadly. Robbins brought a quiet intelligence to the role, making Merlin feel dependable without needing much screen time. After Top Gun, Robbins rose far beyond supporting parts, becoming one of Hollywood's most respected actors and filmmakers. He starred in Bull Durham, The Player, The Shawshank Redemption, and won an Academy Award for Mystic River. He also directed and remained active in theater and political causes. In 2026, Robbins is 67, and Merlin remains a fascinating early glimpse of a major talent, the calm cockpit presence before a career filled with unforgettable performances. Marcus Sundown Williams, the focused naval aviator who briefly becomes Maverick's radar intercept officer, was portrayed by Clarence Gilliard Jr. He was born on December 24, 1955, in Moses Lake, Washington, and was 30 when Top Gun was released in 1986. Sundown works because he represents the professional discipline Maverick struggles to accept after Goose's death. In their tense cockpit scene, his frustration makes sense. He needs a pilot who is fully present while Maverick is still trapped in grief. Gilliard gave the role a firm, grounded intensity, making Sundown memorable despite limited screen time. After Top Gun, he became widely recognized as Theo in Die Hard, and later as James Trevette on Walker, Texas Ranger, building a strong television legacy. He eventually shifted into teaching, becoming a respected professor and mentor to young performers. Gilliard passed away in 2022 at the age of 66 after a long illness. Sundown remains one of the film's quieter but important figures, the man who shows that morning cannot stay hidden in the cockpit forever. Rick Hollywood Nevin, the polished pilot whose confidence adds to the elite atmosphere of the Top Gun class, was portrayed by Whip Hubley. He was born on May 17, 1957 in New York City, and was 29 when Top Gun became a worldwide hit in 1986. Hollywood works because his name says almost everything: smooth, composed, and perfectly suited to a film where image and performance are part of the competition. Hubley played him with relaxed charisma, helping fill out the squadron as more than a backdrop. His presence contributes to the sense that every pilot in the room believes he could be the best, which makes Maverick struggle for identity sharper. After Top Gun, Hubley continued acting in television and film, appearing in projects such as Ruskies, Species, Executive Decision, and many series guest roles. He built a steady career without becoming trapped by one role. In 2026, he is 69, and Hollywood remains one of the film's stylish supporting pilots, a small but memorable piece of Squadron's cool, competitive world. Tom Stinger Jardian, the stern Navy commander whose blistering reprimands set the tone for Maverick's journey, was portrayed by James Tolkan. He was born on June 20, 1931, in Calumet, Michigan, and was 55 when Top Gun was released in 1986. Stinger works because he gives the film one of its sharpest authority figures. He sees Maverick's talent, but also his danger, and Tolkan delivers every warning with the force of a man who has no patience for wasted potential. His bald head, hard glare, and clipped delivery made Stinger instantly memorable. Around the same era, Tolkan became equally famous as Principal Strickland in Back to the Future, creating two unforgettable 1980s authority figures in back-to-back classics. His career also includes war games, theater work, and decades of film and television appearances. In 2026, he is 95, and Stinger remains the voice of discipline in Top Gun, the man who tells Maverick what he does not want to hear long before he is ready to understand it. Carol Bradshaw, Goose's lively and loving wife, whose warmth makes his loss even more painful, was portrayed by Meg Ryan. She was born on November 19, 1961, in Fairfield, Connecticut, and was 24 when Top Gun reached theaters in 1986. Carol works because she turns Goose from a funny best friend into a husband, father, and whole human being. In only a handful of scenes, Ryan gives her laughter, affection, and emotional openness, making the piano bar sequence and family moments feel genuine rather than decorative. Her presence deepens the tragedy of Goose's death by showing the life waiting for him outside the cockpit. After Top Gun, Ryan became one of the defining romantic comedy stars of her generation through When Harry Met Sally, Sleepless in Seattle, You've Got Mail, and other beloved films. She later moved into directing and more selective screen work. In 2026, she is 64, and Carol remains one of Top Gun's warmest memories. The bright smile that reminds viewers what the pilots risk leaving behind. Charles Chipper Piper, one of the young aviators who helped fill out the competitive Top Gun class, was portrayed by Adrian Pasdar. He was born on April 30, 1965, in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, and was only 21 when the film was released in 1986. Chipper works because he adds to the atmosphere of young men chasing excellence in a world where confidence is almost required for survival. His role is brief, but Pasdar brings enough energy to make him feel like part of the squadron's pressure, ambition, and restless 1980s spirit. After Top Gun, Pasdar built a varied career in film, television, and voice acting. He starred in the cult vampire film Near Dark, later became widely known through Heroes, and voiced Iron Man in several Marvel animated projects, giving him a strong place in genre entertainment. In 2026, he is 61, and Chipper remains a snapshot of early promise, a small role in a massive film that hinted at a career still waiting to unfold. The bartender, the no-nonsense figure inside the Navy, hang out where the pilots relax, flirt, and perform their confidence off-duty, was portrayed by Frank Pesci. He was born on December 8, 1946, in New York City, and was 39 when Top Gun was released in 1986. The role works because the bar scenes give the film its social electricity. Away from the jets, the pilots still compete, with jokes, songs, glances, and bravado, and Pesci's presence helps ground that world with a bit of lived-in character. He had the face and rhythm of a true New York character actor, someone who could make a small part feel authentic in seconds. Beyond Top Gun, Pesci appeared in Beverly Hills Cop, Midnight Run, Rocky, and many other films, often bringing streetwise humor and personality to supporting roles. He also became the inspiration for the semi-autobiographical film 29th Street. Pesci passed away in 2022 at the age of 75 from dementia complications. His bartender remains a brief but warm part of Top Gun, one of the faces that made the world around the pilots feel alive. Charlotte "Charlie" Blackwood, the brilliant civilian instructor whose intelligence challenges Maverick as much as her romance softens him, was portrayed by Kelly McGillis. She was born on July 9, 1957, in Newport Beach, California, was 29 when Top Gun became a worldwide phenomenon in 1986. Charlie works because she brings maturity and control into a film driven by ego, speed, and competition. She is not simply Maverick's love interest. She understands aviation, pressure, and the danger behind performance, which makes her one of the few people able to see past his confidence. McGillis played her with elegance and authority, giving the romance a grounded emotional center. After Top Gun, she remained widely recognized for Witness, which earned major acclaim, and later appeared in The Accused, stage productions, and independent projects. Over time, McGillis stepped away from mainstream Hollywood and lived a quieter, more private life, later speaking openly about personal struggles and identity. In 2026, she is 68, and Charlie remains a distinctive part of Top Gun, calm, intelligent, and remembered as the woman who saw the man behind Maverick's legend. And that's our look back at Top Gun, Then and Now, a film built on speed, rivalry, friendship, loss, and the dream of touching the sky. Some cast members became Hollywood legends. Some found quieter paths beyond the spotlight, and others are sadly no longer with us. But every takeoff, every salute, and every note of that unforgettable soundtrack still carries their legacy. Which cast member's journey surprised you most? Share your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us again on Hollywood 1960s. In 1991, home improvement turned power tools, backyard fences, and family chaos into one of the defining sitcoms of the decade. Tim Taylor's disasters made audiences laugh, but the show also worked because it understood marriage, fatherhood, growing up, and the little repairs every family has to make along the way. Behind the laughs were child stars who left Hollywood, actors who reinvented themselves, legal troubles, tragic losses, and careers that stretched far beyond tool time. Today, we're looking back at the cast of Home Improvement, Then and Now. Tim Taylor, the accident-prone host of Tool Time, whose love of power tools turned family life into constant chaos, was portrayed by Tim Allen. He was born on June 13, 1953, in Denver, Colorado, and was 38 when Home Improvement premiered in 1991. Tim works because he is funny in a very human way, loud, proud, stubborn, and often completely wrong, but still trying to be a good husband, father, and friend. Allen played him with a mix of physical comedy, fast timing, and that famous guttural grunt, making Tim both ridiculous and strangely relatable. His scenes with Jill gave the sitcom its family backbone, while his fence-side talks with Wilson turned every mistake into a small life lesson. Before the show, Allen had built his comedy around stand-up, but Home Improvement made him a household name. Afterward, he became even more iconic as the voice of Buzz Lightyear in Toy Story and later returned to sitcom success with Last Man Standing. In 2026, Allen is 73, and Tim Taylor remains one of 90s television's great comic dads, a man who could destroy a project and still somehow build a memory. Wilson W. Wilson Jr., the wise and mysterious neighbor whose face was almost always hidden behind the backyard fence, was portrayed by Earl Hindman. He was born on October 20, 1942, in Bisbee, Arizona, and was 49 when Home Improvement began in 1991. Wilson works because the joke is simple, but the feeling behind it is surprisingly warm. Audiences waited to see his full face, but what really mattered was his calm voice, thoughtful advice, and the way he helped Tim understand the lesson beneath each disaster. Hindman played him with gentle humor and quiet authority, turning a running visual gag into one of the show's emotional anchors. Wilson was part philosopher, part neighbor, and part family counselor, always appearing when Tim needed perspective more than another tool. Before Home Improvement, Hindman had a long career in film, television, and stage, including work on the soap opera Ryan's Hope. Sadly, he passed away in 2003 at only 61 from lung cancer. Wilson remains unforgettable, not because viewers saw all of him, but because they felt the kindness, patience, and wisdom he brought over the fence. Mark Taylor, the youngest Taylor son, whose quiet childhood slowly turned into one of the show's more unusual teen arcs, was portrayed by Taron Noah Smith. He was born on April 8, 1984, in San Francisco, California, and was only 7 when Home Improvement premiered in 1991. Mark works because he begins as the sweet, sensitive little brother, often caught between Brad's confidence and Randy's sarcasm. As the series moved into later seasons, his darker clothes, goth phase, and more introspective personality gave the family dynamic a different texture, showing adolescence as awkward, changeable, and sometimes hard for parents to understand. Smith played him with natural childlike softness early on, then allowed Mark to become more withdrawn without losing his vulnerability. After the show ended, Smith stepped away from acting, later pursuing business interests, vegan food ventures, and environmental work while living mostly outside Hollywood. In 2026, he is 42, and Mark remains remembered as the Taylor child, who grew up most visibly on screen, from shy little brother to a teenager searching for his own identity. Brad Taylor, the athletic and sometimes trouble-prone eldest son of the Taylor family, was portrayed by Zachary Ty Bryan. He was born on October 9, 1981, in Aurora, Colorado, and was 10 when Home Improvement began in 1991. Brad works because he captures the classic older brother energy of a sitcom household: confident, competitive, charming, and not always as mature as he thinks. His storylines often revolved around sports, girls, school mistakes, and learning responsibility the hard way, giving Tim and Jill plenty of chances to parent through chaos. Bryan played him with easy confidence, making Brad feel like the kind of kid who could talk himself into trouble and then look surprised when consequences arrived. After the series, Bryan appeared in film and television and later moved into producing. His public life, however, has also been marked by legal troubles in recent years, making his post-sitcom story more complicated than fans once expected. In 2026, he is 44, and Brad Taylor remains tied to the memory of 90s family television. Popular, mischievous, and forever part of the Taylor brothers' chemistry. Al Borland, the flannel-wearing and soft-spoken co-host of Tool Time, was portrayed by Richard Karn. He was born on February 17, 1956, in Seattle, Washington, and was 35 when Home Improvement began in 1991. Al works because he is everything Tim Taylor is not: careful, prepared, technically skilled, and humble enough to read the instructions before disaster begins. Karn played him with gentle, deadpan timing, making Al's famous "I don't think so" Tim feel less like a catchphrase and more like the voice of common sense trying to prevent another explosion. His friendship with Tim gave the show one of its best comic contrasts, with Al often becoming the real expert while Tim chased spectacle. After the series, Karn continued acting, became a familiar game show host on Family Feud and Bingo America, and later reunited with Tim Allen for Tool-themed television projects. In 2026, he is 70, and Al remains one of sitcom's most beloved sidekicks, steady, sincere, and forever proof that flannel can be a uniform of wisdom. Randy Taylor, the quick-witted middle son whose intelligence and sarcasm made him a standout in the Taylor family, was portrayed by Jonathan Taylor Thomas. He was born on September 8, 1981, in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and was 10 when Home Improvement premiered in 1991. Randy works because he brings a sharper, more thoughtful energy than the typical sitcom kid. He can tease Brad, challenge Tim, and still reveal real sensitivity beneath the jokes. As the series continued, Randy's storylines leaned into environmental issues, school pressures, and the uncomfortable process of growing more independent. Thomas played him with charm and timing that helped make him one of the biggest teen idols of the 1990s. During and after the show, he voiced young Simba in The Lion King and appeared in films like Man of the House and Tom and Huck. Later, he stepped away from fame, studied at respected universities, and focused more on writing, directing, and private life. In 2026, he is 44, and Randy remains the Taylor son many viewers remember as clever, restless, and quietly ahead of his years. Heidi Keppert, the friendly and confident Tool Time assistant, who became a familiar face in the show's later years, was portrayed by Debbie Dunning. She was born on July 11, 1966, in Burbank, California, and was 26 when she joined Home Improvement in 1992. Heidi works because she could have remained only a glamorous introduction, but Dunning gave her warmth, humor, and enough confidence to stand comfortably beside Tim and Al. Her signature line, "Does everybody know what time it is?" became part of the fictional show within the show, helping Tool Time feel like its own strange little universe. Heidi often brought a bright, capable energy to scenes that played off Tim's overconfidence and Al's caution. After Home Improvement, Dunning continued acting, made television appearances, and later hosted outdoor and travel-related programming, including Debbie Dunning's Dude Ranch Roundup. In 2026, she is 59, and Heidi remains a memorable part of the sitcom's rhythm, cheerful, polished, and tied forever to the opening spark of another tool-filled disaster. Marty Taylor, Tim's younger brother whose more vulnerable life added a grounded family layer to Home Improvement, was portrayed by William O'Leary. He was born on October 19, 1957, in Chicago, Illinois, and was 36 when he first appeared on the series in 1994. Marty works because he shows another side of the Taylor men. Unlike Tim's loud confidence, Marty often feels more uncertain, struggling with work, relationships, and finding stability. His presence lets the show explore brotherhood from a more adult angle, with Tim sometimes trying to help while also learning that jokes and quick fixes are not always enough. O'Leary played him with an easy, slightly bruised sincerity, making Marty feel relatable rather than simply comic. Outside Home Improvement, O'Leary built a steady career in film and television, appearing in projects such as Bull Durham, Hot Shots, Miss Congeniality 2, and various TV dramas and comedies. In 2026, he is 68, and Marty remains a smaller but meaningful part of the Taylor family story, a reminder that adulthood is often just another kind of repair job. Lisa, the original Tool Time girl whose early appearances added glamour and bright energy to Home Improvement, was portrayed by Pamela Anderson. She was born on July 1, 1967, in Ladysmith, British Columbia, Canada, and was 24 when the series began in 1991. Lisa works because she helped establish the show within the show as part construction program, part comic performance, and part 90s television spectacle. Anderson played her with cheerful confidence, making Lisa a memorable presence even before the character left for other opportunities. Her departure came as Anderson moved to Baywatch, the series that made her an international pop culture figure and one of the most recognizable celebrities of the decade. Afterward, her career expanded through television, film, modeling, memoir, documentary work, and animal rights advocacy. In recent years, she has also been reappraised more sympathetically as a public figure who survived intense media attention. In 2026, she is 58, and Lisa remains a small but important early chapter in a much larger fame story, the moment before Pamela Anderson became a global name. Harry Turner, the gruff hardware store owner whose dry humor fit naturally into Tim Taylor's world, was portrayed by Blake Clark. He was born on February 2, 1946, in Macon, Georgia, and was 48 when he first appeared on Home Improvement in 1994. Harry works because he expands the show beyond the Taylor house and Tool Time, giving Tim another place to talk tools, work, and male friendship. Clark played him with a gravelly voice, sharp timing, and a working-class warmth that made Harry feel like someone who had spent a lifetime around sawdust, bolts, and strong opinions. Before acting, Clark served in Vietnam, and his later comedy often carried the toughness and timing of a man who had seen life beyond the stage. Outside the series, he became a familiar face in films and sitcoms and a trusted voice in Pixar projects, taking over as Slinky Dog in Toy Story 3 after the death of his close friend Jim Varney. In 2026, he is 80, and Harry remains a perfect hardware store presence, cranky, funny, dependable, and built for the world Tim loved most. Eileen Markham, the warm and intelligent woman who became Al Borland's most important love interest, was portrayed by Sherry Hersey. She was born on August 22, 1956, in Rutherfordton, North Carolina, and was 37 when she first appeared on Home Improvement in 1993. Eileen works because she gives Al a romantic storyline that feels gentle, hopeful, and occasionally painful. She is kind, grounded, and mature enough to appreciate Al's decency, even when their relationship does not follow the simple sitcom path fans might have wanted. Hersey played her with calm charm, making Eileen feel like someone who could see past Al's awkwardness to the good heart beneath it. Their broken engagement gave the series one of its more bittersweet emotional turns, reminding viewers that even lovable characters do not always get easy endings. Outside the show, Hersey continued acting in film and television and became involved in children's programming, including creative and educational work. In 2026, she is 69, and Eileen remains remembered as the woman who gave Al's story tenderness, heartbreak, and a little more emotional depth. Pete Bilker, the laid-back construction worker whose beard, guitar, and easy humor made him stand out in Tim's circle, was portrayed by Mickey Jones. He was born on June 10, 1941, in Houston, Texas, and was 50 when Home Improvement premiered in 1991. Pete works because he brings a relaxed, blue-collar rhythm to the show's work scenes. He feels like the kind of friend who might crack a joke, strum a guitar, or shrug at Tim's latest disaster because he has seen it all before. Jones played him with natural warmth, drawing on a life that began in music before acting became his second signature. Before television fame, Jones was a drummer who worked with major artists including Bob Dylan and Kenny Rogers, carrying real rock and roll history into his screen persona. Later, he appeared in many shows and films, often as tough but likable working men. He passed away in 2018 at the age of 76 after complications from a long illness. Pete remains a small but warmly remembered part of Home Improvement, the kind of supporting character who made Tim's world feel lived in. Dwayne Hoover, one of Tim Taylor's construction buddies, whose quiet strength helped fill out the show's blue-collar world, was portrayed by Gary McGurk. He was born on August 20, 1949, in Lexington, Kentucky, and was 42 when Home Improvement began in 1991. Dwayne works because he adds authenticity to the worksite scenes around Tim, Pete, and Rock. He is not the loudest person in the room, but his deep voice, steady presence, and practical manner make him feel like a real tradesman rather than just a joke delivery system. McGurk played him with grounded ease, helping create the sense that Tim had a wider community of working friends beyond his television persona. Roles like Dwayne matter in sitcoms because they make the lead character's world feel fuller and more believable. Outside Home Improvement, McGurk continued acting in television, film, and stage projects, building a long career in supporting parts that relied on presence and reliability. In 2026, he is 76, and Dwayne remains one of those familiar faces who gave the series its workplace texture, quiet, capable, and always part of the crew. Rock Flanagan, the tough and dependable construction worker who helped round out Tim Taylor's job site circle, was portrayed by Casey Sander. He was born on July 6, 1956 in Washington, D.C., and was 35 when Home Improvement first aired in 1991. Rock works because he gives the show another grounded counterpoint to Tim's exaggerated toolman energy. Around people like Pete, Dwayne, and Rock, Tim's overconfidence becomes even funnier because the audience can sense what real competence looks like beside him. Sander played Rock with a broad, no-nonsense presence, bringing humor through understatement rather than flash. His career outside the sitcom has been long and steady, with appearances in Grace Under Fire, The Big Bang Theory, Mad Men, Malcolm in the Middle, and many other television series. Sander became one of those reliable character actors who could walk into a scene and instantly feel like he belonged there. In 2026, he is 70, and Rock remains a small but solid part of Home Improvement's working world. Another reminder that Tim's chaos needed practical people around it to land. Milton, a quiet and dependable member of the tool time and worksite world in Home Improvement, was portrayed by Milton Canady. He was born on April 5, 1961, in the United States, and was in his early 30s when he began appearing during the show's run. Milton works because he adds a calm, authentic presence to scenes that often revolve around Tim's noise and overconfidence. Not every supporting character needs a loud catchphrase. Sometimes the value is in making the workplace feel like a real crew, filled with people who know how to show up, do the job, and keep the chaos from taking over. Canady brought that understated steadiness to the screen, giving Milton a grounded quality that fans still remember with affection. His role may have been modest, but it contributed to the broader community around Tim Taylor's world. Kennedy passed away in 2013 at only 52, leaving behind a quieter television legacy than many of the main cast, but one still appreciated by longtime viewers. Milton remains part of the show's background heartbeat, steady, genuine, and proof that small roles help build sitcom memories too. Bud Harper, the experienced Binford Tools executive whose calm professionalism balanced Tim Taylor's chaos, was portrayed by Charles Robinson. He was born on November 9, 1945, in Houston, Texas, and was 49 when he joined Home Improvement in 1995. Bud works because he gives the corporate side of Tool Time a human face. He understands business, image, and responsibility. Yet Robinson played him with enough warmth to keep him from becoming just another boss figure. Around Tim, Bud's patience is often tested, but his presence adds a different kind of adult steadiness to the show's workplace stories. Robinson had already built a respected television career before Home Improvement, most famously as Mac Robinson on Night Court, where his humor and easy dignity made him a beloved sitcom presence. He continued acting across stage, film, and television for decades, bringing gentle authority to every role. Sadly, Robinson passed away in 2021 at the age of 75 from cardiac arrest and complications related to cancer and infection. Bud Harper remains a late-series reminder of Robinson's gift, making even a business-minded character feel kind, grounded, and human. Marie Morton, the confident and practical woman whose presence brought another adult perspective into Home Improvement, was portrayed by Mariangela Pino. She was born on August 15, 1953, in Chama, New Mexico, and was around 39 when she first appeared in the early 1990s. Marie works because she belongs to the show's wider world of contractors, families, and people trying to keep order around Tim Taylor's unpredictable energy. She is not there simply to react. Her confidence and grounded manner help create contrast with Tim's impulsive approach to home repair and male pride. Pino played her with clear intelligence and warmth, making Marie feel capable and self-possessed even in a comic environment. Outside Home Improvement, Pino built a steady career in television, stage, and film, appearing in guest roles and continuing to work in the arts with the resilience of a seasoned performer. In 2026, she is 72, and Marie remains one of those supporting characters who helped make the show's neighborhood and professional world feel wider than the Taylor living room. Dolores, the sharp and no-nonsense hardware store clerk whose presence added bite to Home Improvement's workplace comedy, was portrayed by Shirley Prestia. She was born on August 18, 1947, in New Orleans, Louisiana, and was 48 when she appeared on the series in 1995. Dolores works because she can hold her own in a male-heavy world of tools, repairs, and exaggerated confidence. She is practical, direct, and not easily impressed by Tim Taylor's bluster, which makes her a strong comic contrast whenever the scene needs someone to cut through the noise. Prestia played her with crisp timing and a lived-in confidence that made Dolores feel like more than a background clerk. Beyond Home Improvement, Prestia appeared in numerous television comedies and dramas, including What's Happening?, The Golden Girls, Designing Women, and later guest roles that showed her versatility. Her career was built on making small parts memorable through energy and precision. She passed away in 2011 at the age of 64 from brain cancer. Dolores remains a brief but memorable reminder that Tim's world worked best when someone nearby was ready to challenge him. Karen Kelly, the warm and witty woman whose appearances added another layer to the neighborhood and family world of Home Improvement, was portrayed by Betsy Randall. She was born on June 24, 1955, in Chicago, Illinois, and was 36 when she appeared in the early 1990s. Karen works because the series often felt strongest when Tim's loud household was surrounded by people who brought different kinds of common sense. Randall played her with an approachable warmth, the kind of screen presence that made her instantly believable as someone who could offer support, humor, or a grounded reaction to the chaos around her. Her wider television legacy became even stronger through Boy Meets World, where she played Amy Matthews, one of the most beloved sitcom mothers of the 1990s. That role connected her to another generation of viewers and showed her gift for balancing comedy with maternal sincerity. In 2026, Randall is 70, and Karen Kelly remains a smaller stop in a career defined by warmth, steadiness, and the kind of television presence that feels quietly comforting. Jill Taylor, the intelligent and endlessly patient mother who held the Taylor household together, was portrayed by Patricia Richardson. She was born on February 23, 1951, in Bethesda, Maryland, and was 40 when Home Improvement premiered in 1991. Jill works because she is more than the wife reacting to Tim's explosions and tool disasters. She has wit, anger, compassion, ambition, and her own emotional life, which made her one of the stronger sitcom mothers of the decade. Richardson played her with sharp timing and grounded warmth, giving Jill the ability to challenge Tim without turning their marriage into simple arguing. Her pursuit of a psychology degree gave the character growth beyond the home, while her relationship with the boys balanced discipline and affection. Richardson earned multiple Emmy and Golden Globe nominations for the role, proving how central she was to the show's success. After Home Improvement, she continued acting in television, stage, and independent projects, while also supporting causes including Alzheimer's awareness. In 2026, she is 75, and Jill remains the emotional foundation of the series, smart, loving, and strong enough to survive life with the tool man. And that's our look back at Home Improvement, then and now. A sitcom built on power tools, bad ideas, backyard wisdom, and the messy love of one unforgettable family. Some cast members stayed in the spotlight, some stepped away from Hollywood, and others left behind final chapters that still feel far too soon. But every Tim Taylor grunt, every Wilson lesson, and every Tool Time disaster still carries their legacy. Which cast member's journey surprised you most? Share your thoughts in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us again on Hollywood 1960s. The Railway Children is one of those films that feels less like a story and more like a childhood memory. Train whistles, countryside lanes, brave children, and a family quietly waiting for happiness to return. Released in 1970, it became a British classic built on innocence, loss, kindness, and one unforgettable reunion at the station. But behind that gentle world were actors whose lives took very different paths. Long careers, quiet retirements, tragic losses, and legacies that still move audiences today. Roberta "Bobby" Waterbury, the brave and tender-hearted eldest child whose final cry of "Daddy" became one of British cinema's most emotional moments, was portrayed by Jenny Agutter. She was born on December 20, 1952, in Taunton, Somerset, England, and was 18 when The Railway Children was released in 1970. Bobby works because she carries the film's emotional weight without ever feeling too grown up too soon. She is protective, observant, and quietly frightened by the mystery surrounding her father, yet she keeps hope alive for Phyllis, Peter, and her mother. Agutter played her with natural restraint, making Bobby's kindness feel real rather than sentimental. After the film, Agutter became one of Britain's most respected actresses, appearing in Walkabout, Logan's Run, An American Werewolf in London, and later Call the Midwife. She also returned to the Railway Children legacy in The Railway Children Return. In 2026, she is 73, and Bobby remains the image many viewers still carry from childhood. A girl standing by the tracks, waiting for love to come home. Phyllis Waterbury, the younger sister whose innocence and comic spark helped soften the sadness of the Railway Children, was portrayed by Sally Thompson. She was born on April 3, 1950, in Brighton, East Sussex, England, and was 14 when she played Phyllis in the 1970 film, despite being older than Jenny Agutter in real life. Phyllis works because she brings a child's immediacy to the story, curious, emotional, sometimes impulsive, and often funny in the way children are when they do not fully understand adult sorrow. Thompson gave her a bright, unforced charm, making Phyllis feel like the sibling most likely to say the wrong thing at the right moment and accidentally make the scene warmer. After The Railway Children, Tomsett became widely known for Man About the House, one of Britain's defining sitcoms of the 1970s, and also appeared in Straw Dogs. She later stepped away from regular screen work, leaving her early roles to carry much of her public memory. In 2026, she is 76. And Phyllis remains a gentle reminder of the film's gift for seeing hardship through a child's eyes. Peter Waterbury, the youngest Waterbury child whose curiosity and courage bring boyish energy into The Railway Children, was portrayed by Gary Warren. He was 11 when the film was released in 1970, giving Peter the natural impulsiveness of a child who wants us to understand a world suddenly made uncertain by his father's disappearance. Peter works because he is brave in the way children often are before they know the full weight of danger. He loves the railway, the excitement of passing trains, and the small adventures that slowly become part of the family's healing. Warren played him with warmth and believable innocence, never making Peter too polished or artificial. His moments with Bobby and Phyllis helped the children feel like real siblings, teasing, arguing, worrying, and standing together when it matters. After The Railway Children, Warren appeared in other screen work, but eventually stepped away from the spotlight, leaving this role as his most cherished connection to British family cinema. In 2026, he is 71, and Peter remains part of the film's childhood magic, spirited, loyal, and forever waving beside the tracks. Albert Perks, the kind-hearted porter, whose pride and warmth make him one of the Railway Children's most beloved adults, was portrayed by Bernard Cribbins. He was 42 when the film was released, and he gave Perks the perfect mix of gruffness, humor, and hidden tenderness. Perks works because he belongs completely to the railway world the children come to love. He knows the station, the people, the routines, and the dignity of ordinary work. Cribbins made him funny without turning him into a cartoon, especially in the birthday scene, where pride, embarrassment, and affection all arrive at once. His performance helped show that kindness can be awkward, stubborn, and deeply moving. Beyond this film, Cribbins became one of Britain's most treasured entertainers, known for The Wombles, Doctor Who, Carry On films, children's television, voice work, and decades of stage and screen appearances. He passed away in 2022 at the age of 93. Perks remains a classic British screen figure, modest, proud, generous, and full of the everyday decency the film cherishes. The Old Gentleman, the dignified stranger whose kindness helps restore the Waterbury family's hope, was portrayed by William Mervyn. He was 71 when he appeared in The Railway Children, bringing the role a refined warmth that never feels forced. The Old Gentleman works because he gives the children a bridge between innocence and adult justice. At first, he is only a familiar figure passing on the train, someone they wave to from a distance. Slowly, he becomes the person who listens, believes, and helps when the family's secret pain finally comes into the open. Mervyn played him with quiet elegance, making generosity feel natural rather than grand. His presence gives the film one of its loveliest ideas, that a small kindness repeated over time can change a life. Mervyn had a long British stage and television career, often playing authority figures, clerics, and gentlemen with polished ease. He passed away in 1976 at the age of 64, according to the cast records you provided. The Old Gentleman remains a soft symbol of justice, arriving not with noise, but with compassion. The Russian, Szczepansky, the exhausted political exile, whom the children discover and help protect, was portrayed by George Layton. He was 35 when he appeared in The Railway Children, and his storyline adds a wider historical sadness to the film's gentle world. Szczepansky works because he reminds viewers that suffering exists far beyond the Waterbury family's own troubles. Hungry, frightened, and separated from those he loves, he brings political injustice into a story seen through children's eyes. Layton played him with vulnerability and restraint, making the Russian feel less like a plot device and more like a man broken by fear and distance. His presence also reveals the children's instinctive compassion, especially their willingness to help before fully understanding the adult world behind his pain. After the film, Leighton became widely known in Britain as an actor, writer, and comedian, with major success in Doctor in the House and related series, as well as later writing work. In 2026, he is 91, and Szczepanski remains one of the film's most quietly humane figures, a stranger whose suffering teaches the children kindness. Jim, the injured schoolboy whose accident becomes one of the children's most dramatic railway adventures, was portrayed by Christopher Whitty. He was 22 when the film was released, playing the young man whose life is suddenly changed by a paper chase and a dangerous fall. Jim works because his storyline gives the Waterbury children a chance to move from watching the railway to actively saving someone connected to it. His injury brings urgency into the film, but also kindness, because the children's response shows how brave and resourceful they have become. Whitty played Jim with a gentle vulnerability, making the character feel grateful, shaken, and sincere rather than simply rescued and forgotten. The role also becomes part of the film's wider web of relationships, eventually connecting the children to the old gentleman in a more personal way. Whitty had already worked as a young actor in British film and television, and his face remains familiar to fans of classic screen childhood dramas. In 2026, he is 78, and Jim remains remembered as the boy whose accident helped reveal just how courageous the railway children had become. Ruth, Perks's wife, who helps bring domestic warmth and working-class realism into the railway children, was portrayed by Anne Lancaster. She was 40 when the film was released in 1970, and although Ruth is a smaller role, she adds texture to the life around the station. Ruth works because the film is not only about the Waterburys, it is also about the village community that slowly gathers around them. As Perks's wife, she belongs to that world of modest homes, practical worries, local pride, and kindness that may not always announce itself loudly. Lancaster brought a natural comic warmth to the part, suggesting a woman who knows her husband's moods and understands the small social rules of village life. Her presence helps the famous birthday sequence feel rooted in real family feeling rather than simple sentiment. Lancaster had a long career as a British character actress, often appearing in comic and eccentric roles across television and film. Tragically, she passed away in 1970 at only 50, the same year the film reached audiences. Ruth remains a small but tender piece of the film's human landscape. Mrs. Viney, one of the local women who helps fill out the village world surrounding the Waterbury children, was portrayed by Beatrix Mackey. She was 63 when The Railway Children was released, bringing the kind of lived-in presence that makes a small role feel authentic. Mrs. Viney works because the film depends on community as much as plot. The station, the cottage, the village, and the railway all feel real because of characters like her. People who appear briefly, speak plainly, and suggest a world continuing beyond the children's adventures. Mackey played the role with a natural, unshowy quality, adding to the film's gentle portrait of Edwardian rural life. Her performance belongs to the tradition of British character acting, where a face, a voice, or a small exchange can make a setting feel complete. Beyond The Railway Children, Mackey worked in theater, television, and film, often in supporting roles that relied on sincerity rather than glamour. She passed away in 1988 at the age of 81. Mrs. Viney remains one of those quiet details that helps the film feel less like a storybook and more like a remembered place. The district superintendent, a figure of railway authority in The Railway Children, was portrayed by Dettie Davies. She was 56 when she appeared in the film, bringing a crisp and distinctive screen presence to a small but useful role. The character works because the railway is not only magical to the children, it is also a system of rules, schedules, officials, and grown-up responsibilities. Davies helped give that world shape, adding a touch of formality and comic sharpness to the film's surrounding community. Her performance fits the movie's tone perfectly. Lightly drawn, never overplayed, yet memorable enough to stay in the texture of the story. Davies went on to enjoy a long and varied British television career, becoming familiar to later audiences through shows such as The Rag Trade, Chance in a Million, and many guest appearances in comedy and drama. She had the rare gift of making small roles feel pointed and alive. Davies passed away in 2016 at the age of 78. Her railway official remains a small part of the film's charm, practical, brisk, and woven into the everyday machinery of the story. Dr. Forrest, the village doctor who brings reassurance and practical care into the railway children, was portrayed by Peter Bromelow. He was 45 when the film was released in 1970. Dr. Forrest works because his presence reminds viewers that childhood adventure often depends on adults who quietly know what to do when danger becomes real. After Jim's accident, the doctor becomes part of the caring network around the children, helping turn panic into recovery. Bromelow played him with calm professionalism, giving the role the gentle authority of a local physician who understands both illness and community. His performance is modest, but it suits the film's emotional world, where decency is often shown through small actions rather than dramatic declarations. Bromelow later built a varied career in British and American film and television, appearing in projects such as Wild at Heart, The Rocketeer, and voice work, often bringing a distinctive face and voice to supporting parts. He passed away in 1994 at the age of 61. Dr. Forrest remains one of the film's quiet adults, steady, useful, and there when the children need the world to become safe again. Cartman, the working man whose brief presence adds everyday texture to the railway children, was portrayed by Gordon Whiting. He was 40 when the film was released, and the role belongs to the film's wider portrait of village life near the railway. Cartman works because stories like this need ordinary people moving through the background with purpose. Workers, neighbors, station staff, tradesmen, and local figures who make the children's new world feel inhabited. Whiting gave the part a grounded quality, helping the film maintain its sense of place and period. It is not a role designed for grand emotion, but it contributes to the atmosphere of labor, routine, and community surrounding the shady rural setting. Whiting's broader acting career included British television and stage work, with supporting appearances that relied on character and presence rather than stardom. He passed away in 2008 at the age of 78. Cartman remains one of those small but necessary figures in the film, proof that the world of the railway children feels real because even the briefest people seem to belong there. The station master, one of the railway figures who helps give the station its daily authority and rhythm, was portrayed by David Lodge. He was 48 when The Railway Children was released in 1970. The role works because the station is almost a character in itself, and every official face helps define its life. The station master represents order, rules, and the steady routine of trains arriving and departing, yet the film's warmth allows even authority figures to feel human. Lodge played the part with his familiar British character actor presence, making the role fit naturally into the world of porters, passengers, signals, and children watching from the platform. Outside this film, Lodge had a long screen career, appearing in comedies, dramas, and several carry-on films, often bringing a tough but humorous edge to supporting roles. His work was part of the backbone of mid-century British entertainment, where reliable character actors gave stories their flavor. Lodge passed away in 2003 at the age of 82. The station master remains a small but fitting part of the film's railway heartbeat. The cook, one of the household figures who helps suggest the Waterbury family's life before everything changes, was portrayed by Brenda Peters. She was 42 when The Railway Children was released. The cook works because even a brief domestic role helps establish the world the children lose at the beginning of the story. Before the move to Yorkshire, their life has comfort, structure, servants, meals, and the quiet routines of a respectable Edwardian home. When that life disappears, the absence matters more because figures like the cook helped make it feel real. Peters brought simple authenticity to the part, contributing to the film's careful contrast between the family's former security and their later uncertainty. Roles like this rarely dominate a film, but they matter in period storytelling, where social detail gives emotional change its shape. Beyond the film, Peters remained a part of British screen and stage memory through supporting work, though she lived far from the celebrity attention given to the leads. In 2026, she is 98, and The Cook remains a tiny but meaningful reminder of the home the children had to leave behind. The maid, another small household figure in The Railway Children, was portrayed by Paddy Ward. He was 20 when the film was released in 1970, appearing as part of the domestic world that surrounds the Waterbury family before their sudden fall from comfort. The role works because the film begins in a home where everything seems safe and orderly, and the presence of servants helps underline how dramatically life changes once father is taken away. Ward's appearance is brief, but it tributes to the period atmosphere and the sense that the children's early world is carefully structured before it is disrupted. Small roles like this help period films breathe. They give class, routine, and daily life a visible shape. Ward later remained connected to British film and television in supporting roles, building the kind of quiet career that often goes unnoticed but helps fill the background of many productions. In 2026, he is 76. The maid may be a minor figure, but the role belongs to the film's opening memory of stability, the world before uncertainty, railway smoke, and the long wait for father's return. Emma, Perks's daughter, adds a small but warm family detail to the station porter's world in The Railway Children. She was portrayed by Sally Ann Gaukroger, who was 10 when the film was released in 1970. Emma works because Perks becomes more touching when we see that he is not only a comic railway porter, but a father inside his own crowded home. His pride, embarrassment, and stubbornness during the birthday surprise carry more emotional meaning because his family life feels real. Gaukroger's presence helps create that sense of ordinary childhood beyond the Waterbury children themselves. She belongs to the film's wider circle of young faces, reminding us that the village has its own families, worries, and small joys. Child roles like Emma do not need long speeches to matter. They add softness and realism to the world around the main story. Gaukroger did not become a widely public Hollywood name after the film, making this appearance a cherished snapshot of a childhood performance. In 2026, she is 66, and Emma remains one of those gentle background memories that help Perks's world feel full of life. Gregory, one of the supporting figures in The Railway Children, was portrayed by Gordon Gostelow. He was 48 when the film was released in 1970, bringing the role the quiet assurance of an experienced performer. Gregory works because the film's world is built from many small adult presences, officials, villagers, workers, and family acquaintances who move around the children's central experience. Gostelow's performance adds to that texture without pulling attention away from the story's emotional core. He had the kind of actor's face and voice that suited period drama, making even brief appearances feel grounded in a wider life. Beyond The Railway Children, Gostelow worked extensively in British theatre and television, including Shakespearean roles, historical drama, and character parts across decades. His career reflected the strength of British supporting actors who could move between stage and screen with ease. He passed away in 2007 at the age of 82. Gregory remains a modest part of the film, but Gostelow's presence adds another note of credibility to the world surrounding the Waterbury children. Telegram Boy, the messenger whose role carries the quiet anxiety of sudden news, was portrayed by Eric Chitty. He was 15 when The Railway Children was released, according to the age listed in your file. The role works because telegrams in a story like this are never just messages. They are interruptions from the adult world, bringing fear, uncertainty, or change into domestic life. Chitty's presence adds a small but important period detail, reminding viewers how news once arrived physically, carried by a person, handed over at the door, and received with dread or hope. Though the role is brief, it belongs to the film's careful emotional machinery. Chitty had a long career as a British character actor, often appearing as clerks, old men, officials, and eccentric supporting figures in television and film. He is also remembered by genre fans for appearances in Doctor Who and other classic British productions. He passed away in 1977 at the age of 69. The Telegram Boy remains a small image of a vanished world, where one knock at the door could change everything. Mother, the gentle but quietly resilient woman who holds the Waterbury family together after their world collapses, was portrayed by Dinah Sheridan. She was 35 when she played the role in The Railway Children, bringing a calm grace that made the family's hardship feel deeply human. Mother works because she does not explain every sorrow to her children, yet every look shows the cost of protecting them from the truth. She writes, worries, saves, and endures, trying to give Bobby, Phyllis, and Peter stability while privately carrying fear for her husband. Sheridan played her with elegance and restraint, avoiding melodrama and allowing the character's strength to appear through patience rather than speeches. Before and after the film, Sheridan enjoyed a respected career in British film and television, remembered for Genevieve, stage work, and later screen appearances. She lived a long life and passed away in 2012 at the age of 93. Mother remains one of the film's quiet treasures, a portrait of love under pressure, dignified, tender, and quietly brave. Father, the wrongly accused parent whose absence shapes the emotional mystery of The Railway Children, was portrayed by Ian Cuthbertson. He was 41 when the film's released in 1970, and although Father appears only briefly, his presence hangs over every scene. The role works because the story is not only about trains and childhood adventure. It is about a family trying to live around a wound they cannot fully explain. Cuthbertson gave Father a warmth and dignity that make the children's longing believable. When the truth of his imprisonment begins to surface, the film's innocence becomes touched by injustice, and Bobby's hope gains real emotional urgency. Cuthbertson was already a strong presence in British theatre and television, later becoming known for roles in productions such as Budgie, Sutherland's Law, and other dramas where his voice and authority served him well. He passed away in 2009 at the age of 78. Father remains less a character of screen time than of emotional gravity, the missing piece that turns the family's waiting into something unforgettable. And that's our look back at The Railway Children, Then and Now, a film where childhood courage, railway smoke, and quiet acts of kindness became something timeless. Some cast members went on to long and celebrated careers, some chose quieter lives, and others are sadly no longer with us. But that final station reunion still carries their warmth after all these years. Which cast member's story touched you most? Share your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us again on Hollywood 1960s. In 1997, Stargate SG-1 took one movie's idea and turned it into a vast television universe. Ancient gods, alien worlds, military secrets, and a team stepping through the gate without knowing if they would ever come back. But behind the missions were career reinventions, fan-favorite departures, tragic losses, and actors whose lives reached far beyond Stargate Command. Today we're looking back at the cast of Stargate SG-1, Then and Now, and the real stories behind one of sci-fi television's longest-running adventures. TLC, the stoic Jaffa warrior whose defection from Apophis helped define the soul of Stargate SG-1, was portrayed by Christopher Judge. He was born on October 13, 1964, in Los Angeles, California, and was 33 when the series premiered in 1997. TLC works because he carries power without needing many words. Behind his calm face is a man who has served false gods, seen oppression from the inside, and chosen freedom at enormous personal cost. Judge played him with stillness, discipline, and dry humor, turning short lines and raised eyebrows into some of the show's most memorable moments. His journey from First Prime to Earth's loyal ally gave SG-1 its strongest themes of redemption, honor, and rebellion against tyranny. After the series, Judge remained active in film, television, and especially voice acting, gaining major acclaim as Kratos in the modern God of War games, including a widely praised performance in God of War Ragnarok. In 2026, he is 61, and TLC remains one of science fiction's great warriors, not because he was unbeatable, but because he chose to fight for a freedom he once thought impossible. Dr. Daniel Jackson, the brilliant archaeologist and linguist whose compassion opened the Stargate universe to wonder, was portrayed by Michael Shanks. He was born on December 15, 1970, in Vancouver, British Columbia, and was 26 when Stargate SG-1 began in 1997. Daniel works because he gives the team its conscience. While others see threats, weapons, and tactical choices, Daniel sees cultures, languages, histories, and people worth understanding. Shanks played him with intelligence and emotional vulnerability, making Daniel feel both scholarly and deeply human. His search for Shar, his repeated sacrifices, and his willingness to argue for diplomacy gave the series much of its heart. The character's temporary departure and later return became one of the show's major turning points, proving how essential he was to the team's balance. Beyond Stargate, Shanks continued acting in science fiction, drama, and television movies, with notable work in Saving Hope, Smallville, and other genre projects. In 2026, he is 55, and Daniel Jackson remains the explorer Stargate needed most. Curious, wounded, stubborn, and always searching for meaning beyond the next gate. Colonel Jack O'Neill, the sharp-witted leader whose sarcasm hid a deeply wounded sense of duty, was portrayed by Richard Dean Anderson. He was born on January 23, 1950, in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and was 47 when Stargate SG-1 premiered in 1997. O'Neill works because he brings humanity into the middle of impossible science fiction. He is a soldier but not a machine. He leads with instinct, humor, suspicion, and a fierce protectiveness toward his team. Anderson played him with perfect dry timing, turning throwaway lines into fan-favorite moments while still carrying the darker history of a man shaped by loss and combat. His chemistry with Carter, Daniel, and TLC helped define the show's tone. Serious enough for danger, light enough to feel alive. Before Stargate, Anderson was already iconic as MacGyver, a role that made him a symbol of clever survival. After SG-1, he gradually stepped back from regular acting, focusing more on personal life, environmental causes, and fan appearances. In 2026, he is 76, and Jack O'Neill remains Stargate's perfect field commander, funny, tired, brave, and always smarter than he lets on. Sergeant Walter Harriman, the calm technician whose voice became part of Stargate Command's daily rhythm, was portrayed by Gary Jones. He was born on January 4, 1958, in Swansea, Wales, and was 39 when Stargate SG-1 premiered in 1997. Walter works because he represents the people who keep the impossible running. While SG-1 travels to alien worlds, he is in the control room calling chevrons, monitoring signals, and reacting to emergencies with professional steadiness. Jones gave the role quiet humor and perfect timing, turning what could have been a background job into a beloved recurring presence. Fans came to recognize him as part of the base itself, the reliable face behind every gate activation and every tense countdown. Outside Stargate, Jones has worked in comedy, voice acting, television, and live performance, while remaining a favorite at conventions because of his easy connection with fans. His character also evolved over time, earning more name recognition and personality as the series grew. In 2026, he is 68, and Walter Harriman remains a reminder that every great mission needs someone steady at the controls. Sergeant Sealer, the dependable technician who seemed to absorb every explosion Stargate Command could throw at him, was portrayed by Dan Shea. He was born on December 23, 1954, in Ontario, Canada, and was 42 when Stargate SG-1 premiered in 1997. Seiler works because he turns background resilience into a running piece of affection. He is always there with tools, cables, repairs, and calm determination, even when the gate room becomes dangerous enough to knock him across the floor. Shea played him with understated humor and physical commitment, making Seiler both competent and hilariously unlucky. His importance behind the scenes was even greater. Shea served as Richard Dean Anderson's stunt double and as a stunt coordinator, helping shape the action, fights, falls, and physical danger that made SG-1 feel energetic and real. That double role, on-screen technician and off-screen action craftsman, gave him a special place in the Stargate family. In 2026, he is 71, and Sylar remains one of those fan-favorite supporting figures who proves that heroism sometimes looks like getting back up, grabbing a wrench, and going back to work. Cameron Mitchell, the determined pilot who helped rebuild SG-1 in the later seasons, was portrayed by Ben Browder. He was born on December 11, 1962, in Memphis, Tennessee, and was 42 when he joined the series in 2005. Mitchell works because he enters with a difficult assignment, honoring the legacy of the original SG-1 while giving the team a new spark. Browder played him with optimism, military confidence, and a fan-like respect for the legends around him, which made the transition feel warmer than it might have been. Cameron is brave, competitive, and deeply committed to putting the old team back together after his own recovery from a devastating crash. His arrival also helped shift the show into the Ori storyline, giving the final seasons a fresh rhythm. Before Stargate, Browder had already earned a passionate sci-fi following as John Crichton on Farscape, and his reunion with Claudia Black gave SG-1 a playful genre connection fans loved. In 2026, he is 63, and Mitchell remains remembered as the man who stepped into a beloved team not to replace it, but to carry it forward. Major General Hank Landry, the steady commander who guided Stargate Command through the later Ori crisis, was portrayed by Beau Bridges. He was born on December 9, 1941 in Los Angeles, California, and was 63 when he joined Stargate SG-1 in 2005. Landry works because he brings seasoned authority into a base already shaped by legends. He is calmer and more understated than some earlier commanders, but Bridges gives him warmth, intelligence, and a sense of lived-in command. Landry understands the political and military pressure around the Stargate program, yet he also treats the people under him as more than assets. His relationship with Dr. Carolyn Lamb adds a family layer, showing that leadership can be complicated by regret and personal history. Bridges came from one of Hollywood's most respected acting families and built a long career across film and television, earning Emmy, Golden Globe, and Grammy recognition over the decades. From the fabulous Baker Boys to countless dramas and comedies, he brought credibility with him into Stargate. In 2026, he is 84, and Hank Landry remains a late series commander who helped keep the gate open with quiet confidence. Major Samantha Carter, the brilliant astrophysicist and Air Force officer whose mind often saved Earth before weapons could, was portrayed by Amanda Tapping. She was born on August 28, 1965, in Rochford, Essex, England, and was 31 when Stargate SG-1 premiered in 1997. Carter works because she brings science, courage, and leadership together without compromise. She can explain impossible physics, stand her ground in combat, and challenge anyone who underestimates her. Tapping played her with intelligence, warmth, and quiet determination, making Carter one of science fiction television's most important female characters of the era. Her growth from major to commander, her friendships with Daniel and Teal C, and her complicated emotional bond with Jack O'Neill gave the series both strength and subtle feeling. After SG-1, Tapping continued as Carter in Stargate Atlantis and became a major director and producer, working on shows such as Sanctuary, Supernatural, The 100, and Motherland, Fort Salem. In 2026, she is 60, and Samantha Carter remains a defining Stargate hero, proof that intellect can be every bit as thrilling as action. Vala Mal Doran, the witty thief and former Goa old host whose chaos eventually becomes loyalty, was portrayed by Claudia Black. She was born on October 11, 1972, in Sydney, Australia, and was 32 when she first appeared on Stargate SG-1 in 2004. Vala works because she enters the show like trouble in human form, clever, flirtatious, selfish when it suits her, and always one step away from turning a mission upside down. Black played her with speed, humor, and surprising emotional depth, letting Vala grow from a rogue into someone genuinely capable of love, sacrifice, and belonging. Her chemistry with Daniel Jackson gave the later seasons a sharp romantic comic edge, while her connection to the Ori storyline added pain beneath the jokes. Before Stargate, Black was already a sci-fi favorite as Aaron's son on Farscape. And after SG-1, she continued building a strong career in television, film, and voice acting, including major roles in games like Dragon Age and Uncharted. In 2026, she is 53, and Vala remains one of Stargate's most entertaining late arrivals. Funny, damaged, brilliant, and never boring. Airman, one of the many Stargate Command personnel who helped make the base feel alive, was portrayed by Peter DeLuise. He was born on November 6, 1966 in Brooklyn, New York, and was 32 when he appeared in Stargate SG-1. The role itself is small, but DeLuise's real Stargate importance lives behind the camera. He became one of the franchise's key directors, producers, and writers, helping shape the rhythm, humor, and emotional balance of the series across many episodes. His understanding of actors came partly from his own long career in front of the camera, including his well-known role on 21 Jump Street. As a director, DeLuise helped Stargate maintain the tricky tone that made it work. Military adventure, mythology, comedy, friendship, and real stakes without becoming too cold. Fans also enjoyed spotting his small cameos across the franchise, little reminders of the creative hands guiding the show. In 2026, he is 59, and his Stargate legacy is less about one airman than the countless scenes he helped bring to life, proof that some of the most important cast members stand just outside the frame. Jonas Quinn, the intelligent Colonan scientist who joined SG-1 during Daniel Jackson's absence, was portrayed by Corin Nemec. He was born on November 5, 1971, in Little Rock, Arkansas, and was 30 when he joined the series in 2002. Jonas works because he steps into one of the hardest spaces in the show, not replacing Daniel exactly, but trying to earn trust from a team and audience still feeling that loss. Nemec played him with curiosity, humility, and moral seriousness, making Jonas a man eager to learn while carrying guilt over the circumstances that brought him to Earth. His outsider perspective gave the team fresh energy, especially in science, diplomacy, and cultural observation. Before Stargate, Nemec was widely known as the star of Parker Lewis Can't Lose, and he continued working in television, film, and genre projects after SG-1. His time on the show was brief compared with the original cast, but he left a respectful mark. In 2026, he is 54, and Jonas Quinn remains a reminder that even temporary team members can carry real courage, intelligence, and heart. Master Bratak, the legendary Jaffa warrior and mentor whose wisdom helped ignite rebellion against the Goa'uld, was portrayed by Tony Amendola. He was born on August 24, 1951, in New Haven, Connecticut, and was 45 when Stargate SG-1 premiered in 1997. Bratak works because he gives TLC story roots. He is not only a teacher in combat, but a spiritual and political guide, a man old enough to have served the false gods and brave enough to help destroy them. Amendola played him with gravitas, warmth, and a spark of humor, making Bratak feel both ancient in experience and alive with defiance. Every return carried weight, because he represented the Jaffa struggle for freedom beyond Earth's perspective. Outside Stargate, Amendola built a strong career in theater, film, and television, appearing in The Mask of Zorro, Once Upon a Time Annabelle, and many roles that used his authority and emotional depth. In 2026, he is 74, and Bratak remains one of Stargate's most respected allies, a warrior whose greatest weapon was the courage to teach others they could be free. Selmak, the wise Takra symbiote joined with Jacob Carter, was portrayed through Carmen Argenziano's memorable performance as the host. He was born on October 27, 1943, in Sharon, Pennsylvania, and was 54 when he first appeared in Stargate SG-1 in 1998. Selmak works because the character changes the emotional scale of the Tok'ra storyline. Through Jacob Sam Carter's father, the idea of symbiosis becomes personal rather than abstract. Argenziano played the dual presence with warmth, strength, and quiet intelligence, allowing Jacob and Selmak to feel distinct without turning the performance theatrical. His relationship with Sam gave the series some of its most touching family moments, while Selmak's knowledge made him a crucial ally against the Goa'uld. Beyond Stargate, Argenziano had a long career in film and television, appearing in The Godfather Part 2, CSI, NY, House, and many character roles where his grounded presence stood out. He passed away in 2019 at the age of 75. Selmac remains a key part of SG-1's mythology, wise, loyal, and forever tied to the father-daughter heart of Samantha Carter's story. Major General George Hammond, the firm but deeply compassionate commander of Stargate Command, was portrayed by Don S. Davis. He was born on August 4, 1942 in Aurora, Missouri, and was 55 when Stargate SG-1 began in 1997. Hammond works because he gives the series its moral authority from behind the gate room. He is not the one stepping through the Stargate every week, but every mission carries his judgment, trust, and responsibility. Davis played him with calm strength, making Hammond feel like a military leader who understood both protocol and people. His affection for SG-1 never weakened his command. It made his decisions feel heavier. Before Stargate, Davis had served in the U.S. Army and later became an academic and artist, while also building a strong screen career with roles in Twin Peaks, The X-Files, and many television dramas. His real-life military experience helped give Hammond unusual authenticity. Davis passed away in 2008 at the age of 65 from a heart attack. General Hammond remains one of sci-fi television's most trusted commanders, the man at the top of the ramp who made every return home feel earned. Dr. Janet Fraser, the compassionate chief medical officer who gave Stargate Command its heart in the infirmary, was portrayed by Terrell Rothery. She was born on November 9, 1962, in Vancouver, British Columbia, and was 34 when Stargate SG-1 began in 1997. Fraser works because she stands at the emotional cost of exploration. Every wound, infection, alien device, and near-death return passes through her care, and Rothery played her with warmth, intelligence, and quiet authority. Janet is not just a doctor. She is a protector of the SG teams, a trusted friend to Samantha Carter, and the adoptive mother of Cassandra, which gave her story deep personal meaning. Her death in Season 7 became one of the show's most painful moments, shocking fans because she had become part of the family structure of the series. After Stargate, Rothery continued a strong career in Canadian and American television, appearing in Cedar Cove, Virgin River, The Good Doctor, and many Hallmark productions. In 2026, she is 63, and Janet Fraser remains beloved because she reminded viewers that saving the world also means caring for the people who come home broken. And that's our look back at Stargate SG-1, Then and Now, a series built on courage, curiosity, ancient mysteries, and the unbreakable bond of a team walking into the unknown together. Some stars became sci-fi icons, some found new power behind the camera, and others left us far too soon. But every chevron locked, every off-world mission, and every return through the gate still carries their legacy. Which cast member's journey surprised you most? Share your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us again on Hollywood 1960s. Before rural sitcoms faded from television, Petticoat Junction gave audiences a softer world. The Shady Rest Hotel, the Hooterville Cannonball, and a family whose small problems felt warm, funny, and familiar. First airing in 1963, the show became a gentle portrait of country life, filled with sisters, neighbors, storekeepers, railroad men, and unforgettable eccentrics. But behind that comfort were cast changes, illness, quiet retirements, and final chapters that still touch longtime fans. Today, we're looking back at the cast of Petticoat Junction, Then and Now, and the real stories behind Hooterville's charm. Kate Bradley, the warm and hard-working owner of the Shady Rest Hotel in Petticoat Junction, was portrayed by Bea Benaderet. She was born on April 4, 1906, in New York City, and was 57 when the series premiered in 1963. Kate works because she gives the show its emotional center. Around her are Uncle Joe's schemes, the girls' dreams, the Cannonball's small-town rhythm, and the constant comic disorder of Hooterville. But Kate keeps everything grounded with patience, wit, and maternal strength. Benaderet played her with effortless warmth, making Kate feel like the kind of woman who could solve a crisis with a firm look and a kind word. Before Petticoat Junction, Banattaret had already built a remarkable radio and television career, including The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show, and the voice of Betty Rubble on The Flintstones. Her illness and death during the show's run changed the emotional tone of the series. She passed away in 1968, at only 62 from lung cancer and pneumonia. Kate Bradley remains the heart of the Shady Rest, loving, practical, and deeply missed after she was gone. Sam Drucker, the friendly general store owner who seemed to know everyone's business in Hooterville, was portrayed by Frank Cady. He was born on September 8, 1915, in Susanville, California, and was 48 when Petticoat Junction began in 1963. Sam works because he makes the town feel real. His store is more than a place to buy supplies. It is the local news desk, meeting point, advice counter, and unofficial center of rural life. Cady played him with easy humor and quiet intelligence, turning Sam into one of television's most comforting small-town figures. What made the character especially unique is that he crossed between Petticoat Junction, Green Acres, and the Beverly Hillbillies, tying Paul Henning's rural sitcom universe together. Outside Hooterville, Cady had a long career across radio, film, stage, and television, but Sam Drucker became his defining role. He continued to be cherished by fans long after the series ended. Cady passed away peacefully in 2012 at the age of 96 from natural causes. Sam remains the kind of neighbor classic television loved most, steady, kind, and always ready behind the counter. Bobby Jo Bradley, the sweet and sunny middle daughter of the Bradley family, was portrayed by Laurie Saunders. She was born on October 4, 1941, in Kansas City, Missouri, and was 24 when she joined Petticoat Junction in 1965, replacing Pat Woodle in the role. Bobby Jo works because she brings softness, charm, and a gentle comic brightness to the Shady Rest. Saunders gave the character an approachable warmth, making Bobby Jo feel both feminine and playful, without losing the small-town sincerity that defined the show. Her love of animals, family loyalty, and easygoing spirit helped her blend naturally into the Bradley household, even after a cast change that could have unsettled viewers. Over time, Saunders made the role her own, becoming the version many fans remember most clearly. After Petticoat Junction, she appeared in other television projects, including The Beverly Hillbillies and Dusty's Trail, before gradually retiring from acting in the 1980s. In 2026, she is 84 and has lived mostly away from the spotlight. Bobby Jo remains a gentle Hooterville memory, bright, kind, and part of the show's quiet family charm. Floyd Smoot, the good-natured train conductor, whose friendship with Charlie Pratt helped power the Cannonball's comic charm, was portrayed by Rufe Davis. He was born on December 2, 1908, in Vinson, Oklahoma, and was 55 when Petticoat Junction premiered in 1963. Floyd works because the Cannonball is not just transportation. It is part of the show's soul, and Floyd helps give it personality. Davis played him with folksy warmth, gentle confusion, and a kind of rural rhythm that made him instantly likable. His scenes with Charlie offered a relaxed comedy that felt older than television itself, closer to vaudeville, music, and small-town storytelling. Before the series, Davis had worked as an actor, singer, and entertainer, appearing in westerns and musical films where his easy charm fit naturally. His time on Petticoat Junction made him beloved to a new generation of viewers. Davis passed away in 1974 at the age of 66 after a heart attack. Floyd Smoot remains tied to the sound and spirit of the Cannonball, friendly, scattered, and always part of the ride home. Billie Jo Bradley, the ambitious and musically gifted eldest Bradley daughter in the later seasons of Petticoat Junction, was portrayed by Meredith McRae. She was born on May 30, 1944, in Houston, Texas, and was 22 when she joined the show in 1966. Billie Jo works because she brings dreams of performance and independence into the rural world of the Shady Rest. McRae gave her a confident but sweet presence, making Billie Jo feel like someone who loved her family, yet still imagined a bigger stage beyond Hooterville. Her singing and charm helped refresh the character after earlier casting changes, and over time she became the Billie Jo many viewers remember most. McRae had grown up in a show business family and later built a varied career in television, film, and hosting, including work on talk shows where her warmth translated naturally. She also became involved in advocacy and public causes. Sadly, McRae passed away in 2000 at only 56 after battling brain cancer. Her Billy Joe remains a bright part of the show's later identity, hopeful, musical, and full of the kind of small-town ambition that never felt selfish. Steve Elliott, the handsome crop duster pilot whose romance with Betty Jo became one of Petticoat Junction's most heartfelt storylines, was portrayed by Mike Miner. He was born on December 7, 1940, in San Francisco, California, and was 24 when he first appeared on the series in